Okay, good morning. All right, let's do a little better. Good morning. Much better. It is a good morning. It's a beautiful morning. It's not raining. I'm Gordon Smith, the state's director of opioid response, and it's my pleasure to, that's just my sister, just ignore that. So it's a real honor to open up our the governor's fifth annual Opioid Response Summit. We've had 1,400 of you respond, just an amazing response and turnout, and I want to thank each and every one of you for being here and for being on this journey with us. We're going to open today in a very traditional way. We did last year in Bangor, and we're so appreciative that we have back with us Lauren Stevens from the Passamaquoddy tribal citizen of Medokmaguk. She's the Division of Director of Culture and Connection at Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. And so please give her your attention. And we really appreciate Wabanaki opening this amazing day. Lauren?
Police Will Sirewen, Taliwis Lauren Stevens, Beskramuka Nil Nuchel Medokmaguk, Nudabex Medokmaguk Nagazibaye. My name is Lauren Stevens. Good morning. I'm Passamaquoddy from Passamaquoddy Territory, Medokmaguk. My family comes from Sibayik and Medokmaguk, both Passamaquoddy territories. I'm honored to be here this morning and to be able to welcome you all to this summit, but also to Wabanaki territory. And I will be singing the welcome song. Oh.
Thank you, Lauren, for that beautiful opening. And I want to thank Lisa Soccer-Basin, the co-director of Wabanaki Health and Wellness down here for letting us borrow Lauren for another beautiful opening. I'm going to introduce our next four speakers all together and very briefly, because we have got a packed schedule for you today. We have 4 plenary talks from this stage. We have the governor this afternoon. We have 20 breakout sessions in 3 different buildings. It's been a bit of a challenge, and I want to thank AdCare, our partners, and all that they've done to help us put this together. We're thankful that it's a beautiful day, because putting you outdoors to walk across the street to the Holiday Inn by the Bay or to the main health conference center next door, just beyond the garage, this is all a challenge. But that's one reason I'm not giving an appropriate introduction to our next 4 speakers. They are all important partners in our work. Many of you know them. Some of them have been with us before. So we have kind of a collective kind of 50 minutes so we get kind of 10 minutes each, and you may find somebody borrowing a couple minutes from somebody else, but I want you to hear from each and every one of these individuals. So following me is going to be Director Sarah Squirrel. Sarah was with us last year in Bangor. She's the Director of the Office of Behavioral Health within the Department of Health, within the Department of Human Services. She came over here from Vermont. She's been an amazing partner for us and is building a very strong team there. Following Sarah will be Andy Muller. Dr. Muller is the Chief Executive Officer of Maine Health. They are our largest health organization. There's pieces of it that are very important to our work. They also have an amazing substance use disorder steering committee that Katie Harris put me together with, what year? At least 5 years ago, Katie, right? And they're doing amazing work. So we're really excited to have Dr. Muller. He's new to many of you, and as the CEO of our largest healthcare system, it's appropriate for him to welcome you to Portland. It's also very nice of them to give us the use of their conference center next door. Truthfully, if that conference center wasn't here, we probably couldn't do this meeting here today. And I know a lot of you wanted to be in Portland. It's our largest city, and we are deeply appreciative of Maine Health, Katie, Dr. Muller, and their team for letting us do that. Following Dr. Muller, although I have not seen her here, but I'm sure she's here, is the U.S. Attorney for the state of Maine, Darcy McElwee. And if she isn't here, she will be here by the time she's supposed to be. I just don't see her. She's probably in this arena somewhere. And then following the close of this segment will be our amazing Attorney General Aaron Fry, who's been such a strong partner with the governor and myself and all of us in this work. And I have seen the Attorney General here, right there. Thank you, Aaron. So without further ado, after this segment, before we have our first Voice of Recovery, I want to remind you that as in past years, starting in 2019, every one of our plenary talks and every one of our breakout sessions today will begin with a Voice of Recovery, an individual in recovery or a recovery ally, and in 3 to 5 minutes, we've asked them to tell you a little bit about their journey. And that's been the most powerful parts of these 4 summits that we've had. Not in any way to set this up regarding our plenary speakers, but it has been true in the past that while people might not remember what Sam Canonis said or what some of our other plenary speakers said, people always remember. A young lady in recovery, a young woman in recovery, or one of our other amazing voices of recovery, or recovery allies, like our friends the Yankowskis. People do not forget those, and that's what brings many of you here. So I want to give a shout out right now, and please recognize all our voices of recovery today. There's 23 of them. Now, if Director Squirrel would take the podium, and I will introduce some other very special guests, but not till 9 o'clock after this segment, and we'll go right through all four of these presentations without further introduction by me. Director Squirrel.
Good morning. What a beautiful morning in Maine. It is so nice to be here with all of you. It's truly an honor to serve as the director of the Office of Behavioral Health and to have the opportunity to welcome you all here to Governor Mills' 5th Annual Opioid Summit. I want to thank all the individuals who made today possible, especially the amazing team at the Office of Behavioral Health, particularly Madison Barassa, Catherine Coutu, Elizabeth Fortier, Rob Porter, Sarah Wade, Jamie Imscripsey, and Stacy Chandler. Can we please give them a round of applause? And I also want to thank Governor Mills for bringing us all here today. Her leadership and vision has literally transformed the landscape of our opioid response here in Maine. I also want to thank Commissioner Lambrou for her strategic and thoughtful leadership. Her dedicated support continues to foster innovation, pushing us to shape and develop new initiatives and programs and approaches. And to Gordon Smith for his steady hand in leading our opioid response, slowly knitting together the fabric of our statewide work into a tapestry of trust, partnership, and a shared sense of purpose. I also want to thank my fellow leaders at the Department of Health and Human Services, Michelle Probert, our Director of the Office of Maine Care, Todd Landry, the Director of our Office of Child and Family Services, and Nancy Beardsley, the Acting Director of CDC. Each of their teams contributes greatly to the core pillars of our unified work around substance use, spanning reimbursement, systems delivery, child and adolescent and family services, child welfare, prevention, and harm reduction. And I want to thank all of you. There are no easy answers to the challenges that we face in the opioid crisis. The issues are complex, and for many of us every day, it feels like one step forward and 2 steps back. Today is an opportunity to take stock of the great work that we're doing and not only identify what we can do better, but what are we doing well and how do we do more of it? If we rigorously research the root cause of our success as a state and our strength in the opioid response, what would we find? I think we'd find leadership at every level across the continuum of our behavioral health system. Prevention leaders, recovery leaders, harm reduction leaders, treatment provider leaders, youth leaders, courageous leaders. We'd find resources, federal funding from our partners at SAMHSA, state funding that's been supported by this administration, the legislature, and our Office of the Attorney General. And we'd find strong and resilient communities, community members, leaders, businesses, schools, first responders, and law enforcement that recognize the role that they play and stand by side with us. And we'd find strategy. Responding to the opioid crisis requires bifocal vision, with a focus on the short-term needs immediately before us and getting up on the balcony of our system of care, setting that long-range vision and monitoring our work through the Opioid Strategic Plan and our comprehensive behavioral health plan for Maine. And much like our Maine weather, the context environment of the opioid crisis is constantly changing, and our efforts and approaches need to evolve as well. Maine has long been a leader in innovation. We established the first crisis receiving center right here in Cumberland County, providing 24/7 low-barrier access to an array of behavioral health services, peer services, and same-day access to medication for opioid use disorder. The center is already serving just under 200 individuals a month, with half being served with 2 visits or less, diverting calls from the Portland Police Department, of which 43% would have needed to go to the emergency center. Also, I want to acknowledge the great work that our Office of Maine Care Services is doing. They're developing treatment connection, an upcoming resource that will serve as an online tool for providers and the public to connect to behavioral health services. We're focused on promoting Treatment Connection right now, and just let that go. For any providers in the room, I would encourage you to visit the Treatment Connection table to get more information. And we've also been laser focused on expanding access to treatment for incarcerated individuals. The Office of Behavioral Health has been partnering with the Somerset County Jail, piloting the use of Sublocade, which is extended release buprenorphine, to support higher rates of treatment retention and lower rates of recidivism. I want to thank Sheriff Dale Lancaster and Elaine O'Connor, who I know is here today, for their leadership and partnership in this work. Prevention is one of the headlines of the summit, and appropriately so, as I think we'd all agree it's one of the key antidotes to combating our battle against opioids. The bottom line is, the earlier we intervene, the better the outcomes. We also know that one of the greatest protective factors that we can offer our youngest Mainers is building a sense of belonging and fostering a sense of mattering. But how do we do that? How do we foster a sense of mattering for our youth? The answer is always clear when I speak with them. They say, just please listen to us. Young people are our future. They're our future leaders. They're our greatest ambassadors for tolerance, for breaking down stigma, for promoting acceptance, and supporting one another. We need to keep them directly part of the conversation in our work in prevention and recovery. The Office of Child and Family Services is launching a pilot to train and hire 20 youth peer recovery coaches across the state. And this program will empower youth leaders to support their peers who are struggling with substances or substances within their families. There are 2 breakout sessions this morning that focus on the voice of youth. I'd encourage you to hear from our young people directly. And at some fundamental level, I feel like our opioid response efforts are truly a form of community building. One of our keynotes today, Carlton Hall, has been a thought leader on this for decades, reminding us that our communities require real solutions and authentic engagement, acknowledging that our substance use system is really an ecosystem, and we're all parts of a greater whole, dependent on each other. I want to thank you all for being here today. It's like looking out across a room of 1,000 mirrors, reflecting back to me the power of our commitment, our personal resolve, and our determination. I would venture that for almost every individual in this room, our life's work is to fight to help people, and every life is worth saving. The opioid crisis is far from over, but our resolve is strong, our commitment is deep, and we will never give up. I want to thank you all for being here today, to our esteemed speakers and keynotes, and I'm looking forward to a powerful day that challenges us and inspires us to continue this urgent and important work together. Thank you.
Hey, good morning. My name is Andy, and I'm a family physician and have the privilege of serving as the CEO for Maine Health. And it is so wonderful to see all of you here in Portland this morning. I'd like to begin by thanking the governor for her leadership in calling attention and focus to this brutal disease that afflicts so many in our beautiful state. And I'd like to thank her for appointing Gordon Smith to really provide policy leadership for us on this topic. At Maine Health, we are committed to authentically living our vision of working together so our communities are the healthiest in America. And as I think about that vision, and I think about it with respect to substance use disorder, I think there are 2 words that are most critical, and that's together and community. I think about the governor's task force bringing together clinicians, physicians from across the state to really help provide clinical policy guidance. And our Maine Health Care team has told me how incredibly effective and important that is. I'm so proud of our Maine Health Care team, where we have 156 clinicians providing medication-assisted treatment to over 2,000 patients each and every month. It's a really, really important service. And as important as that medical care is, I think we all recognize that it can't just be medical care alone. It's only part of the puzzle. One of the other parts are the tangible parts of helping support and treat people with substance use disorder. And that's all of us working together to ensure that there's adequate food, adequate housing, job security, and access to primary and dental care. Those are the tangible things we need to ensure that we're help supporting those on their journey with substance use disorder. There's also the intangible parts, which are equally important. And those are things like the support, understanding, patience, and genuine empathy that's required to help those who are on their path. Those intangible parts are also critically important. So we need all three of those parts together to really be effective in treating patients with substance use disorder. As daunting as it seems, as much as this is a challenge for us, it's also important that we don't forget some of the success stories. And I like to think about our MOM program, a program created to help support those patients who are struggling with substance use disorder and who are pregnant. And we were recently approached by a young woman who had discovered she was pregnant. She was 4 months along in her pregnancy, and she was suffering from substance use disorder and many other mental health conditions. She was living with her partner, who was also struggling with substance use disorder and also other mental health conditions. And she knew it wouldn't be safe to bring her new baby into her home, because her home was a garden shed, a simple garden shed, the kind of building that you'd put your lawnmower or other garden tools in. There was no water, no heat, no electricity. So by participating in the program, we were able to significantly improve her condition, effectively treating her substance use disorder, and helping to connect her with social services in her community that found a shelter that was able to temporarily house her after her newborn was born. 11 months later, she's now living in a subsidized apartment, off on a good track. Her new family is going to have an incredibly bright and optimistic future, something that wouldn't have happened otherwise. So I think about those two words, together and community. And it's going to take all of us working together, government, healthcare providers, employers, family and friends, to create the community that we're going to need to really help and support those individuals on their journey. This conference is a wonderful event to really call attention on the needs of our state and how we really think about helping those in need. And I want to commit to all of you that Maine Health will always be here to help support, prevent, and treat those with substance use disorder. Thank you all so much for being here today.
Good morning. I didn't mean to give anyone a scare. Good morning and welcome. I am so pleased to be here with you today at this important and special event for the second time. The partnerships that my office enjoys with Gordon, the Governor's Office, the Attorney General, Maine Department of Public Safety, Maine's law enforcement community, and so many of the organizations represented here today are critical to our shared work in trying to battle the crippling opioid epidemic in Maine. As I believe Gordon said a few minutes ago, my name is Darcy McElwee, and I am the United States Attorney for the District of Maine. I am, as a result, the Maine's Chief Federal Law Enforcement Officer. I am the representative for President Biden, Attorney General Garland, and the Department of Justice here in Maine. I am also a career federal prosecutor, a former Maine state prosecutor, a native of Aroostook County, I always pause for applause at that point. I am a mother, and I am a proud child of a father in his 38th year of recovery. I'm here today to learn along with you, share ideas, and show support for a holistic approach to a public health crisis out of which we cannot arrest our way to fewer overdoses and deaths of loved ones. At today's summit, I look forward to hearing more about the dozens of policy strategies in the governor's action plan for the next 2 years, including those centered on harm reduction, treatment, and recovery. We will discuss the importance of reducing the stigma associated with substance use disorder. You will hear about strategies which include strengthening coordination among public safety leaders and partners. My office is committed to leading those efforts as we develop new and innovative ways to stop the supply of fentanyl coming into Maine, as well as educate and prepare our law enforcement personnel to be ready to successfully intervene and interact with those who they serve in our communities who are struggling with opioid use disorder. I am so proud of the work being done by law enforcement throughout the state of Maine in collaboration with the Options Program. And several Maine state police Maine police departments are engaged in truly unique, collaborative, and thoughtful interventions in their communities. As a result, those who they support are finding their way to safety, stability, and recovery instead of jail. This should make all of us feel hopeful. I am inspired personally and professionally by stories of those brave enough to ask for help. I hope through this statewide summit celebration of the work being done to respond to this crisis in Maine, we will encourage those we serve to do the same. As we know all too well, fentanyl is the deadliest poison we've ever seen in our streets. Through May of this year, the cause of death in approximately 80% of overdose deaths in Maine included fentanyl or fentanyl analogs. It is increasingly being mixed with other drugs to increase their potency. In that same time period, 88% of overdose deaths that indicated cocaine as a cause of death and 82 that included methamphetamine also included fentanyl. In many, if not all of those deaths, the user likely was unaware of the drugs they were consuming contained fentanyl. Although I did just read this morning in a new article that came out in the Washington Post that there's also this belief that people are adding it to those drugs because fentanyl has a sedative effect and they want to get through their day. More recently, we are seeing fentanyl mixed with xylazine, a powerful veterinary sedative, and with tramadol, a strong pain medication used to treat moderate to severe pain. These are deadly combinations, to be sure. I'm here today to assure you that the Department of Justice is doing everything we can to stop fentanyl from being manufactured and trafficked into the United States and Maine, including, thank you, including trying to get social media companies to get it off their platforms. We understand this is more than an epidemic, it is an emergency, including here in our state. As we all know, this is a crisis that continues to evolve as technology does. Social media has opened up new retail markets upon which international drug cartels have capitalized. Social media platforms have unfortunately become a vital tool in the sale and marketing of illicit and increasingly deadly drugs. As Ann Milgram, our administrator of the DEA, recently publicly reported, social media has given drug cartels the ability to reach people at massive rates. It is illegal to sell fake pills or illicit drugs on social media platforms, yet it is not difficult to find evidence that it's happening every day. The DEA reports that social media companies are not doing enough to help with the government's attempts to help address the ongoing opioid crisis throughout our nation. And some, frankly, are making no attempt at all to stop the illegal trafficking taking place on their platforms. This is the latest focus of agents and prosecutors at a federal level, in addition to attacking the supply at its inception. As you may have heard in the national news, the Department of Justice recently announced the first prosecutions of Chinese chemical companies and nationals for the trafficking of precursor chemicals used to make fentanyl. These are companies and individuals who are making millions of dollars on the backs of individuals struggling with substance use disorder, including here in Maine. A single precursor chemical valued at just $200 in China is quickly turned into more than $1 million in revenue on the streets of the United States. by these Chinese actors. For example, as reflected in a recent federal prosecution out of New York, precursor chemicals traveled from Wuhan, China, to the Sinaloa cartel based in Mexico, to California, where it was then distributed across the country. In fact, the largest known shipment of fentanyl shipped to Maine was recently seized, having been shipped from Arizona to a town in Androscoggin County. Make no mistake, Maine is not immune from this phenomenon. And as my boss in Washington, Attorney General Merrick Garland, recently said, we are targeting every step of the movement, manufacturing, and the sale of fentanyl from start to finish. While federal authorities are attacking the supply internationally, here in Maine, my office and the federal law enforcement agencies are working closely with state and local partners to help address the supply of this deadly drug by disrupting those who are trafficking it into our state. Our caseloads reflect that this crisis is not restricted to our most populated or urban communities. While fentanyl has taken over the headlines, and rightly so, we have not lost our focus on other deadly drugs that continue to feed the overdose crisis here in Maine, including the illegal prescription and distribution of opioids. If you look solely at the percentages, it appears that prescription opioids are playing a smaller role in overdose deaths across Maine. After all, in 2019, prescription opioids were reported to be present in approximately 25% of the overdose deaths in Maine, and through May of this year, it's at just 17%. But percentages can be misleading, and in all of 2019, 96 Mainers died of overdoses in which pharmaceutical opioids were a contributing cause. In just the first 5 months of this year, 65 Mainers lost their lives to such overdoses. For these reasons, the Department of Justice remains focused on the role that prescription opioids continues to play in this crisis and pursuing effective interventions to prevent opioid addiction and overdose. While prosecution is, of course, the focus of my office, we stand with and support the efforts of all of you who work for peer support networks, organizations, and state agencies to expand awareness about and availability of important interventions like naloxone, harm reduction, and treatment, as well as to provide opportunities for stable housing and employment for those in recovery. Any loss of loved ones in our communities can leave us discouraged. You do incredibly brave and important work. It's difficult work as well, and you're making a difference. On behalf of the entire Department of Justice, I want to thank you for your continued commitment in this fight, reflected by your presence here today at this summit. The strength of our partnerships has never been more important than it is today, particularly when it comes to confronting the fentanyl epidemic. We are grateful for your work, all that you do, and we are committed to continue working with you to keep and protect Maine safe. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Aaron Fry. I have the privilege of serving as Maine's Attorney General, and it's even more of a privilege that I can be joining with you for a 5th time at the Governor's Opioid Summit here in Maine. It is worth a round of applause. Before I was elected to this position, I was a private defense attorney in Bangor. I represented individuals who were charged with crimes. I represented parents who were having some challenges with raising their children without the need for some intervention. I was in the legislature. During those years, it was very hard for the attention that deserved to be paid to this issue to get that attention. In fact, quite the opposite. It was fighting against prejudice, fighting against judgment, fighting against bias. And it is so refreshing over the last 5 years. We have had a governor, we've had an administration, we've had a legislature who has been focused on making sure that we are meeting people where they're at and giving them the pathways forward so that they can lead more constructive, more valuable, more enjoyable lives. And so it's exciting to be here for the 5th time with all of you to be doing this great work that Maine, our friends, our families need us to be doing in our communities. So I want to start off by mentioning that last time I was with you, I talked about how my office had secured significant legal settlements against those actors, those bad actors, who really fueled the opioid crisis here in Maine and across the United States. You may remember for those of you that were here last time, you may remember that I had announced that we had, because as Maine's chief legal officer, we had brought suit and were successful in settling against manufacturers of opioids, distributors of opioids, had secured about $130 million coming into Maine over the next 18 years in order to address that crisis. Well, we added to that. So since I last saw you, we have closed down 5 more settlements with Walmart, with Teva, with Allergan, with CVS, with Walgreens. These corporate actors who acted to fuel the opioid crisis with their reckless practices, not only do we stop them from doing that, but we also secured about $100 million more coming into Maine over the next 18 years, which means in total we have about $230 million that my office has secured in making sure those who are suffering from substance use disorder, those communities who want to figure out how to make sure to provide prevention, rehabilitation, harm prevention, that there are dollars that will be available to add with the resources that the legislature is providing, that the Mills administration is providing, that private citizens, private corporations, nonprofits are providing. It is my hope that these resources that my office has been able to bring in, as well as, by the way, very importantly, stopping the practice of those companies that led to this crisis in the first place, it's my hope that we can do some really good work over the next 18 years. One of the presentations today is on the Maine Recovery Council. I encourage you, if you are not already signed up for that, please consider attending that this afternoon. They're receiving about 50% of that money to distribute to programs throughout the state of Maine. There's 15 different members of that council who represent a broad range of all those who are impacted by the opioid crisis. It includes, not only political leaders, but it also includes those who have lived experience, those who are, working with those to help transition them to get on the other side of their addiction. As well as municipal leaders as well. It's just a lot of people who are going to be working really hard to make sure that those resources are directed in a way to help benefit people here in Maine. I encourage you to see that. Also, this is also my opportunity to point out that some of this money is going to 39 different counties and municipalities across the state. Please go to the Office of the Attorney General website. There's a section that's on opioids. It tells you where all this money is going as it comes into Maine. Find, every single county is receiving money under these settlements. There's a number of municipalities. Find out if your county, find out if, what your city might be receiving, and figure out how you can talk with them about making sure that this resource is not squandered, that this resource is directed in the most productive way. Please do that. Just go to the Office of the Attorney General website and you can find that. Let me also add that you heard the U.S. Attorney talking about some statistics. I want to direct you all to the MaineDrugData.org. If you haven't visited that website yet, MaineDrugData.org, the Mills administration has made sure that there is a centralized place where you can receive information that ranges in what folks who are working to provide more healthy communities, what they need to know about the drug crisis here in Maine. And part of that information, part of that resource, is material about the impacts of the opioid crisis, specifically fatal overdoses, non-fatal overdoses, and what those look like here in Maine. That is very important data. For 2 decades now, the Office of the Attorney General has been funding the reporting of the fatal overdoses, but working with the Office of Behavioral Health, working with Gordon Smith, working with the Mills administration, working with Marcy Sorg from the University of Maine, Margaret Chase Smith Center up at Orono, 2 years ago, we started doing monthly reports to provide more timely data about what is going on in your counties and your communities for not only fatal overdoses, but also the non-fatal overdoses, about what drugs are being found, within the system, programming that is being offered through the Office of Behavioral Health that is being developed by the Mills administration. All of this information is now available on a monthly basis in a report on MaineDrugData.org, along with other information. It is so important for us to be calibrated as best we can with the most up-to-date information. And so while we think about those 47 Mainers, those 47 souls who lost their lives because of an overdose in May. When we think about the 692 over the course of the year of non-fatal, of those who they did make it through, they have another opportunity for us to work with them. When we think about those non-fatal that we can work with, please be thinking about how you might use that data in your daily work in order to improve outcomes here in Maine and best use the resources we have. Again, that's at mainedrugdata.org. Something that I've been very impressed with while serving as Attorney General is the dedication and willingness to respond no matter what that we see from law enforcement and from our emergency medical services. We ask our public safety to respond, we ask them to remain, and we ask them to resolve whatever issue we don't know how to deal with, right? And of course, that work that is asked of our law enforcement officers, of our emergency medical teams, is in part to help deal with the impacts of the opioid crisis. Not only those who are struggling with their addiction, but also dealing with those who are preying on those who have an addiction, right? So you heard the U.S. Attorney talk about the significance of the drugs that are coming into Maine, the fentanyl, which is mixed in just about everything, the xylazine, which has been transformed into what is being used now, and we are seeing more and more in both fatal and non-fatal overdoses. We are asking our law enforcement and emergency systems to deal with that when we can't. So while the state, while all of you, while the Mills administration, while there's a lot of work going into making sure that the resources are available to direct those who are struggling with a substance use disorder, with family members who are trying to find help for their family members who are struggling with disorder, until we get those resources fully calibrated, it's going to be law enforcement and emergency medical that are going to be responding. And I hope that we all keep in mind that when I talk about responding and remaining, they can't leave. It's never too hard. We're just going to back off this. They have to stay. They have to deal with it. And they're doing a tremendous job at making sure that not only are lives saved and preserved, but also making sure that they are the conduit through which those who are struggling with a substance use disorder may now be able to transition to those resources that we are all working to make sure are available to provide that non-criminal justice intervention. So please take time to think about just how much we ask of law enforcement and emergency medical, how much they do to make sure that our communities are safe, and that individuals who are struggling with substance use disorder do have that pathway forward. And just finally, I do want to recognize, as I hope I was doing at the beginning of my remarks, that this all would not be possible but for the amazing work of the Mills administration, of Governor Mills herself, of all of those who she has working for her that are calibrating to make sure that that programs like this and what happens after today are possible. But more importantly, this is not a room I thought I would be standing in 6 years ago. I did not conceive that our state would be able to come together and, not only do the right thing, but also fight the bias, fight the stigma, fight all of those things that prevented us from doing more of the right thing before really until we had an administration that was focused on doing the right thing. And I just want to thank all of you for not only taking the time that you're taking today to use this opportunity to better calibrate what it is that you're going to be able to do in your communities, but also because I know that today is just one of the ways in which we recommit ourselves to the important work of making sure that the opioid crisis does not take Maine over. So thank you all for your work. I hope to be a good partner in that, and I look forward to, like all of you, learning a lot today about how we can do more good work here in Maine. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you to all our welcoming presenters, and thank you for keeping us on time. It actually gives me a little time, which I always appreciate. There are some people I want to thank. I need to make a few announcements that will be helpful to you. But I am deeply appreciative for the partnerships that we have with the U.S. Attorney's Office, Attorney General Fry, really appreciate, and Maine Health, and thank you so much. I do want to, at 5 o'clock, I'll also be thanking some people. But should you not be here, I want to acknowledge that we have 4 signers today working really hard, and we really appreciate them. As you look for your breakout sessions, there are people in purple vests in the lobby to direct you to your session. I mentioned earlier that the logistics, we're in 3 different buildings, so it's more difficult than usual. If you're doing the Maine Health Conference Center, those rooms, you'll go to the lobby and go to the Free Street side and then turn left. It's just on the other side of the garage. If you're going to the Holiday Inn by the Bay, you can't kind of miss it, but you'll go out and go to the Spring Street side, you go to the left. And we've given you like 15 minutes recognizing that it takes a little time to get situated. And almost all those rooms will be full. And so if you, in fact, don't get a seat in a breakout session that you really wanted to attend, you can come back. There are 2 very popular sessions in the arena. We predicted that the session from Jackson Laboratory, our 4 research teams are down here somewhere, would be a very popular session. We wanted to have it as a plenary session, but we just got so filled up that we are doing it in this room as a breakout session, but it's also going to be live streamed because we can live stream everything courtesy of our friends at AV Tech over here. And so you can always come back to the arena if you are disappointed that you didn't get a seat. And then at the 3 o'clock breakout sessions, similarly, the Attorney General and his staff and almost our entire Maine Recovery Council talking about the settlements will also be in this room, and that will be live streamed. And so there's almost 300 people assigned, that have indicated a preference for each of those sessions. Now we need to talk about lunch. Unfortunately, the 2 food trucks that we hope to have on Spring Street are not going to be available today. We tried to get word to you, you could bring your lunch, and hopefully some of you did. There's also 3 concession stands that have more enhanced options in the arena, in the hallways, than you would normally get at a hockey game or something like that. So, and then it's Portland. It's a nice day. You can walk to a sandwich shop, a restaurant. So again, we knew from last year's experience, it's just difficult to serve 1,400 people lunch. And so those are your options for lunch at this point. If you are a physician and you want CME, we have that available, but you have to sign in at the lobby, at the AdCare desk at the lobby. I want to introduce some of our partners from the state. And I want to remind you that one of the reasons that we're able to do this is that we have a cabinet that Governor Mills picked in 2018 that it's just amazing, the people we get to work with, and none have left. Think about that. We're now 4.5 years, got through a global pandemic that nobody expected, and yet you think of the turnover at government, you think of the turnover sometimes in the president's cabinet, all these people, nobody's left. And 4 or 5 of the cabinet, of the commissioners will be here today. Some of them are here now, and so I just want to acknowledge them because they don't all necessarily have a speaking role today. But later on, you will hear from our Commissioner of Human Services, Commissioner Lambrou, because let me think, she's definitely introducing our final keynote speaker from ONDCP. And I'll ask you to hold your applause till I find all the commissioners that might be here. So we have the Commissioner of Public Safety, Commissioner Michael Soschak down here in front. He's such a great partner in our public safety work, and he's our liaison to all the law enforcement in the state, the sheriffs, the chiefs of police, the state police. He has an awesome responsibility, but he always finds time to take my calls. I don't know if Commissioner Liberty is here yet. Is Randy here? Where are you, Randy? He is here? Oh, he's way up back. Well, you're supposed to be up here. We have special seating, but I can't tell you how helpful Commissioner Liberty has been. He's very forward-thinking in our Department of Corrections. We really lead the country in the percentage of our residents of the facilities of our Department of Corrections with people being treated with medication for substance use disorder. 44% of our residents are getting treatment. That leads the country in that field. So I know that our director of the Office of Policy Innovation in the Future, my boss, Hannah Pingree, is going to be here at some point today. And again, with 1,400 people in the room, I don't know where Hannah might be. But if Commissioner Soschak, Commissioner Lambrou, Hannah, and Randy again would stand just to accept the greetings of the arena. Thank you. Now, we have some very special guests from the federal government. You've heard from the U.S. Attorney's Office, which is obviously a part of the federal government as well. But our federal partners at the Department of Health and Human Services support so many of our activities financially through the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration or through its many divisions and they've been participating in this event for all 5 sessions. But we have a special group here from Region 1 from Boston today because for 2 days, they've been up, hosted by Lisa Sockbasin and Wabanaki Health and Wellness, and looking at their facilities in Bangor and Millinocket. So again, I'm going to introduce them all together. And I probably will miss one or two, but these are people that I'm with every month who couldn't be more interested in our work in Maine, who have made a real effort to get us together with the other New England states, look at our data, borrow from each other. So our dear friend Taylor Bryan Turner, who's the Assistant Regional Director of HHS for the SAMHSA in Region 1, Paul Jacobson, did I see Paul? I don't know where Paul is. I thought he was here. No, okay. Elaine Zimmerman, though, is here. Elaine with the ACF Regional Administration. And Everett, is Everett here? Where's Everett? Everett Hanford is our fairly new HHS Regional Director, and Everett's here. And again, I can't thank you all enough for your support, and I'd like to have you stand and be recognized. I still have 2 minutes. These will be my only substantive comments. We just returned, 6 of us, from a team that Maine sent to something called the naloxone saturation policy academy that was put on by the Center for Substance Abuse Treatment, which is led by Dr. Olson. Dr. Olson will be speaking today, and she's here with us this morning. And we shared with 9 other states our strategies for how we distribute this life-saving medication. It's the only prop I brought today. This saves lives. It's that simple. It saves lives. And when you think about it, is there a more noble act than saving a person's life and giving them a chance at recovery. So I want you all to have this in your automobile. It's better to keep it like in your briefcase because of the temperature in winter and summer. But there's no reason. Our saturation policy calls for this to be everywhere within reach when it's needed. And we've done an amazing job. We've distributed 330,000 doses of naloxone. But frankly, that's not enough. I mean, you're all here because there's a lot of hopeful signs, but we are not by any means done this work, and you and I know that. There's somebody that dies in this country every 5 minutes of an overdose. We still have nearly 2 a day in the state of Maine. Now, 93% of our overdoses are being saved, and we're giving people a chance. But those 2 a day that we lose, we have to do better than that, and you know that. And we can, together, we can do that. So let me just bring that to our first voice of recovery. We have 23 voices of recovery, as I said today, but the beauty of this being the Governor's Summit is the Governor and I get to pick who the voices are on this stage. We really have appreciated Portland Recovery Community Center organizing the Voices of Recovery for the breakout sessions. But Abby Frucci from Machias is our first voice of recovery. She's the first person in the United States of America to be on the national board of what was the National Association of Drug Court Professionals and is now called All Rise, I think. And she just came back from their national meeting in Texas. She's the first drug court graduate to serve on that national board. She works, yes. It's always difficult to ask people to tell you their story in 3 to 5 minutes, but I knew if anybody could, that Abby could do this. She's with the Community Caring Collaborative in Machias. She's just an amazing person, and it's my pleasure to introduce her.
Hello and good morning. Nice to see everyone. There were 2 things that made me really nervous about coming here today, and those 2 things were parking and how my last name may show up on this board. So thank you, Gordon, for introducing me, and I saw that it showed up just the way it should. So thank you again for inviting me to speak and to share my voice of recovery. My name is Abby Frucci, and I'm a lifelong resident of Maine, traveling in today from Washington County, our easternmost county here in the state. I'm a mom, yes, Washington County in the house. I'm a mom and a bonus mom. I'm a licensed social worker. I'm a community volunteer, and I'm a person who has experienced the unrelenting grips of addiction, both as a child and a parent. I'm a person who entered the justice system when my son was just 11 months old. I'm a person who is facing 3 years of incarceration, 3 years away from my son during the most valuable developmental stages of his life. I'm also a person who was diverted away from incarceration. I was welcomed with open arms into the treatment and recovery community with care and understanding to help support me and my family navigate just the unfamiliar roads of recovery. But this is me, and I am not unique. There are many of us that have stories of pain, trials, isolation that have led us to the door of recovery. Have you ever heard someone say, if they want it, they just try harder? I stand here before you today to say I wanted it. As I tucked my child into bed at night, I said I want it and I want something different. But so many nights I felt the immense guilt and shame that's often accompanied with substance use, and I hid behind the only door that I knew. As I look around this room, I see so many peers, professionals, and even youth that are standing at that door, holding it open for many others to enter, standing there without judgment, with a message of hope, many of you who have shared your stories with me. You're standing at that door offering to show me a new way to live, to walk across that bridge. To my peers who have walked this path before me, you illuminate that bridge with hope and freedom from those unrelenting grips that I spoke of. You see, my journey in 2005 into recovery did not just begin because I wanted it. It was because of doors that were opened by people just like you. It was because instead of incarcerating me, you treated me. You connected me with others who had similar experiences as me. You cared for my child. You taught me. It wasn't always easy, and at times, stigma and barriers led to big hurdles, exhaustion, and often disappointment. But nonetheless, I had the community of peers and professionals that walked alongside me the entire way. Remember when I told you what makes me me? Well, that means things like education, employment, childcare, and social connections. Those were all brand new to me in my early years in recovery. They were all doors that were open for me along that path. As my recovery led me into my professional work, I began to see more seats at the table filled with professionals and peers from across a variety of sectors, from workforce and education, early childhood development, K-12 prevention, economic development to entrepreneurship, legal systems to behavioral health, housing to transportation. We're all working together to support Mainers not just to survive their substance use disorder, but thrive in their recovery. Many of these very efforts are shared and highlighted right here today. We describe Maine as one small town. Coming from such a tight-knit community in Washington County, I can tell you that each and every person plays a critical role in that ecosystem. I see so many familiar faces here today, some in which I call dear friends. Others, many of you, I've engaged with professionally. And others, while I've never spoken to you, or maybe we've worked professionally together, I know of you. I know of your recovery story or your professional reputation. I know that we're all working on a shared goal of creating a safer, healthier, more resilient community here in Maine. My husband is also a person in recovery, a person who has experienced homelessness and navigated the justice system. Along with our 3 children, all of these years later, we still describe ourselves as a family in recovery. Sometimes people ask me why. When I entered that door of recovery, I had no idea the gifts that awaited me. I took for granted the gift of presence, being there to tuck my child in at night, to cook a meal, or to attend a baseball game. Recovery not only healed me, it healed my family and continues to heal us today. I'm grateful to be part of so many efforts in my community, across my state, and across the country that supports this healing of individuals and families. I'm so grateful to be part of that. Like a stone in the pond, the impacts of substance use radiate far beyond its entry point. Similar, recovery does too. We never truly understand the profound impact we have in changing the trajectory of the lives touched by those ripples in the pond. While I cannot predict the future, I'd like to think that the generations of substance use that had impacted my family ended when I entered the door that you held open for me. Thank you so much for having me.
Good morning. My name is Scott Gonder. I'm the Associate Executive Director for AdCare Educational Institute of Maine. And I got to take advantage of being on the stage to shout out my amazing team, especially Lorena Liberty for providing the logistics for today's event. Our organization is very honored to be a part of this event and also the work that we do providing training and technical assistance to the behavioral health workforce to provide evidence-based services in this state. I'm also the director for SAMHSA's New England Prevention Technology Transfer Center, where we provide training and technical assistance to the prevention field here in Maine and the rest of the New England states. And we are a proud sponsor of this morning's prevention keynote speaker. When Gordon said there was going to be a prevention focus for this year's summit, and that we would need a dynamic, well-versed prevention expert to come to the stage to talk about the importance of prevention in this work, I knew immediately who to call, my good friend Carlton Hall. So I'd like to introduce him to the stage. Carlton Hall is the president and CEO of Carlton Hall Consulting, LLC, a multifaceted, full-service consulting firm designed to provide customized solutions, enable measurable change for communities, organizations, families, and individuals. Carlton spent 12 years with the Community Anti-Drug Coalitions of America, otherwise known as CADCA, serving in several leadership positions, and including most recently acting vice president of training operations and acting director for CADCA's National Coalition Institute. Carlton also supported CADCA's international programs in partnership with the U.S. State Department's International Narcotics Law Enforcement Division, managing training programs in Kenya, South Africa, and Ghana. Carlton is one of the primary architects of CADCA's National Coalition Academy. The Academy, a year-long coalition development program, is designed to increase the effectiveness of communities in drug demand reduction, producing population-level outcomes. With more than 25 years' experience in the fields of government relations, social services, and prevention science, Carlton first gained national prominence as the Communities That Care project manager for the Channing Bed Company, where he was a training senior consultant for 4 years. He received his master's in human services from Lincoln University in Pennsylvania. He was appointed as a project director for the Communities That Care process in Philadelphia, as well as the crime and public safety manager for the Philadelphia Empowerment Zone, a division of the Mayor's Office of Community Services. During that time, he managed a small planning grant to over $3 million for science-based prevention programming in the neighborhoods of Philadelphia. So please help me welcome to the stage Carlton Hall.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. All right. Yeah, that's it. Let me just start off, if you won't mind. This is kind of cool being right here. This is my first stadium gig, if you will. I feel like Beyonce. Maybe not, maybe not. It is such an honor, privilege, to be able to be here to share some thoughts that I have. I don't come here, and I'm not coming with the charge and the expectation of providing for you, some method and some tool and all of that. I'm not going to speak about statistics and data that I have read the agenda and am confident you are going to receive all that vital information throughout the day. I'm coming here today for some very selfish reasons. I'll explain that a little bit more as we go further, but I believe that this conversation that we're about to have is one of the most important conversations that I've been trying to have across this nation, and I am truly honored to have been extended an invitation to share this conversation with you. So thank you for who you are. Thank you for the invitation. I look forward to having this conversation with you. If you wouldn't mind, could you put your hands together to help me thank those who have been a part of organizing this. Your extraordinary governor, the great and tremendous leadership of Gordon, and my friends at AdCare. They're going to kind of hate that I'm even bringing them up because they do their work quietly. But if you wouldn't mind, could you help me thank the extraordinary gifted leaders that you all are privileged to have here with AdCare right now. They do tremendous work, Scott and the team. When I shared to folks that I was coming to Maine to have this opportunity to be with you all, I was surprised because many of them said to me, Maine, they're different up there. And that kind of took me aback. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? And they said, they're different. It's different up there. And I had no clue what they were sharing, no clue what they were talking about until I got off the plane and came out and Scott was there to pick me up and I saw pheasants outside of baggage claim, which is a little bit different for me. But it is an extraordinary state, an extraordinary community. And when I was actually researching to find out who I would be speaking to find out what it is that you all have been doing, to find out about this extraordinary effort that you all have had, and the fact that this amazing conference is the 5th time that you've been able to come together and convene such leadership. When I did my research about who you all are and what you all have done, I found out why they say Mainers are different. I'm here to share with you that I do this work across the nation, and I've had the privilege and opportunity of working with states all across this country. And I can stand here firmly, my knees don't shake, my ankles don't quake, when I tell you that the extraordinary, genuine conviction that I've seen in practically every episode and every aspect of all the things that I've seen you do here in Maine is unmatched. You all are extraordinary. It's different here. Your passion, your conviction is palpable. And so that led me to share that as we learned some extraordinary things from your remarkable U.S. Attorney and State Attorney General and our remarkable leader for the behavioral health efforts. I'm here to share with you that I want to talk to you about the role of prevention. And that's a little bit different because prevention sometimes is a little bit difficult and challenging to grasp and to get a hold of. And so I want to start off a little bit different. If Mainers are different, I'm going to be different. I'm going to start off a little different. I want to start off, if I could, with a bit of a game. I like to invoke a little fun in the conversations that I had. Maine, are you willing to have a little bit of fun with me as we have this conversation? Fantastic. I promise you it won't hurt. I promise you it won't hurt, but it will have a point. I'm going to ask you a simple question. Let's just do this. The tablecloths. What color are the tablecloths? I promise you no trick questions. All right? What color are the tablecloths? How do you spell white? I promise you no trick questions, and I promise you that there will be a point. What I want to do is start this conversation. I'm going to ask you a simple question. I want to ask you, what color are the tablecloths? I want you to say white 3 times. I want you to spell it 3 times and say white again. And at the end of that, I'm going to ask you another simple question, and we see what we come up with. Are you willing to play with me? Yes. Fantastic, man. Thank you so much. What color are the tablecloths? White, white, white. W-H-I-T-E, 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 white. What do cows drink? Yeah. I grew up, born and raised in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and I realize I'm a city kid, and there aren't very many cows where I come from. But when's the last time you all saw a cow drink a glass of milk? So why did I do that? Why did I do that? I did that for 2 reasons, actually. When I was actually first introduced to this issue and this challenge and to this work of prevention, a man by the name of Dr. Khalifa Ramadan stood in front of the group and did that. And I was actually so proud of my answer. I actually jumped up and yelled, "White milk!" Now, it's one thing to be wrong. It's another thing to be both loud and wrong at the same time. But it was also, and I swore to myself that I would always use this, but I said to myself, it was also an exercise in conditioning. And all I did is I spent 10 seconds, 15 seconds to condition us all to think about the color white. And based upon that conditioning, I asked us all a very simple question, and don't worry, what happens in Portland will stay in Portland here. But my question to you is, how often are the responses that we are providing to the very simple questions that are being asked of us, how often are they colored by the way we've been conditioned to think? Really, the goal of this remarkable summit is just this. Every single one of you knew what the answer was. But what did it require? It required us to stop, to think first, and then respond. And what this summit is gearing us to do is providing for all of us the opportunity to stop and think first as we respond to this issue. And part of what it is that I want to offer you with respect to prevention and prevention's role in this is prevention provides for us the tools to be able to help our communities stop and think and respond appropriately. Does that make sense to anybody here in the room? And so I'm here to share with you, and if we can bring the PowerPoint back up. Perfect. I'm here to share with you some thoughts that I have. And this is the first that I want to offer you, that if you don't hear anything else that I say today, remember this, that the role of prevention is for us to be disruptive, right? Disruption, and I love this because I got this definition from Facebook, so don't judge me. I just like it. But I love what she said. She says, disruption means to prevent something from continuing or operating in a normal way. How many of you will agree with me that there are some norms that are requiring disruption here in our state? So the goal of prevention is to be disruptive. So this is idea number one. Idea number two is actually offered to us from this remarkable author, Simon Sinek. Many of you may be aware of Simon Sinek and his work. He is a leadership guru of sorts, has become very, very well known with respect to his seminal work, Starting with Why. And I'm sharing this with you because he offered this idea that I think has real resonance for those of us here in this work of prevention, and that is people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it, right? And it's this notion that we are really, really good at expressing and explaining the what's that we can do. We can talk to you about the 6 stages of this and the 5 strategies for that and the 6 efforts of this. But if we are going to engage those that are outside our typical population in order to make sure that we're bringing about change, we have to find those folks that believe what we believe. That is the essence of what Simon Sinek was sharing with us. And so I relate that to prevention because it forced me to ask this question, well, what is it that we believe as preventionists? And what I will share with you is that I believe in 3 things. Number one, first and foremost, I'm a preventionist. I stand proud when I talk about this. And that means for me that I believe that the most important way and effective way of addressing any problem is to prevent that problem before it starts. Secondly, I believe in the full engagement and empowerment of the community in their role in helping us first understand the context of that problem, but also be a part of the solution of that problem. And 3, I believe in being guided by science in order to produce population level change, right? Which is intriguing for me, which is interesting for me. How do we make sure that we are moving the needle for the entirety of our population. So I'm guided by these three core value beliefs. I don't think that there's anyone in this room that would disagree with anything that I have on the screen, right? I don't believe that there are folks outside of this room that would disagree with what I have on the screen. So what is the issue and the challenge for us as we try and we present ourselves as ways in which folks can help to ameliorate the issues and the situations that we were in? I'm going to start off by sharing some good news with us, right? So there is some exciting information that we are able to share in that there's been a recent study that suggests to us that prevention works. We have a peer-reviewed, peer-published study that suggests that increasing numbers of adolescents are choosing abstinence in the efforts that we are all caring about. What does this mean and how does this show up? I just want you to take a look at this chart. Now, each of the lines represents a different substance, and I don't want you to figure out or pay too much attention in what those actual substances are. The point that I want to get you to see is what way is the trend line going in a positive direction. This is over decades of looking at this information from the Monitoring the Future surveys, right? If we were to flip this and look at no use of alcohol, cigarettes, marijuana, or other illicit drugs by high school seniors over the course of these several decades, look at this trend line. Which way is it going? In a positive direction, right? And this goes up to 2018 now, and there's been a new study that just came out. I just added this last night because I wanted to see if this had actually been advanced, and you can see that the trend line is continuing to go in a positive direction. These are young high schoolers who are saying that there's no use of alcohol, cigarettes, marijuana, other illicit drugs, either in the last 30 days or over the course of the lifetime. What does this mean for us? Well, what it means is that substance use among our young people is not inevitable, right? First and foremost, we have an opportunity here as preventionists, as those of us who are caring about ensuring that we are creating healthier lives for our young people, to build upon this trend. What I want to share with you is that contrary to much of the reports out there about our work and our efforts not availing too much, that we are indeed having success in the efforts and the works that you all are a part of doing. And we don't hear about those successes as much as we should. Can you all agree with me and see yourselves in the role that you're playing in making this a reality for our young people? Give yourselves a round of applause for the tremendous work that you all are doing. I want to start off with this because I want to share with you that at one point in time, every 3 high school seniors out of 100 were reporting that they were abstaining from substance use. Now, that is every 3 out of 10. That is remarkable, remarkable progress that has been made that we don't often think about and hear about. And so I want to start off with that, but I will share with you that the way I think about prevention has changed and has changed dramatically over the course of the last few years as a result of this. Much of my change in the way that I look and view prevention is a result of the fact of a radical change that happened in my life. Some 6 years ago, my life and my world changed irrevocably. my wife and I became grandparents for the very first time. And I don't know about you, but if there are any grandparents that are here in the audience, you already know what I'm about to say. When you become a grandparent, everything changes. It is like God has this gift for you that you can't open up until you become a grandparent. And when you open it up, what you find is that there's this whole new level of love that you never knew existed. My son and his wife gave us our first grandchild, my grandson, Ethan. And then 10 days later, my daughter gave birth to twins. And so, yeah, if you're doing the math, we went from 0 to 3 in 10 days. I don't know how y'all do it up here, but that's apparently the way it worked for me, where we came from, right? And they call me Babu. Babu is Swahili for grandfather. And so there's no sweeter sound than to hear those grandkids say, Babu, Babu. Right. So when I go to my children's home to visit my grandkids, I'm expecting the heavens to open up. I'm expecting the trumpets to declare because Babu has arrived. But this is what I find. I find that even though I have a couple of degrees, for the life of me, I can't figure out how to open up that doggone thing and navigate the stairs. And because I get hungry every night, when I get downstairs, I can't open up a doggone cabinet to get myself a peanut butter or jelly sandwich. And I can't for the life of me figure out how to charge my phone in their house. And doggone it, I don't mean to be rude and crude here, but I'm over 60 now, and there are just some places that should never, ever be restricted, in my view. I'm just saying, right? Here's the point that I want to make. In the context of this environment, who's the priority? Is it Babu? Who's the priority in the context of this environment? The children, right? Is there any doubt who the priority is in this environment? Zero doubt. Zero doubt who the priority is in this environment. In the context of this environment, I think we still have some questions to answer. In the context of this environment, I think there's still an open question to our young people. So, how did my grandchildren change the way I view the work that we do? For me, prevention is about identifying the most vulnerable in our population and identifying where they are most vulnerable. In other words, the environments that place them at greatest vulnerable risk. You know, kind of like the top of the stairs represents an invisible vulnerability for that most vulnerable population. And most importantly, prevention ought to be obvious, blatant, overt even, like intrusive. Right? Not something that we have to figure out what is it that we are doing, but rather that everyone should have no doubt who the priority is in the context of the society that we are working on behalf of. Does that make sense to anybody here in the room? And so as we think about this, what I would ask you to consider is that prevention goes across the lifespan. And as we're looking at these developmental opportunities for us to make prevention blatantly obvious, I was so impressed with the work that I saw that you all were doing here in the state. When the CEO of Maine Health shared about the MOM program that I learned about in my studies, I became excited because you all are doing and thinking about this in real practical ways. You are looking for opportunities throughout the developmental lifespan of Mainers, and you're trying to identify places and areas in which you can make those opportunities blatantly obvious. And you're doing that within your strategic plan. And I'm a bit of a nerd about strategic plans. I kind of read them for fun. I do, don't judge me, right? And so much so that I became a little bit upset when I found out that my research on the plan that I have has just been updated, and you all now have the doggone brand new plan. And so half of the things that I knew has already been changed because you all are already improving upon this all the time. Give yourselves a round of applause on that one. My goodness, I mean, part of what it is that you're doing is showing how, if you take a look at your plan, you will see where they are taking each of the things that we're sharing and illuminating them and making them blatantly obvious, making them actionable. And so, how does that all work with prevention? What I will share with you is that there is this remarkable kind of opportunity for us to think strategically and differently about prevention. So I just want to provoke a few thoughts for you, all right? And let me know when I have about 10 minutes left. Somebody get up and do some jumping jacks or something. You don't have to be shy, just let me know, right? But some of you may be familiar with this continuum of health, this continuum of care. Some of you may be familiar with it from the Institute of Medicine or the National Alliance of Medicine. With respect to this, science medicine. This is the continuum that they share for us that we ought to be thinking. And what I think would be helpful for us to consider is that we have traditionally looked at this as very siloed areas of health. There are those that are doing prevention, and then there are those that are doing treatment, and all in between. We have traditionally thought about this as siloed areas of support throughout my history in working in this field, but lately we have found that that has not been effective. And so it is helpful for me to think about it in terms of that middle line being the place where diagnosis happens. And everything prior to the line is where and how diagnosis occurs and the opportunities for us to intervene, utilizing universal, selective, and indicated prevention methods and methodologies, which I believe ought to be a core part of the strategies that you implement. We need universal primary prevention to be and receive some of the urgency around the support that you have. So you have some opportunities to consider and to think about those things as we also look at the fact that there are downstream efforts that are also recognized that we have to support. The thing that I want to share with you all is that this is all part of the same continuum, that we are all working collectively. And in states like Maine, where you are being thoughtful about how we can make sure that all of this is coordinated and all of this works collaboratively together, you all are doing the smart work of identifying that there are some real things that you can do here on this effort and incorporating harm reduction strategies throughout where you are aligning your harm reduction efforts, your harm reduction strategies with those of primary prevention work that can be done. So we all need to think about prevention as a way of we're all doing this work, whether we're looking at it from a primary standpoint or whether we're looking at it as a secondary standpoint. We are all involved with making sure that we are preventing the problem before it starts. And this work is hard work because the truth and the reality of this work is that it is really about bridge building that is occurring. It doesn't just happen because we all think it is a good idea. It happens because you have been thoughtful about the bridge that you are making. Let me share something about this particular bridge that you all are making, right? because we are now in a new place in our society. It is the reason why you had the CEO of Maine Health and the U.S. Attorney and the Attorney General here of this state all on the same stage talking about the same issue, because now we are living in a time where public health and criminal justice has to work with each other, has to be a part of the same strategy. And you've been building that bridge. You've been building that bridge so effectively, whether or not you're talking about having prevention as the cornerstone of this bridge, right? So if you're talking about your options initiative, which is doing some remarkable work saving lives by making sure that law enforcement and public health recovery professionals are there working alongside to make sure that you're assuring your folks are receiving life-saving care in immediate time frames, or the Maine Resilience Building Network and the tremendous work that they all are doing in helping us to understand how do we look at the brain, and how do we look at trauma, and how do we look at things like ACEs and positive childhood experiences, and incorporating that, making sure that we understand the importance of helping our young people learn that they matter to us, and making sure that they're incorporated in that. At the same time, you have a remarkable institution that's doing the ground level work of helping ensuring that some of those populations that may require additional outreach and additional help and additional support are receiving that support by doing that. Those incredible recovery centers that are now expanding across the state, providing greater access for those that are in need, and at the same time looking at the exponential work that you're doing in ensuring that naloxone is being made available to everyone here in this state through the Good Samaritan programs that you all are promoting. And Gordon, forgive me for this, but I will share with you that your monthly webinar series has become must-see TV for us here in this state. It is doing a tremendous job, and those grassroots efforts like the Be the Influence Coalition that is doing some ground level work as a part of the Drug-Free Community Support Program. All of you, brick by brick by brick by brick by brick, building up the opportunity to ensure that prevention is at the forefront of the work and the efforts that you are all doing in a coordinated fashion. That just doesn't happen. And I'm telling you, I do this in every state, and this is unique here in this country. Give yourselves a round of applause. I think Maine should be a model for other states around the country. And if I can share with you that there is no more urgent time than now. We are living in fiercely urgent times. This has become increasingly important. We are all familiar with the opioid issues and challenges that we have. We know that it is also being mixed with the messaging that's going about in terms of how our young people are feeling about marijuana use. We're talking about the fact that there is a growing swell of voices that are now asking us to consider the things of hallucinogens as medications. And we've heard that story before, and we know that new psychoactive substances are coming into our communities in ways that are very, very dangerous. The mix of synthetics and stimulants and all that we are dealing with here in this state is not something that is unfamiliar to you, including the challenges that our young people have expressed around vaping. All of these issues were before the pandemic. And the pandemic has made every single one of those issues and challenges worse. So while you all have been doing tremendous work, and there has indeed been significant progress that has been made here in this state and elsewhere, we all know that a lot of the lines that we are paying attention to are going in an unwanted direction, requiring us to redouble our efforts and redouble our attention, because this challenge has not gone away. And so we have to pay attention to those who are in communities that are not necessarily receiving the same amount of attention, the same amount of work, and the same amount of outreach as others, including our tribal communities. I was working in Arizona, and there was a remarkable study that was involved with tribal communities and their work and their efforts were related to this field and this issue. And as I was looking at that study and as I was researching the work that is being done here in this state, I found out that many of the tribes here are expressing the same issues and challenges here in Maine. There are populations that require attention. And so I had the great fortune of working with the Drug Enforcement Administration in the capacity of supporting an effort that at one time was referred to as Operation 360. It is now Operation Engage. And while I was doing that across the nation and working and supporting communities across the nation, I discovered some things that I believe are important guides for our thinking as we look at prevention, right? So I want you to do this. I want you to look at this picture. This was a remarkable community, great prosecutor in this community, the highest law enforcement individual in that particular community, who as a result of the opioid crisis had determined and decided that there were some challenges that they were having that required everyone's attention. And so he called a meeting to discuss this. And so can somebody look at this picture and tell me what you believe may be wrong with this picture? Empty seats, empty chairs, right? Not a whole heck of a lot of diversity and all, right? Which provoked me to start to think about who's responsible for the empty chairs. I mean, is it that in that community they just don't care enough? Or is the responsibility upon us to have a new kind of conversation? And I would suggest for us in prevention that conversation has to be about engagement. How might we reach beyond ourselves to ensure that the greater population is included in the conversations that we want to have? In prevention, we have worked the public health model approach. We understand it. We know it. We've learned the importance of defining the issues and defining the problems, making sure that we understand the context with those problems of risk factors and protective factors, and a comprehensive set of strategies that need to be employed with this. But how many of you will see that there is a fourth step? And that fourth step is where I believe that we as a field have to apply our attentions now. We've gotten real good at understanding the types of strategies that are work and that are important. But what we need to do now is focus our efforts on how we reach beyond ourselves to bring that greater population to bear so that everyone understands the vital importance of this work and the science that we find and we value. So I will share a few things with you. I'm going to start off by sharing this, and I'll let you know that I will skip over some slides for you. Don't worry about that. What I will tell you, though, is that these things are somewhat, I think, of value for the work that you all are doing. And I'll start off by simply saying, Hamjambo, hey, habari anu? Hey, Jambo, ni vizuri sana kuwa nyumbani. Ninyi ni watu wazuri. Mungu awabariki. Mambo sawa sawa. Mambo sawa sawa. Oh, come on, man. There's not a mambo or a sour in the bunch. All right. Is there anyone out here that at least can know what language I was speaking? Absolutely right. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. And so I'm the first of my family to have had the opportunity to spend significant time in the continent of Africa. And when Kenya was the very first place that I've ever touched. And I found out that I had a propensity for a language I'd never heard before. what I've said is I said, hello. I said, how are you? I said, thank you for making me feel at home. I said, you all look beautiful to me. Sorry, sir, I don't know the word for handsome. I said, God bless you all. I'm excited, let's get started. I'm excited, let's get started. I'm excited, let's get started. Now, was there anything wrong with what I said? Of course not. But it didn't elicit the response. Why? Because you couldn't understand what I was saying. I've been to community after community after community after community, and there is no shortage of folks that cared passionately about the work that we all are doing. And when they asked how can they be involved and engaged with the work and the efforts that we are doing, we say, sure, we're doing prevention. They say, great, how can I be involved? And we say, you can be a part of the strategic prevention framework. The strategic prevention framework is a 5-phase process that you can be involved with. And as you're doing that strategic prevention framework, you can also be involved with communities that care. Communities that care is another 5-phase process that you can be involved with. And if you're doing that, then there's also this other 5-phase process. We like 5-phase processes called collective impact. Collective impact means you have a backbone organization that you're going to start with. And if you're doing that very, very well, then you need to know the social ecological model. And the social ecological model doesn't mean anything without the social behavior, the social determinants of health. And if you don't have that, then you also need to make sure that you have an asset-based community development process and that asset-based community process works very, very well. And you do that with social development, there's 40 developmental assets, and those 40 developmental assets, you choose the social investment strategy, and the social investment strategy is guided by the social determinants of health. And the social determinants of health means that you have screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment, and all of these things means that you're working in health policies, and if you have health in all policies, you put all that into context. We got to be better at this. We got to be better at this. So for us, if we're going to be better at this, I'm going to offer 2 thoughts, and then I'm going to skip a lot of slides and get to the end here. 1, for us to make sure that the role of prevention science is applied effectively, we have to work on clarifying what it is that we're doing. Our folks need us to translate this. Take that remarkable plan that you've developed that's extraordinary and think about how do you translate this in a language that your community members will understand. Does that make sense to anybody here in the room? Right? Then focus locally. I don't know Maine very well. I'm sorry to say, don't hold that against me. I'm trying my best to learn as much as I can while I can. But I do believe that there's a difference in the way prevention ought to work here in Portland than, say, a place like Lincoln. Does that make sense to anyone? Right? And so if we are looking at this, we have to learn how to focus locally and define our strategic leverage. The variety of strategies that you all have to bear. How can we align that in such a way that you're creating leverage in order to move the needle at the population level? And lastly, we want to make sure that we're being thoughtful and intentional about engaging equitably, making sure that we are paying attention to those vulnerable populations that require us to spend a bit of extra attention to make sure that we're engaging. So, as we're doing this, I'm going to share a few things. If you wouldn't mind, read this out loud for me. Read it out loud. Yeah. So, I'm going to end with this couple of statements. Right? Here's the point. Why did you do that? You did that because our brain works in a very specific way. Our brains are wired to fill in missing information so that we may be able to make quick decisions, right? Like way back in the day, I didn't have to see that line to know if that bush was rustling, I need to get up out of here, right? We do it all now. How many of you have ever decided you were going to stop off at the supermarket on your way home from work, but then find yourself in the driveway because you were on automatic pilot, right? It scares me to think how many folks are driving on automatic pilot. How many of you will agree with me that even though you now know what that says, you still cannot not see jumping to conclusions, right? If I were to ask you to read this, I'm sure you could, right? How many of you can read that? What if I told you it doesn't say that at all, right? And here's the point that I want to make. There are gaps in the way we may have been talking about the work and the efforts and the issues that we are doing, that we are working on behalf of, that may have us as a society jumping to conclusions. And so how do we ward against this? How do we fight against this? How do we make sure that we're not being caught up by this? I will say to you that as you look at this piece of data here, which is a vital piece of data, and it looks relatively same. This is from 2020. I'm not sure if there's a new one that's out yet. I think there might be an update. Thank you so very, very much for that, Taylor. I appreciate that. But I would suggest to you that the data is very, very similar. I've been looking at this over years. And what you see in that gray slice, the U.S. Attorney shared with us the importance of still thinking about the pharmaceutical opioids that are still a challenge for us, even though we've made tremendous progress with respect to that. Let me tell you where we have some real opportunity to make prevention blatantly obvious. It is that gray slice that says that 47, the great majority of folks are getting them from friends and relatives. That's in our wheelhouse. That's what we have the opportunity to actually influence. My late brother, his name was Khalil. He suffered from sickle cell anemia, which meant that he had chronic pain, excruciating pain in joints all the time. That young man had every opioid that you can imagine at dosage levels that would frighten you, right? And he just took them like they were candy. But in my community where I come from, I'm from Philadelphia, in my neighborhood, most of us didn't go to a pharmacy if we had issues or challenges. We didn't go to a doctor to get a prescription. That costs money. We went to Khalil. And despite all of his great intentions, because Khalil swore that he could tell you, oh yeah, you just cut this thing in half, don't worry about this, you just take this, you can't take what I take, but you take this and you'll be okay. Did not realize and recognize not only how dangerous it was, but how wrong it was. How many of you agree with me that we have room there to actually do some work with respect to the conversations and the communications that we have in prevention? And this is the last and most important point that I want to share. This conversation I had with Dr. Fishman, he's a friend of mine, was back in 2014. And what he shared at that time that revolutionized the way I began to look at this particular issue is he said, contrary to popular misconception, medical initiation is not the majority pathway to opioid use disorder. The fact of the matter is that the vast majority of persons with opioid use disorder have had previous trouble with other substances, right? Not so much news today, but it was radically different than everything that was being shared back in 2013, 2014. And what that shared with me is the fact that we are not looking at a singular substance issue here. Even your latest report, I told you I'm a nerd for your reports. Those monthly reports that you put out are vital information. What is it, maindata.gov? Is that what it is? Maindata.org? Maindata.org is a vital resource for this thing that I will tell you doesn't happen in most other states. The information, the treasure trove of information that you have in there is vital. And what you all found and said is something that we all know. Fentanyl is found in fentanyl is always found in combination with multiple other drugs, right? My good friend Dr. Bob Dupont said it even more clearly. He says there is virtually no drug overdose deaths where fentanyl is the only drug present. The fentanyl problem is 100% a poly-drug problem, poly-substance misuse problem. And if I were able to show you data, what I can tell you is that when young people get involved and engaged with one substance, like marijuana, for example, that those who say that they are utilizing marijuana, when they're asked if they're also using alcohol, 44%. Those same young people, when you say, are you using marijuana? And they say, no, we're not using marijuana. Look at the difference. And that's with every other substance, right? And before you start thinking that I'm picking on marijuana, I'm not. Because the same is true whether I'm talking about alcohol or whether I'm talking about other illicit drugs, including opioid misuse. Here's the point I want to make. This is an opioid response summit, but we might as well call it a polysubstance misuse summit. We have to get in line with assuring that we're not playing whack-a-mole by addressing every single substance that comes up as an issue, as a challenge. 9 out of 10 of those that are living with substance misuse issues and challenges will tell you that they started as a teenager with a single substance that was a pathway, maybe not a gateway, but was a pathway towards further substance misuse. We have to focus our efforts earlier. We have to focus them there. And so, if you don't mind, I will end here. Oh, God bless you. God bless you. Sorry. How do we do this? Oh, there you go. I was listening to one of your programs, Gordon. And what was amazing about that particular program was that you were introducing the strategy. And all of the remarkable folks were on there, all the professionals. Many, I think, of you here in the room may have been on that particular webinar. And when it came to the question and answer period, all of the professionals had profound comments and statements, and I was learning from each and every one of you. But there was a young man who decided to speak up. His name is Caden. And I don't know if Caden is here. I've never met Caden, but I remember Caden to this day, and I listened to that some months ago. I remember Caden to this day. Because Caden said something that was more profound than all the other professionals that I heard on that thing. What Caden said is that if you want to really deal with this, you got to start in middle school. You got to start early. I was seeing things at 11 years old. I was introduced to things at 11 years old. I may not talk real well, but I'm telling you, you got to start earlier than what you're starting right now. And that stuck with me. Caden, if you're here in this room, you are a hero. In fact, every young person that's under the age of 20, if you wouldn't mind, if you're in this room, could you stand up? If you're under 8, if you're under 20, if you're under 20, could you stand up? Amen. I know I saw a bunch of them. They were here. They're taking a break. They were here. All right, here we go. Here we go. We have to get out of their way. We have to give them the tools. We have to step out of the way. Let them do the work that we have been trying to do. And I guarantee you that they will do it better. They will do it much more effectively. They will do it much more eloquently. In fact, if you don't know the latest TikTok dance, just get out of the way. Right? Here's the point. Get out of here. Get out of this. Boom, 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 boom. Let me do this so I can bring this to. had the great privilege of meeting one of my heroes, Congressman John Lewis. And we talked about bridge building earlier in this conversation, and bridge building is kind of the theme of this particular message. And there was a very remarkable bridge. My father was actually at this particular march. Sorry. Which is why I give honor to it, because I stand on those shoulders. And here's the point. He talked about getting into good trouble. We are all familiar now with that famous phrase. But what does that mean for us practically, pragmatically? I'll offer you these ideas. Number one, prevent drug use of any kind for adolescents. Young people are choosing abstinence right now. Let's support them in that effort. Let's challenge the myths and educate relationships and realities between commercialized substance misuse that's taking place within our communities. Let's raise the banner because they are receiving mixed messages right now. Let's make sure that we're able to build upon and expand upon those post-overdose response capacities that we have developed here in the state by expanding upon the work that you're doing through your options initiatives and others as you're doing this work. Apply pressure by emphasizing equitable questioning as you're employing and looking at the social determinants of health as you're doing it. And most importantly, make prevention obvious wherever you go. For this to be disruptive in this state, we have to take all these things into consideration. So on behalf of Ethan Courtney and the twins, I know, right? That's Valentina and that's Carmen. They're 6 now. And on their 5th birthday, I promised all the kids that I was going to take them to Disney World. I'm broke now. But more importantly, that's Tiana. That's the only African-American Disney princess that they had there. And my baby, Valentina, she loves Tiana, got this. And Tiana looked at her, saw her, and you see the joy in her face. And then as I was taking this picture, something hit me. And what hit me was that when my baby girls was looking at this Disney princess, with everything that they have in their being, they believed that they lived in a society where there were no hindrances to them achieving that vision that they had of themselves. And in that moment, I committed to redoubling my efforts to make sure that I am trying to find as many allies as I can to spread this message of prevention wherever we are, to make this world a place where we get closer to that reality. Thank you for who you choose to be in that fight. Thank you for all you're doing. And on behalf of my grandchildren, thank you all very, very much for your time. God bless you.
Colin, thank you. Prevention is hard to make. It's not sexy. It's hard work, and you don't see the results for a long time. So we really wanted somebody who could make it interesting, and I think, Carlton, you absolutely hit it on the head. So thank you, and we really appreciate you being in Maine today. I'm going to transition very quickly to Allison and Carolyn. We're not starting this session with a voice of recovery, because Carolyn's in recovery and is well known to many of you. How many of you have ever heard of Journey magazine? Let me see your hands. Look at that, Carolyn. Look at that. And she's done an amazing job. And she's going to be interviewing Allison Webb, who wrote this book. It's hard to write a book. We don't think we like to write a book. When I get done this work, I want to write a book, but I won't because I know how damn hard it is. And Allison, I read this book, and she gave one to the governor, and I said, for people who are really getting into this field, want to know, well, what's this all about, and how can I help? This is a great book, and 800 of you now have it. And Carolyn has a table in the lobby that she'd be happy to sign that for you. I'm going to turn it right over. I love these two women. They're doing amazing things, and they're going to have the next 25 minutes or so to share some things with you. So thank you.
All right. Can everybody hear me okay? All right. So I posted this morning on my social platforms. This is another first for me, the first time interviewing somebody all by myself and not a panel. So I'm really looking forward to it. Uh-oh. They warned me my scarf may be an issue. You tell me what to do. Stand up. What if we do this? Hi, everybody. My name is Carolyn Delaney. I'm the founder and CEO of Journey Magazine. We are a... Thank you. We are a media company on a mission. We are fiercely devoted to making recovery programs, inspiring stories, and resources more visible to more people to amplify hope and save lives. That is our role. So I am really excited to be here with my friend Allison Webb. I met Allison back in 2017 when we both served on the board of directors for the Portland Recovery Community Center. And for the past couple of years, we've been serving together on MAR, the Maine Association of Recovery Residences, where Allison used her nonprofit background to help us structure around a growing organization. Everybody check out the MAR table over there on the left. And I didn't know what the word ally meant when I met Allison. Allison's a passionate recovery advocate for the recovery community. And I have to look at my notes. I'm a little nervous. I promised Allison I wouldn't do this. Allison's a passionate advocate for people. I promised her I wouldn't do that, so here I am doing it. But when we met, I didn't know what a recovery ally was. I was a woman in long-term recovery who was starting a media company, and I had a perceived expectation. I believed people were judging me, and that is not what I found. That what I have found is that there are more recovery allies than there are people that are judging me. And what I know today is that many people want to help. They're just looking for a path. And Allison started to write a recovery ally column for the magazine, which was really good because our magazine is out in communities. So most of our readers aren't familiar with the recovery resources that are available, and many, many are affected. So when I started to do speaking engagements out into communities, the first thing people would ask me after I finished is, I know it's a problem, how can I help? How can I help? And at the time, I would direct them to their nearest recovery community center. I would let them know if they find hope in this conversation to share it. And now I have a book, and now I give them the book because Allison wrote it. I just wanted to read a little passage from the book, because we're considering this audience, like a big part of the book is education, and for people who don't know anything about addiction or recovery, which is awesome. But considering where we are today, you guys know a lot about recovery and addiction. So we're gonna shape our conversation about what we can do individually to attract and encourage and invite those concerned citizens, how to support the recovery community. So where do we start with getting out the message that everyone can help lift up this conversation? In the book, it says, we have to start with where we are. Where else could we start to create the best environment for people in recovery and the people who love them that we can, given the limitations that we face? Parts of Recovery Allies will resonate with some readers and not with others. And the best way to use this book is to follow the advice often heard in Alcoholics Anonymous, which is take what you like and leave the rest. Welcome back to Maine, Allison.
Thank you. Thank you. It is so nice to be here. I feel like I'm coming to a family reunion. I love seeing everyone here. Thank you for such a warm welcome. And thank you also to Gordon and to the governor for supporting the book and for purchasing so many copies. And I'll be happy to sign any and all copies. Recovery Allies is uses interviews with individuals in recovery. Many of them are from Maine and some of them are from here. One of them is sitting right next to me. So it uses interviews with individuals in recovery and research. So it marries personal narratives with research to describe to people what they can do to help. That was sort of how I decided to structure the book. And I think I want to also say, if your name doesn't appear in the book, it's not because you didn't have an impact. I think I had so many conversations as I was writing this, but leading up to it also with individuals in recovery, people in the treatment field, physicians, law enforcement, interviews, personal conversations, meetings, conferences with so many people, and all of that informed the work. So thank you for all of you. I also wanted to say, so it is a book, and what I like to tell people is if you don't have time to read it, I won't be offended, that's okay. But most of the chapters at the end have suggestions for things that you can do, very practical, concrete suggestions. Just skip to the end of the chapter and take a look at those suggestions.
I tell people exactly the same thing. If you want to do something right now, look in the back of the chapter that most resonates with you. I also tell them to check out the table of contents first when they get it, because it really expands the awareness of what's in the book. But what I like most about the book when handing it over is the index. In the back of the book, there's an index. So when people have questions about MAT or harm reduction, all the language that we're all familiar with, but many people are not, I urge them to start in the back of the book with their questions. The very first question I get is, what is a recovery ally?
Well, so there's no definition, there's no formal definition of an ally in the literature, and actually there's very little research on allies. So if there are any researchers out there, I encourage you to look at that as a topic for how allies do contribute in the recovery community. The definition that I use is an ally is a person who cares about recovery and uses their strengths, connections, and resources to support people in recovery. That's broad enough to include just about anybody who wants to find a way to be supportive. And if you have a different definition or if you have thoughts about that definition, find me later, I'd love to hear. So there are 4 basic suggestions. These are the upper level suggestions that I make to people, and I want you to kind of take these suggestions back to your communities, back to your work sites where you can mobilize other people to be allies. So those 4 suggestions are understand your sphere of influence, get educated, address stigma, and know about resources. So for starters, we all live in the recovery ecosystem, whether we know it or not. And when we figure out where we are in the ecosystem, then we can figure out where our sphere of influence is. So there's a lot of research on the recovery ecosystem. But in a nutshell, that recovery ecosystem is the world that surrounds the individual in recovery. And so closest to that individual are the people that love them, could be family, could be friends. And then I think about another circle around those individuals that is a little bit farther out, but still people who know them personally, social networks, coworkers, maybe extended family, neighbors, maybe individuals in the faith community. And then the next concentric circle would be professionals that an individual in recovery interacts with, landlords, service providers, teachers, employers, harm reductionists. And going even further out in that concentric circle, we have local decision makers, people who are leaders in the community, business owners, and the farthest out, but perhaps the individuals who have the ability to have the largest impact are state and local decision makers, policy makers, and funders. So wherever you are in that recovery ecosystem, and you probably wear more than one hat, you might appear in several of those circles, you have an ability to make a change once you identify where your sphere of influence is. So if you are a policymaker, for example, make sure that you carry your knowledge of recovery into the policy-making decisions of all types. Make sure you bring people in recovery to the table when recovery is being discussed. Maybe you're a healthcare administrator and you have noticed that people in recovery are having a difficult time navigating the health system. I think a lot of us have difficulty navigating the health system, but for people in recovery, there may be some specific challenges that you could help address. Maybe you're an employer or you're a faith community leader, and you notice that the attitudes about addiction and recovery in your community are not as loving as you would like them to be. You can start working on stigma. And maybe you're just one of those people who is a connector. You know people, you want people to meet somebody, you want them to go to this event, you know there's an opening on this board over there. You can be that connector with people in recovery and people in the broader community who have opportunities. In my own situation, as Carolyn mentioned, I most recently was on the MAR board, where as a team, we took that organization from a grassroots organization started by very dedicated volunteers to one today that has 4 full-time staff, has a few different funding streams that fund those staff. We have an advocacy presence at the State House. We have 2 opportunities for people to have scholarships for beds if they can't afford recovery housing themselves. We are collecting data outcomes, and we have a safety program to help prevent overdoses for people who are either in the house or are leaving the house. That's a tremendous amount of work. And in addition, one of the things that MAR does is MAR educates about recovery housing, all of those things that we built.
And as part of the MAR board, I just see it as an opportunity to provide transparency and education to a really vulnerable population, and it's really important. The education about what a recovery house is, why it's certified, why it's not certified. I think education is really important. One thing that is true for me, when I started Journey Magazine, I came from 25 years of leading large IT departments, and I had my opinions about some things I didn't know. I had an opinion about things I didn't really know much about. Narcan, harm reduction, other recovery programs, MAT. Like these were all topics that I knew were really important to not only the recovery community, but that there was a lot of different viewpoints out in mainstream society. And so I had to educate myself if I wanted to keep doing what I was doing, which was really, expanding the lens by which people viewed recovery and addiction. And we had some pretty tough conversations in early Journey days. And I had to seek out that education for myself. I needed to learn more. And I needed to gather some data and understand what these topics were really about and how we could share that information with the general public, people, getting their nails done or servicing their cars and at the grocery store. We needed to expand what that looked like in a solution-oriented, forward-moving, no drama, trauma, or triggers kind of way. So education was really important to me. And so I tapped into that ecosystem, right? Like that ecosystem was really important to help me get educated so that I can share what I've learned through our platforms. And I want to go back to the book. And I just want to quote my friend Nikki, who's in the book, and it says, be curious for each of us. Find out more. If we have a judgment around something, she didn't say that, I said that. Do the work needed to become open-hearted. And I needed to do the work. I knew the topics were important, and I had an opinion, and I knew that I didn't have to stand on that right opinion, that I could change my mind if I learned more information. And that's why education becomes really important, not only for us, but to share that with allies that really want to understand. Back to this whole ecosystem of recovery. Right, Allison?
Yeah, so I wanted to say a couple of things. When you go out, and I really do hope you'll go out and mobilize allies. I really, really hope that that's one of the outcomes of this the summit today. When you do that, of course, you're going to meet very different opinions, knowledge bases about recovery. And I encourage you to take the suggestion or to take the motto from our harm reductionists in the room, which is, accept people where they are and don't leave them there. So there are all different kinds of attitudes that we have. We all have them about addiction, about recovery. People don't very often understand that once a person stops using substances, the game isn't over. That's actually just the beginning. and that path of recovery lasts a lifetime. And it changes over time. It looks different at different times. It is self-directed. And our job as community members is to just find the right way to support that. One of the things that I've learned is that recovery looks really different in different parts of the state, but very different also in different states. And so, when you learn about Maine, we have something very special up here. I need to just say that in the recovery community, don't take that for granted. It's pretty amazing what we have and what we are able to take out into the general community. I want to say two things about education. One of them is don't stop getting educated yourself. So you might think that you know everything, or maybe hope that you know everything, but probably that's not true. So there's research on recovery that just continues to come out. It is a solid, serious field of research now. And so get yourself educated, continue to read about it. I'm just going to put a plug in for recoveryanswers.org, which is the website for the Research Recovery Institute. Lots of good stuff there. And then as you're talking to individuals in the recovery that, again, you're in the community that you're mobilizing, talk to them about recovery capital. So recovery capital are the building blocks of a recovery-friendly community, and those are the recovery capital is the tools that people have to build their lives, and those are the things that community members can contribute to. And so have conversations about personal recovery capital. Okay, you all know what that is. It's like having basic needs met. It's personal skills. It's personal problem-solving ability. It's being employed. It's having an education. It's having financial resources and the ability to manage your finances. Social recovery capital is where a lot of community members can be so helpful. It's relationships. It's that connection. And community recovery capital has to do with all of the resources that are available in the community, policies that are recovery friendly, and our attitudes. And so once people begin to understand, oh, these are real things, and actually they're research-based, there are things that I can do to increase recovery capital in our community, they start to think more concretely about what they can do to help.
And we just got the 5-minute warning, so I'm going to speed up my talking. And I just want to read another part from the book, because I didn't know what a recovery-friendly community is. I didn't know what that meant. And in the book it says, together, we have the power to create recovery-friendly communities that appreciate everyone's journeys, had to go there, and where the conditions for hope, meaning, healing, and connection can flourish. I think it's from the ecosystem perspective, it's like all of us, right, bringing our education, our connections, our resources out to the broader community in a way that meets them where they're at. We often talk about meeting people where they're at. And that means the concerned citizens out there who really, really want to help. I just want to say that one other thing is that in my 4 years of doing Journey, almost 5 years of doing Journey magazine, I see that the biggest, most complex single issue that we are up against is stigma, just lack of understanding, lack of awareness, lack of understanding. But what it isn't, or at least in my experience of distributing hundreds of thousands of magazines at this point, I've had 2 people say no to me. Two. One, there was no energy and no emotion and nothing behind it. It was like, yeah, those are not our people. Nothing. The second one stared me down. And there was energy there, and there was something, there's always a story, because everybody's affected. And depending on how they're affected, there is energy there. So I think for bringing what we know out into communities, Recovery Allies, the book, the magazine, all those things that are easy pass-alongs, just makes people curious. That's what I've learned with the book, is that it makes people more curious to do some more of their own research and homework. And I'm going to skip right to the end, because But I've asked Allison to kind of close our conversation between me, her, and thousands of people with my favorite passage in the book, and it's about recovery and shocking. I've asked Allison to close with my favorite passage. And for those that don't have the book, it's we have a handout at our journey table, and Allison has one at her table that has this passage. It's for those with the book, it's on page 235. And I love this passage because it speaks not only to the work that we individually do, but the complexity of the work that we do and how we can bring this work out to communities and really change the world.
Thanks, Carolyn. So it's one of my favorite passages also. It's in the chapter on advocacy. And for those of you who know me, you know I'm very passionate about advocacy. And so before I read it, I want to just give a shout out to all the advocates in the room. And I want to offer a word of encouragement. If you don't get what you want, don't stop. We're here for the long game. We have to be here for the long game. And I want to just mention to folks who may not know this, over 10 years ago, Gordon Smith and I were among 3 people who testified before a legislative committee about increasing access to naloxone. Nobody knew what we were talking about. The bill went down in flames. And here we are 11 years later with amazing access to naloxone for just about anybody in the state of Maine. So again, don't give up. Don't give up. We're in it for the long game. And so here we go. Recovery is purple. The recovery community is diverse and includes people from all walks of life: corporate executives, frontline food service workers, veterans, doctors, construction workers, and just about any other profession or field. It includes Democrats, Republicans, libertarians, social democrats, and I'll add independents, and more. Recovery isn't a blue issue for Democrats. It's not a red issue for Republicans. It's purple. It's a purple issue for everyone, making national and state policy change particularly challenging. It's tempting to define ourselves by our differences rather than what unites us, ignoring that end game of building recovery-friendly communities. Some advocates look for a policy agenda that most of us can get behind, like funding recovery support services. Others look to an issue that has less broad support, like funding harm reduction services, including overdose prevention sites. There will be unresolvable disagreements on some issues. Because of the diversity of the recovery community and the enormity of its collective issues, we need more than one advocacy agenda and more than one strategy. National and state policy change is essential, but so is changing the electoral landscape for recovery advocacy. Grassroots strategies for change in community are vital for increasing recovery capital. Disruptive rallies and marches might not be your preference, but they have a crucial role to play in raising awareness about complex issues. We need multiple agendas and strategies if we're going to succeed in creating recovery-friendly communities. Go forth.
Exit stage left.
Thank you very much, Allison and Carolyn. No comments. You need to find your way. I know it's hard to pick between those 10 sessions. They're all terrific. And they're going to begin promptly at 10:45. So look for the people in the purple vests if you don't know what room you're going to. If you're staying for the program on what's new in addiction research at the Jackson Lab, then you stay right here. We're setting up the stage for that panel right now. And thanks for being such an attentive audience. And you'll be back here promptly at 12:10. 12:10, you need to be back here because we have a short program before the lunch. Thank you. Okay, it's 10:45. We're going to begin the breakout session in this room. So if you're interested in this breakout session, I would ask you to try to come down towards the front and some of these tables. And I would hope that those of you who want to visit at the vendors' tables, that you would tone it down a little bit so that we can hear the breakout session. But we're going to start this session. I need the noise level down a little bit, okay? Because I'm about to introduce Madison Weymouth, who's our voice of recovery for this session. She's an amazing young woman who works now with our Maine Association of Recovery Residences and has the courage to tell her story here today. So please be respectful. Keep the noise down back there. And Madison, where are you? You're nearby. Madison Weymouth.
All right, thank you so much, Gordon. Hello, everyone. I am Madison, and I am a person in long-term recovery. And let me tell you, it's not easy being up here on this big stage. But I'm happy to do it. Being able to say I'm a person in long-term recovery means so much to me today and my family and my friends. It's changed the person who I've been and becoming, right? A little background about my childhood and how my history of my drug use. It was nothing but struggles, lots of lying, manipulation, and I became comfortable with that. I became so extremely comfortable with becoming so content with someone with such, who set the bar so low for themselves. Even as like a little girl, right? Like I would watch the world go by me and see and watched how people did this whole thing called life, like without like a substance or without something like filling their soul, right? I would always envy, people like that. I would always envy people that would just, wanted to do, knew exactly what they wanted in life, knew exactly what they wanted to be in life, right? Because I had no idea, until I came into contact with, substances. When I got introduced to substances, everything became so quiet and calm, where I was actually, content with, being like the loudest person in the room, being, anything that I thought I could be. I became okay with myself finally. But I always knew I could do better. I could do so much better. That led to severe consequences going down the path that I was going down, especially with my family. People that I surrounded myself with saw me go down this path that I didn't have to go down. I just chose to, because I'm also a person who loves chaos and loves to, be in this environment that just, I didn't have to be. I chose the edgy side of life. I got some, as I got older, I got some experiences being in recovery, right, that started to really change my life. But that also took structure. It took telling the truth, and it took a lot of hard work to really become this person I always thought I could be, and to see the potential that I always could have. So with that, the choices that I made, it was a journey. It was a big journey where I would mess up and then get back on my feet. I would continue to do this work that I never thought I could do. I would make mistakes and just get right back up. I entered a very structured sober living that allowed me to make these mistakes and then, start over again. And with that, like I became this person that could show up to work every day. I could call my family back on time. I could have these friends that could rely on me, right? And because I had a relationship with this community. It really, really, I really got to be so grateful for the life that I have today because I'm in recovery. Where today, like, I'm getting married. I never thought I could ever get married, which is just so crazy to me. I thought that, I was this lost soul. Like, I want to have children. Like, I want to own a house soon. Like, my goals have changed since, a couple years ago, where I didn't have these goals and dreams and aspirations because of being a person in recovery. But today, I'm very happy to be here, and I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're now transitioning into our panel discussion on the state of research in Maine. So if you haven't taken the opportunity to come forward and would still like to do that, I'd invite you to do that. There are no saved seats up here, so don't worry, you're not sitting in anyone's spot. That spot is for you if you choose to come up and take the spot. My name is Mike McKernan. I'm the Director of Government and Community Relations at the Jackson Laboratory. We are a biomedical research institution based in Bar Harbor with campuses in Ellsworth and Augusta. And that's just in Maine. We have some campuses elsewhere, including Sacramento, California, and in Farmington, Connecticut, and some locations overseas. So thank you, Director Smith and Governor Mills, of course, for organizing this event. And thank you for giving us an opportunity to talk about research today. It's a very important part of the ecosystem that's been mentioned many times this morning already. And so we're glad to share with you exactly how research fits into that critical role into the ecosystem to address this issue that we face state and nationwide. So JAX is a nonprofit biomedical research institution. Our mission is to discover precise genomic solutions for disease, the solutions that are within our DNA. We also empower the global biomedical community to advance their questions in biomedicine. And we do that through creating and distributing worldwide research mice. So mice are elegant model organisms for us to understand human biology, for us to understand human health. And that's one of the things that some of our speakers will talk about today. JAX does not do this alone. We work with partners statewide, and one of those partners is Bowdoin College, and we have Dr. Jennifer Honeycutt here from Bowdoin College. They're one of our education partners in the state. So in addition to Dr. Honeycutt, I'm pleased to introduce my colleagues from JAX. We have, on the left, we have Vivek Kumar. Vivek is an associate professor. We have, next to Vivek, we have Jason Boubier, senior research scientist. And finally, Alyssa Chesler. And Alyssa, Vivek, and Jason are all members of the JAX Center for Addiction Biology. So it's a core group of scientists who work together collaboratively on these issues. And Alyssa is the director of that center. So they'll introduce themselves more fully when they take the podium, but that's who you have with that's who's with us today. So what are our goals for this panel? The first thing we want to do is we want to increase your awareness about Maine-based research to understand the genetic and epigenetic, and what I mean by epigenetic, it's a term that means environmental, largely, origins of substance abuse disorder, including opioids. We want to summarize some data. This will not be a data-intensive set of talks. There will be some data shared. That's what we do. We do research and we gather data and make evidence-based reports of those findings, or report out the evidence that we find. We want to foster dialogue, and so for that reason, we have, well, it was up there earlier, but it'll be at the next slide, an opportunity for you to ask questions using Slido. And Slido is a mechanism you can just call it up on your phone, type in your question anonymously, and I'll see it as the moderator, and we'll use that to direct questions to our panel. We also have a helper, Carol, I believe, who's down here with a microphone. So if you would like your voice to be heard in asking your question, you've got to find your way to this region of the floor. The final thing I want to mention, and then I'll turn it over, is I'm pleased to see that a lot of what I read in the state strategic plan for the opioid response is going to be echoed in what we're talking about today. For example, priority 1, take decisive, evidence-based, focused actions. That's what we do as researchers. We use evidence to better understand biology and better inform future actions, policy, for example, in some cases, other experiments for others. So it's all based in evidence. The other thing that this panel will highlight is priority B of the plan, and that is to prevent early use of addictive substances by children, youth, and young adults, and including reversing adverse childhood experiences, and that's something that Dr. Honeycutt will refer to in her presentation. So that's the format, everybody. That's the goal, at least. The format is each panelist will share their thoughts. We'll come back together as a panel. We'll have an opportunity for Q&A, and we hope the discussion is lively and interactive. There is no bad question. I am not a scientist. I'm not a geneticist. Many of you in the audience may also share that distinction of not being geneticists. It doesn't matter. Please ask your question. These folks are fantastic at answering anything you might put before them. So we'll leave it at that. I would like to now turn it over to Dr. Elizabeth Chesler.
Thank you, Mike, and good morning. I want to talk today about the genetics of addiction, and I want to acknowledge the support of National Institute of Health, National Institute of Drug Abuse, and also the Watson Family Charitable Trust. We've seen this today. It's quite tragic to look at, and what we've seen is increasing rates of overdose death, a slight optimistic cause for optimism in a decline in recent years, and a major reversal of that trend during the pandemic. And this is a disorder of hopelessness. This is a disorder of loneliness. And the question is, what hope can laboratory mice provide us, these quirky mice on Mount Desert Island? I'm going to talk about some of that today. One of the things we know is that many people use and try drugs, but only some of them become addicted. For certain drugs, that's a very large number, and for other drugs, that's a very small number. And we've also heard today that almost no one uses just one drug. People go through a life history of trying different things, and maybe the solution is to try lots of things. And maybe one drug is used to cover up the effects of another drug, and on and on. We get these chain reactions. What we know is among twins that use different drugs, if one twin's using the drug, the other twin is likely to as well. And this explains a large amount of addiction vulnerability. And that vulnerability varies by different substances as well. So we see for cocaine and opiates, very high rates of heritability, the probability that genetically identical twins are going to have similar patterns of use. But it's true for almost every substance, and even for gambling. So we can study this genetic variability, and we can actually use the information from that genetic variability, and we can use that information in both mice and in people, and people do these studies in rats as well. But why bother? Why do this? What do we expect to come from it? And one is actually predicting individual risks of addiction. If we can identify the genetic variants that influence someone's likelihood of developing a substance use disorder, maybe we can alter prescribing practices, especially in particular individuals. Sometimes pain therapeutics are indicated, but maybe for some people they just simply aren't. The risks are too great. We might target preventative interventions. And it's interesting, we can tell you about certain genetic variants and we can tell you over the entire genome, what increases the probability of risk for certain addictions. We can't pinpoint who is going to go down this road. But for a lot of people, they know for generations they have a family history. They don't need me or a genetic test or anything sophisticated to say this is running in our family. But for some people, knowing that that's rooted in biology is a very valuable thing. It takes away some of the stigma and the blame, and perhaps even that self-fulfilling prophecy. But we know that genetics also isn't deterministic. We know that the environment, the life experiences, and many other things can influence the trajectory a person takes, even though they have these genetic predispositions. It's not a done deal. So we don't want people to use genetic information to say, that's it, I'm condemned. I'll just go ahead and hasten the process. We really want to say, there is a biological basis here, and we can use that biological understanding perhaps to move the needle for individuals, identify the states of biology that are consistent with recovery and those states that are less consistent, and perhaps even induce those states behaviorally or biologically. So we can develop diagnostics and therapeutics based on what we learn about the biology of addiction. Identify new molecular targets. And for most disorders, there's some medication that can be used to replace the drug, so methadone, Suboxone. For alcohol, there's several compelling things, including naltrexone. Not widely used, not widely understood, but they work for some people. And for others, like cocaine use disorder, there's currently no therapeutics out there. Some of the other things that we can do is advance our understanding of the disease just generally. What we understand about the biology of addiction can help us understand better what social policies are going to be effective and what might not. They may foster greater understanding and again, more compassion towards people that are suffering. And again, also inform what we do with prevention. Understanding how drugs work in the adolescent brain, how that differs in the adult brain, and how different substances coalesce and contribute to the effects of combined substance use. Most biological research that's practiced around the world in mice relies on a single and very famous strain of mouse, but that's like trying to study all of addiction in one person. What we do at Jackson Lab in particular, and through others using mice that are developed at Jackson Lab, is try to understand from the variability, the diversity of a population of mice, what influences addiction vulnerability. Everyone using a drug is going to have a brain response to that drug. But again, only some people are vulnerable to a substance use disorder from the combined effects of the drug. And it is the case that, for example, with alcohol, you can, even if you're not very vulnerable, through successive exposure, develop an alcohol use disorder, and that's likely true for all other drugs as well. So it's, some people are less vulnerable, but it doesn't mean they're protected. Now, if we look across these different strains of mice, and across males and females, we see differences in almost every addiction-related behavior that we look at, including predisposing behaviors like how likely they are to seek out novel experiences, what their stress sensitivity is, what their daily biological rhythms are. We see that almost all of these have a genetic basis to them. And here we see, so it's novel place preference. That's how much do they like going into a room that they've not been into versus one that they've seen before. A small percentage of that variability is explained by genetics. And we see that a strain with a funny name, PWK, has a very high level of preference for that environment. In the middle, we see the acute response to cocaine. And there again, we see sex differences indicated by the two different lines or points in each color. But we see both sex differences and also strain differences. So strains like WSB, shown in purple, have a very high sensitivity to the effect of cocaine. Again, PWK comes up again, a very high sensitivity, more so in males and females, but still higher than other strains with quirky names like AJ and 129 and B6. And if we look at this thing on the very right, which is how much will they press a lever for cocaine. There again, we see that strain that liked to be in a novel environment, that strain that had a high acute response to cocaine, that PWK strain will self-administer a lot of cocaine. And when we take the drug away, that strain continues to seek out the drug. And if we allow it to respond again, we see some reinstatement of that response for the drug. So that's a strain we want to look at for vulnerability to addiction. Most of the research done in the genetics and biology of addiction is actually done in the strain shown in gray here, which responds to drugs but isn't as vulnerable. And if we can compare the differences between these strains, we can find the genes that influence what makes a mouse more vulnerable. And because we share so much of our genetics with humans, over 90%, we can actually identify genes that influence these behaviors in people as well. This is how we do it. When we breed two strains of mice, one that's vulnerable, one that's not vulnerable, in those crossings, in meiosis, you might remember this from high school, we actually end up shuffling the genetic deck of cards, and we can see who's got what cards where in the genome, and that helps us pinpoint where and with increasing precision which genes are influencing the differences in their behavior. And we can do that now. We've bred over the last 20 years very high diversity populations. These strains have like 90% of all the known genetic variants in commonly used laboratory mice, and we've bred them in different configurations. Each of these pretty colored lines represents what state their DNA is across the genome. So in the inbred strains, we've got PWK is all red, but when we start breeding PWK to the other strains, you could see pieces of their red genome spread throughout each strain. So every strain has some of that PWK DNA, but in different places. And so then we can ask across these mixed up populations, where do they have the genes that are making them vulnerable to various traits? We do this as a group. The Center for Addiction Biology and our colleagues and collaborators around the world are all engaged in studying different traits and different biological mechanisms. But more and more we integrate that data so we can look at vast networks of traits and how they're influenced by different biological characteristics and how they're influenced by genetic variability and its interaction with the environment. We can put all the pieces together and ask questions like, how does hyperactivity relate to drug-seeking behavior? How does impulsivity relate to recovery-related traits? And so we do this data integration. We've also been doing data integration across mice and people, and so we can relate the genetic variation in mice to genetic variation in people, and the genes that are found in mice to genes that are present in people as well. And we use those data in a lot of different ways. It's very hard to collect a large number of people in some of these research studies, especially if you want those people to confess to participating in illegal behaviors. And also when we have a population that doesn't necessarily prioritize or have the means to sign up for these research studies, it's very hard to collect these cases. But what we found is we can identify in mouse genetic studies genes that influence variability in these traits and use the information to enrich our studies of human genetics. And so we've actually shown that with a colleague at Emory University, Rowan Palmer, that we can explain the heritability in tobacco use, cocaine use, and other traits, alcohol use disorder, using genes identified in mice and fish and rats and other species. And this is a big mess, but so is substance use disorders. We've been showing that because each of us are studying different responses to different drugs and different aspects of those responses, we can take hundreds of those traits measured in many different populations and bring all of that data together. And so what we've done here is work with our colleagues in the Psychiatric Genetics Consortium, a very large group of human geneticists. And what we've shown is that we can actually relate what's found in human studies of polysubstance use disorder, which we're looking at the end state of a very complex process. we can say, okay, let's go back into the mouse data and identify what genes that were identified in the human studies are associated with what processes. So we found a gene that was identified in human polysubstance use disorder that indicated, got a role in withdrawal responses to many different drugs in different mouse studies. So now we take this end stage of human polysubstance use disorder and we understand how that genetic variant is acting in, through using lots of aggregate mouse data. So in conclusion, it's super complex. Many genes are involved, also interactions with the environment and life history and things that other speakers will be talking about. But mice and humans share so many genes in common that we can use biology from mouse genetics and data science to learn about the biology of addiction across mice and humans. And this can lead to a heightened understanding of addiction and people with addiction, pointing the way to many different positive outcomes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Jennifer Honeycutt. I am an assistant professor of psychology and neuroscience at Bowdoin College, so just up the road. And I started my lab in 2020 and was really excited to get back to Maine, which is where I did my undergraduate work, and to start building my life and family here. So Maine is very near and dear to my heart. And I would love to chat with you a little bit today about some of the research that I do in my lab, as well as contextualize some of what we're talking about within the realm of environmental risk factors. So I'll be sharing how our early life environment, specifically how early life adverse events or traumas, can actually influence how our genes are read and how it can influence behavior later on. So just to kind of preface what I'm talking about, I'm going to mention the adverse childhood. I'm very short.
Sorry. There we go.
Can you hear me better now?
Okay.
Beautiful. Thank you. And I will also try and talk forward because I tend to look behind. But I'm going to talk to you about the Adverse Childhood Experience Scale. So this is a scale that we can use that can tell us something about how many experiences a child has had very early on. So this is prior to the age of 18 that could contribute to negative health outcomes later in life. There are three main kind of categories of ACEs, or adverse childhood experiences. The first is abuse, so things like physical, emotional, or sexual abuse. Neglect is our second one, physical and or emotional neglect. And then household dysfunction, which can range from mental illness of a parent or caregiver, incarcerated relative, a mother treated violently or another caregiver treated violently, substance use in the home, as well as divorce. And so we usually use this, at least clinically in human populations, to understand whether or not an individual may have risk based on prior life experiences for later life negative outcomes. And those negative outcomes can be at the behavioral level. They can also be at the physical and mental health level. So behaviorally, we might see a lack of physical activity, an increase in smoking, alcohol use, other substance use, as well as missed work or other issues with social function. And then on the physical and mental side, there's physiological changes that we see, an increased risk in the likelihood of having different sorts of disorders, different sorts of heart issues, etc. And then in addition to that, we see an increase in risk for mental health outcomes. This particular scale shows depression, but in addition to depression, we see an increase in the likelihood of other sorts of mental health issues such as anxiety, schizophrenia, substance use disorder, the list goes on. As you can imagine, if an individual has multiple ACEs that are built up, you're going to start to see an exponential increase in risk for that individual. In the United States, we tend to look at anything above 2 ACEs as something that's going to start to increase risk. And then as these build, we're going to start to see an exponential increase in that risk as well. So in the lab, I actually focus on one aspect of adverse childhood experiences, and that's neglect. So specifically, I look at psychosocial neglect, so how an individual can navigate their environment in the absence of predictable caregiving. And I do this in a RAT model, and so I'll talk a little bit about that. And our behavioral outcomes that we're using are looking at maybe drug use or drug-seeking behavior, which I've done a little bit of in my past work. And now I look and focus a lot more on affective disorders, so things like anxiety and depression, which are also comorbid risk factors for substance use. And so I'll focus on these. And I will preface, I am not a geneticist. So I am actually a behavioral neuroscientist. So a lot of what I do is informed by looking first at behavioral outcomes and then backtracking and trying to understand what is it about this particular environment that an individual might be in, informing a change perhaps to the biology of the organism to then lead to those outcomes. So to contextualize this within the state of Maine, so adverse childhood experiences occur in approximately 14% of children, right? And this is at least what we are able to quantify, where an individual child has 2 or more ACEs. Okay? In the state of Maine, this jumps to 17.9% of our children, right? So this is a substantial increase. And out of all of the states, so if we look out of 50 states, for example, we are ranked 39, and 50 is the worst, right, in terms of ACE outcome. So we are not ranked well as a state. And so this is a key area that we can focus on to try and understand what is it about things that individuals are experiencing early in life that may pave the way for increased risk. That is not to say that just because you experience an adverse childhood or you have components that would contribute to an ACE score doesn't necessarily mean you are completely at risk, right? I want to be very clear about that, but it does increase your risk. So an early life adverse experience or a multitude of adverse experiences can accumulate over childhood. And we see that an individual with a high ACE score, so 2 or more, for example, are far more likely to develop emotional disorders. And we see, in fact, that this is actually more likely for women and girls in terms of emotional outcomes. And we also see an increased risk for substance use. And we know that both of these independently can lead to an increase in substance use overall, as well as substance use disorder. But importantly, these have an additive effect that really increase the risk even more. So if you have substance use and you have an affective disorder like anxiety or depression, your likelihood is going to then increase. So how do we study this in a rat? So you hear a lot about mice today. I use a rat model. Rats have a beautiful behavioral repertoire, so we can really look at the things that they're doing, how they're interacting with each other socially, their environment, the decisions that they're making. And in my lab, we use a maternal separation model to basically mimic what we see in humans, where we have psychosocial deprivation or a decrease in the predictability of care for these individuals. And this is really modeled off of institutionalized rearing, where there's a very low amount of one-on-one care and predictable care. And what I've seen in the past in some of the research that I participated in as a postdoc at Northeastern University is that our rats that had experienced this psychosocial deprivation over the course of what would be a rat's childhood show an increase in preference for illicit drugs. And so we utilized cocaine, and we used a preference score to try and understand, if given a context, would you prefer the context or the room with cocaine, or would you prefer the context or the room without cocaine? And if you pair these and then ask the animal, which do you prefer, we see that an animal that has had a typical rearing, regular upkeep, they seem to show about a 50-50 preference, right? They'll go to either of those contexts. An individual rat that has experienced early life adversity via this type of separation is going to actually show an increase in their preference for that cocaine paired room. So this is just for one drug. You can imagine that this is also true for many other drugs, and this is replicated in other species. We see this in mice, we see this in rats, and we see this in humans. And so what is it then that we can really understand about what's driving some of this? You'll hear a lot about genetics today, and there's something about biology that can be very comforting, but also can be very scary because you're born with those genes. So if things are impacting our genes, how can we really think about that? We can also think about this in the form of epigenetics. So epigenetics are a means by which our environment, our experiences, our histories, our relationships actually influence how our genes are read, right? So our genes are there, they're stable, but epigenetics is going to allow modification of how they're read out and interpreted by the body, and therefore how you might generate certain types of cells or generate certain types of behaviors down the line. So my lab right now at Bowdoin, we do a lot of work trying to understand what is it about early life adversity that changes the way our genes are read, and specifically how a gene that codes for an inhibitory cell, meaning a cell that tells other cells to quiet down, how that cell might be impacted. And that cell that we look at is parvalbumin. The name's not important, but the function is, especially in areas of the brain that help us to inhibit behavior, right? This is going to allow for behavioral inhibition. And so we can look at this through DNA methylation, which is where we actually are adding a methyl group to DNA, which makes it harder to read. We have these things in our body that allow for reading of this blueprint that is our DNA, and we can block that with experiences adding these methyl groups to our DNA. So it's not going to read it the same way that it typically would. And if we look at, so here are just some examples, because I can't do any presentation without a pretty brain picture. We have parvalbumin, which is going to be on your left, those nice pink cells. And then we have on the right 5-methylcytosine, which is a marker for DNA methylation. And so this would be localized in a cell nucleus where the DNA is. And we can look at an overlay of this specific cell type that I'm interested in and changes in methylation and actually quantify to a certain extent how methylated is that specific cell. And from that, we can try and understand, is this cell individually impacted? Are there other cells that are equally impacted? And we can correlate this with behavior of our animals to try and understand whether this helps to drive that behavior and whether we can mitigate it. And most importantly, when we're thinking about our environment is changing the way that our genes are read, another thing to remember is that our environment is also constantly changing. Our genes, the methylation on them that's reading them out is incredibly dynamic. So there's a huge opportunity here when we're seeing this very early on to mitigate things, especially during childhood. So there's some things here that are going to allow us to explore some of these the substance use more critically at the genetic level, and others that I think bring us a lot of hope that we can kind of mitigate things much earlier when children's brains are still really receptive to changes and support. So that is what I have for you, and thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone, almost afternoon. My name is Vivek Kumar. I'm also a faculty at the Jackson Laboratory, and I am a geneticist, like most of my colleagues. And as my slides come up, I'll just say I grew up in Tennessee. I did my training in Illinois, California, and I lived in Texas, and I've been in Maine for the past 8 years. And I think the leadership in Maine in dealing with the opioid crisis has been exceptional. I really echo the keynote speaker. And this is a direct result of Governor Mills and led by Director Smith. So I really want to thank them for organizing this and to show the leadership. So, we talk about genetics of addiction. I'm here to give you a clear example of how our genes are going to affect behavior. So I'm at the Jackson Laboratory, which is, as you know, beautiful Acadia. And let me start by just talking about the addiction cycle. And I was actually looking in Journey magazine, which is in your blue bags, and there's a nice article on the addiction cycle. So addiction starts with social intake of drug. We go out, we have a drink every Friday night. Soon that kind of escalates into compulsive drinking. We drink too much on Friday night. Sometimes we start drinking on Saturdays and Sundays. And pretty soon what happens is we reach dependence. Our brain essentially gets used to the dopamine release every time we're drinking or consuming the drug of abuse. We realize this, and the person may then want to quit, and they may stop taking the drug. That leads to withdrawal because the brain is used to getting that chemical, and now it's not functioning very well because it doesn't get that chemical. So that's withdrawal, and then that will essentially lead to a relapse. So the person then goes back and starts consuming the drug again. Now, some individuals will have protracted withdrawal where they are able to stop for a long period of time, and some will go into recovery. So this is essentially the cycle of addiction. And every part of that cycle is controlled by our genetics, our environment, many things like stress, like adverse childhood events, and the things that you heard, conditioning, all these things kind of play into this. And what we can do is all of those conditions are really hard to study in the human, but we can study them in model organisms, such as a mouse. A mouse and human share most of our genetics. We have very common brain structures. Obviously, a mouse's brain is much smaller, but all the essential circuits, all the essential cell types, they're all there. So we can then control the mouse's environment, its genetics, to really study all those different phases of addiction. And yeah, so a mouse is a really model organism-wise, allows us to manipulate the environment, manipulate its genes, and we can kind of break down a really complex disease, which is a substance use disorder. Okay, so one of these mice are on cocaine. Do I need to tell you which one? So here's, we just injected a mouse with cocaine. We're looking at kind of the initial response, the first response of the animal to the drug. And when we do this experiment, we find that the mice become hyperactive. And so we did this experiment on a set of mice, and these are, I'm going to just call them Maine mice and Maryland mice. So in 1951, so these mice are essentially inbred, meaning they're clones of one another. So we have hundreds and thousands of inbred mice in Jax and in Bar Harbor, and we shipped in 1951 some of these mice from a particular strain to Maryland, and they were exactly identical. Imagine, you shipped a bunch of your pet mice, they were exactly clones of one another, to your friend in Maryland. The friend in Maryland starts to maintain them by breeding them, and then we maintain them in Bar Harbor by breeding them. And breeding, as we know, there's some errors that are kind of introduced. This is known as genetic drift. This is how evolution kind of creates fodder for selection. So in 1951, these mice are exactly identical. They're just moved from one location and kind of, let's say, split. And so in 1951 is Harry Truman, and American in Paris is kind of the big winner in the Oscars. And in 2013, we looked at these same mice in Maine and Maryland. We just got them into a common location. And we looked at that initial behavior response, that running around after you inject them with cocaine. Now, they were exactly identical in 1951, and we're looking at them many years later. And it turns out that the Maryland mice actually respond less to the drug, cocaine. They run around less, okay? So everything is identical. They're picked up some mutations, changes due to genetics, and now we can do what we like to do, which is, as geneticists, we can map this difference. So I'm going to save you about 2 years worth of work. And we did genetic mapping, just like Dr. Chesler showed, through that kind of just setting up those crosses. And it turned out that the Maine mice have this sequence here, GG, CTC, TCC, CCA. And the Maryland mice have one nucleotide change. That TCT in the middle is changed to a TTT. And that changes one amino acid in a very particular protein, from a serine to phenylalanine. And it turns out that that one change leads to that difference in cocaine response. Okay. And this change was picked up just by pure chance in the mice that were bred in Maryland. Okay, so that's all great. So this now gives us a real molecular handle. Now we can go and we can investigate a pathway, we can investigate a protein, and we can really have mouse models that can be shipped around to different labs to study. And that's really the power of having kind of this, this resource. So we did that. So we made mice that, had this mutation. So we essentially created new mouse models. And then we shipped them to our colleagues that study alcohol addiction, our colleagues that study nicotine addiction, and our colleagues that study food binging. Now, we all know, we've heard this polysubstance use disorder. There's a whole table on co-occurring disorders on the right over there. So, we wanted to look to see, well, does this mutation affect other drugs of abuse or even natural rewards like food? Sorry, before I get to that. So finding the one mutation. So finding the one mutation is like finding, one person out of the combined population of India and China combined. So this is the mouse genome is roughly 2.8 billion base pairs, and we found that one. So this takes a lot of technology, genomics, genetics, which are all kind of resources that the community has. Okay, so then we took the gene, we shipped our mouse models to different locations, and our colleague in Virginia looked at nicotine, and it turned out that the same gene regulates nicotine reward. Our colleague in University of Maine here in Orono looked at alcohol, and it turns out that it affects alcohol drinking. And a colleague in Boston University looked at food binging, and it turns out that the same gene affects food binging. So why is that? It's because the underlying circuit, the reward circuit, is common. That reward circuit did not evolve so the mouse could take cocaine. It really evolved for natural reward. Natural rewards are food, sex, social interaction. And we know this in recovery, right? So if someone is addicted to a drug, you want to substitute that negative behavior with something positive. That you feed that circuit with exercise. You feed that circuit with natural kind of socialization, positive socialization. So that's pretty much the message I have. So we're essentially have these kind of really good tools to study mechanism. We can then start to target specific pathways for treatment. It also tells us a lot about how the neural circuits work and how the neural circuits lead to multiple this polysubstance use disorder, and also natural overeating or not socializing. That's all. Thanks.
I'd like to thank the organizers for having us here today. This is my 5th year attending the Opioid Summit, and I'm always intrigued and encouraged by the amount of people who care about the issues that we care about coming together in this one venue. My name is Jason Boubier. I'm a research scientist at the Jackson Laboratory. I got my undergraduate degree from the University of Maine at Farmington, so go UMF Beavers. And during that, after I finished my degree actually there, I was able to spend the summer following that year at the Jackson Laboratory. So I actually was selected by the Mills family in Farmington to have an internship award in which I was able to spend the summer working with brilliant scientists at the Jackson Laboratory. And after working there for one summer, I knew I was going to come back. I went to graduate school, got my PhD, and came back and have continued to find a way to help advance different diseases, currently focused on addiction. And I've been working with Dr. Chesler at the Center for Addiction Biology. And one of the things that sets my program apart from theirs is that I'm not just looking at addiction, but I'm actually looking specifically at overdose. So overdose as a physiological effect on the organism. So when somebody dies or administers an opioid, they're going to suffer a variety of things, including opioid-induced respiratory depression. so how their respiratory rate goes down. But there's other things that occur when you have a extreme dose of an opioid, like your larynx starts to close up. Another thing that can happen, especially with fentanyl, the synthetic opioids, is a wooden chest syndrome develops, in which there's muscle rigidity in the diaphragm. And these things are able to be reversed pretty well with Narcan, especially for the endogenous or native opiates like morphine or heroin. But these synthetic opioids like fentanyl, carfentanil, and now the combinations of things like fentanyl plus xylazine for the tranq, that's not really going to be helped by Narcan. We need something else to help us in these situations. And then there's a new drug I heard about coming out of Cleveland, protonizine, I guess, and it's really independent of the opioid receptor totally, so it's not going to involve or be solved by Narcan at all. So we need to find alternatives to alternative reversal agents, and different ways to do that is to use this mouse model system that we've been talking about. So why are we using mice? Well, the similarity of mice to humans, about 92% at the DNA level. Fruit flies, it's about 44%, yeast 26, plants 18, and chimps or primates up to 98. And then the human populations amongst ourselves, we're very similar to each other, but we have some diversity. We're 99.9% similarity. And so there can be these single nucleotide polymorphisms like Vivek was showing with his Maryland and Maine mice that can be floating around in the population that give us our different compositions. So using this same scenario or this population of mice, at the Jackson Lab, I have a group, they're all musculus, they're all mice, but they're different strains or different inbred lines. And so that's represented on the left here with the different colored mice. And they all respond differently to drugs. And one of the things that I found in studying morphine, for example, for overdose, is that amongst 8 different strains of mice, there's about a 4-fold difference in their tolerance to morphine, a natural opiate. But amongst those same 8 strains of mice, there's a 150-fold difference in their sensitivity to fentanyl. So what that means is that if you go to use a dose for the first time and you have no idea what your susceptibility is, you don't know which of these populations on the right you fall in. Is your respiratory depressions going to be so sensitive to the opioid that one dose is going to be fine, that you could take a huge high amount, like up in the top right? Or are you very sensitive where you one small dose that's a fraction of what your friend is using is too much for you, and you're very sensitive. So what we have here is a natural genetic variation in the population of mice that can help us understand the natural variation that's occurring in humans. And by looking in the population, we can identify what has Mother Nature set up for us as possible targets to develop new therapies. What is there that's different amongst these people or these mice that we could possibly develop a new drug, something that's going to help us to stimulate respiration, but let the people still maintain the euphoria or analgesia of the opioid, but not have the respiratory depressions held down. So, be able to maintain their high but not die from the respiratory depression, have their respirations uncoupled from the analgesia. So we can use this mouse population kind of to help us find these genes in humans and target those for development. And I'll turn it over to Mike.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much, panelists. Fantastic introductions. We have time for some questions, and some people have already been very responsive to the Slido opportunity. We'll just leave that up there, so if anything pops up, please submit. I think where I'd like to start is with education. Jason, you brought it up in your remarks. That's kind of how you became interested in doing science based on the fellowship you got at the University of Maine Farmington. So I'd love to hear from Jennifer your perspective of how you're engaging students in research from the point of view of the college, but then I'd open it up to one of my JAX colleagues for how you have engaged students in your own research. So how is education a way into creating scientists to help, and other professionals, right, to help address this issue?
It's on?
Yes.
No? Yes?
Yep.
Okay.
Speak right into it. It's on.
Perfect.
Yep.
So I actually, just to answer that question, I think my own experience getting into science is probably relevant here. So I went to Colby College, which is also up the street. While I was there, I worked in a lab that was funded by Maine INBRE, or the Idea Network for Biomedical Research Excellence, which gave me a lot of opportunities to work with a new investigator and to really realize that research was something that I loved and that I could answer questions at a really basic level that had translational ability far further than we could even really see in the lab. And this is coming from somebody who's a first-gen student who had no idea really what I wanted to do or that neuroscience was even an option for me. Now at Bowdoin, I'm actually funded by the same grant that I benefited from as an undergraduate. And so we're funded through Maine INBRE, which is a program through the National Institute for General Medical Sciences through the NIH. And that provides us funding to answer some questions that are pricey because research is extremely costly, especially the kind of research that involves looking genetically or epigenetically to answer some of the questions that we have. And so at an education level, I think the availability of resources has been huge in allowing my students to investigate questions that are going to matter to both them and to people that they care about, and getting them hooked on something that they feel is relevant in their own lives has been huge in getting them excited about continuing in research.
Great, thanks. Vivek, would you care to follow up on how you integrate students in your lab?
Yeah, absolutely. So my journey in science also was because I was given opportunities to be in a research lab. When I was in high school, I started with science fair projects and going to University of Memphis, where I grew up, and doing research there. And that really changed my whole perspective. I mean, just like drugs of abuse at a really young age can be bad, science at really young age can be really good. So I disappointed my parents by not being a medical doctor and pursuing a PhD. But I think, like that early experience made all the difference. And, I'll also add one more thing, which is almost all of us here are funded by the National Institute of Health. So we're taking money from the Health and Human Services Department to do research. Part of our mission is to go out and educate the next generation of scientists. That is just one of the most important things. If we can't talk about our research and to the lay public and kind of educate the next generation of scientists, I think we're doing a disservice by taking all this money just to do really cutting edge but not understandable research.
Thank you very much. So Alyssa, I'm going to direct the next question to you. And the question is, and this is, I think, probably in many people's minds, are there reliable genetic tests for predicting addiction in humans, and how accessible are the tests to the general public?
I think the answer to that is not yet, and possibly, unfortunately, maybe not ever. Addiction, we've shown you some pinpoint genes that influence behaviors, and we find them when we control the genetic backgrounds. A lot of times when we look at very simplified genetic backgrounds, we have so much variation in our life experiences, and we have so much variation in our DNA. And if you think about something as complicated as the brain, it's influenced by thousands of genetic variants. So, and for those of you who've been on some genetic websites, you can see elevated risk from everything that we know about the genetic variants that influence some of these traits. But it's not explaining so much of the variation that we can say for a particular individual that this is what's going to happen, or how high their risk is. We may one day be able to do that. It's a known issue that most of the existing genetic studies have been done primarily in people of European descent. There's a big push to diversify the populations that are being studied in human genetics. So I think that the challenge is we don't really know, but we do know from our genetics work that there is biology there We're identifying individual genes that influence that biology, and we're finding ways to use the information from those genes to think about therapeutics and to think about how the circuitry of addiction vulnerability varies in different people. And so we can learn quite a bit from genetics, but we can't yet test people and say, you're safe, you're not safe.
Just a follow-up, Alyssa, if you, there's lots of consumer-based genetic tests available in the market, 23andMe and many, many others. So if you are presented as a consumer with a test that can answer that question, what would your response be?
The question, I guess you're asking, how would I use that information?
Well, no, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, should the buyer beware?
Yeah, I think those sites are very entertaining. I'm interested in whether or not I can taste cilantro. I know how I respond to cilantro, but I can see that 23andMe also knows. They're often useful, and I think about it as I could use that information to prioritize and say, okay, I'm not that great. I'm not going to eat healthy and exercise and take all these precautions and get all my regular medical screenings, but where should I prioritize my energy? I might use that information for that. These are emerging technologies, and I think they're maturing quite a bit, but again, those are statistics applied to a total population, and a population that's composed of people who sought out 23andMe and got their DNA tested, and there's other companies as well. I don't want to pick on one. So the question is, how do we go from that population average to what's happening in one person? And that's a very challenging thing. Those averages don't necessarily explain what's going on in one person based on all their other genetic variants, based on their entire life history. So again, it explains such a small fraction of your risk. It might say I'm 2% more at risk than one of these people are, but it doesn't. I can't use that 2% to do anything important. I hate to be so negative, but I want to say, we have to dial back our expectations of individualized prediction for something as complex as these behavioral phenomena that involve so much environmental influence and so much exposure history influence.
Thank you. Let's stick with individual genetics. And Jason, I'm going to ask you to take this one. If you can identify genetic predisposition to addiction, can you also identify genetic predisposition to likelihood for recovery? Are some people more genetically set up for success in recovery?
Wow, that's a great question. I have not actually studied that myself, and my guess is that the trait would be equally as penetrant in recovery as it is in development of a use disorder. I don't know if anybody else here has talked about it.
We've been starting, so the first question is, how do I study in laboratory mice something that looks like recovery? And we have some traits that we're looking at. And then the question is, how do I simulate, we talked about, other behaviors that we might want to engage in instead of substance use. The problem in addiction is that compulsion to use the drug. That's the behavior that is being elicited in response to all of life. And so the question is, how do you break that pattern? What other patterns could be reintroduced, or what other patterns can an individual form to reshape the balance of their life? And how do I study that in the lab? And so we've been working on ways of doing that type of study. And then the question is now, if I get that to work, how much is the response to that explained by genetic variation? Now, we do look at, if I take the drug away, does the mouse still seek the drug, or do they move on? And I can tell you that trait, extinction, varies quite dramatically. And I can also look at something that's almost like relapsing, which is now if they have access to the apparatus again, do they press the lever? Do they reinstate that seeking behavior? And again, that's genetically variable. So yes, we think there is genetic variability in propensity to change behavior following acquisition of this compulsive drug use pattern, but we're in early stages of identifying what genes and what the biological basis of that change in behavior is.
So I think of the whole process from a neurobiological perspective as one of plasticity. So absolutely, plasticity is important for breaking the system. It's also important for restoring the system. I gave a talk at a recovery event in Ellsworth, and someone used the analogy. They said, if you think of the brain as like a piece of paper and addiction as crumpling up that piece of paper and recovery as kind of smoothing it back out, you never fully can get rid of all the creases, but yeah, you can, fairly go back to normal with the right treatment and with the right kind of holistic approach. Certain insults are much harder to turn back the time on than others, like what Dr. Honeycutt talked about in terms of early life changes, because those kind of fundamentally change circuits, connectivity maybe, and those may be much harder to recover from, but later life changes may be easier to recover from. Someone who's been using the drug for 2-3 years, it may be easier to recover than someone who's been using the drug for 20-30 years.
That's a great transition, because a member of the audience asked the question for you, Jennifer, to what extent is it possible to reverse the early childhood experience? What have you observed in your lab?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and it actually kind of goes along, I think, with some of what was just said. We do focus a lot on risk, of course, because we're trying to answer a question and really trying to inform treatments. But we also have some research on resilience. We can see in the data that not everyone who utilizes an illicit drug will go on to develop a substance use disorder. There are, much like that, if you look at populations of children who have grown to adults, not everybody who's experienced a significant number of adverse childhood experiences is going to have the same outcome. A lot of that has to do with early intervention. So that is a huge piece of that puzzle. When we're thinking of early intervention with children, this often looks like kind of mitigating at the behavioral level, going in, providing resources for kids that maybe are not in a stable environment, and streamlining some of those resources. When we're looking at early life adversity, and from my own research, we see that the brain can actually develop differently while an individual is experiencing. In this case, of course, we're talking about rats, but we see this in humans as well, that were once institutionalized in terms of brain connectivity. But if you intervene early on at various levels, it could be at the behavioral level in humans, it can be at a biological level, for example, in model systems, we can see some kind of mitigation of that, but the biggest piece, and as I mentioned when I was speaking, was that our brain is very plastic, and the changes to the way our DNA is read is very dynamic, and is constantly kind of changing. So it's not just at one point that we want to have this. Of course, when your brain is extremely plastic and these things are occurring, is kind of the best time to address these issues. But of course, later on in terms of treatment, this is also a really important piece of that as well.
Thank you. So I'm curating questions up here. There are way too many to get through. They're all great. But it's a reminder that if you are really interested in having your voice heard, come right down front and we'll take a question from the floor. Don't be shy. Thank you. Okay, so Jennifer, staying with you, somebody was really paying attention to your presentation, and they asked the question, were there other stimuli in the experiment other than the cocaine? Describe the environment a little bit.
Yeah, so in that particular experiment, it was a conditioned place preference. You pair a single experience with cocaine with a specific room, and then you pair another room with a different type of drug, and or in our case, we just gave them salt water, right, just saline. And then you ask them later on, which room do you prefer? So our animals that went into that had experienced early life adversity kind of overwhelmingly wanted to choose the cocaine room. A caveat of that, and what was mentioned as well earlier, is that we also want to understand this in the context of sex. And so that particular piece of data, we did that experiment in both males and females. We saw that effect in our males, but we did not see that effect in our females. And what we also saw is that that could be mitigated by kind of blocking certain pathways that we think might be involved in kind of that more risk-taking behavior following early adversity that tends to be a little bit more male-specific in terms of risk-taking versus more kind of anxiety-specific in some of our female animals.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, we do have a question. Fantastic. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm wondering if there are any current, is there any current research regarding expanding neuroplasticity? A number of you panelists have been talking about the importance of neuroplasticity with regard to addiction and resolving addictive behaviors.
Yeah, so it's one of the most active areas of research for the past probably 20 plus years in neuroscience. If you go home and you remember anything about what happened here today, it's because your brain has literally physically changed. So I think one of the more exciting areas in neuroscience right now is psychobilins and mushrooms and how they lead to kind of extended changes in plasticity in the brain and how people are using that to treat PTSD and other kind of even substance use disorders. So there's a lot of exciting stuff on plasticity happening.
Thanks. We'll wrap with one more question. This is the last one. So the question is, well, it's a statement. No, it's a question. How does this incredible information get reported to the general population in an understandable and effective way? And this is of course part of this, but we're not the general population beyond the borders of this room. So, who does anyone want to share on how public outreach, how engagement is important to the community at large, specifically to substance use disorder?
I feel like I'm put on the spot here. So I write papers, I'm on social media, I've written op-eds for Bangor Daily News, Portland Press Herald, and I'm out here, so.
Yeah, who else? Anything else?
Yeah, I also utilize my family and network of friends, and if they start to ask me about science, I'll go on and share with them more details than they want to know. But usually they have some really important questions. And I think I may have convinced my 80-something-year-old father that addiction is a disease and not a willpower thing. And so that's a huge step forward for me. So it's small steps like this, having these conversations.
Similar. Social media is a great one. Also, community outreach, getting into your community. I've done a lot of work with some organizations in the past, like Skype a Scientist, where you actually Skype into an underfunded classroom and talk to them about science, and it can range. I think I've had a group of kindergartners, which was probably my favorite, to high school students, to continuing adult education, and it's just a really nice way to kind of really boil down your science to, what are the bare bones, what are people excited about, what's going to get people to just understand a little bit more about how their brain is working.
So yes, we write, we speak, we do programs at our libraries. A few of us work with a local recovery center, Acadia Family Center. We've made Lego models of our brains and of populations and of behavioral equipment and taken them into high school classrooms and tried to teach kids about what it means to have your behavior change, just as we saw with cows drinking milk today. We let high school students press levers and see how their behavior changed when those levers no longer have any action. So we do lots of things to try to put this information in the hands of the public. But it takes all of us going out and getting that word out there in an interpretable and usable way.
Fantastic. Well, I learned a lot today. I am inspired by the hard work of these individuals as teachers, as researchers, as dedicated professionals, leveraging yet another tool in this challenge. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for coming. And if anyone didn't get their question answered, come up to the front and we can have a little chat on the side. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to be starting we're going to have a few brief remarks from Sean Flynn from Points North Institute. I did want to take just a second to acknowledge that despite the legislative session not being done, which is why our legislative report in your packet is somewhat brief, because there's 4 or 5 things there that they're not done. The House is coming back, I think, Monday, the Senate on Tuesday, then those bills will go to the governor's desk. So. But despite all that, there are a number of legislators here today who really care about our work, and we really appreciate them joining us. I know I haven't seen all of them, but I wanted to acknowledge at least the ones that I know that are here. I know Senator Cameron Rennie is here from Lincoln County, and on the House side, Representative Lookner, Annie Graham, Colleen Madigan, I think Michelle Meyer, the House Chair of Health and Human Services, may be here. I know I saw Lois Reckitt, and I apologize for other legislators who I just haven't seen, but we really appreciate what you do. You pass an amazing number of bills that are helpful to the people in this room, and I want to give these legislators a nice hand. And without further ado, Sean Flynn, the Points North Institute has been a terrific partner with us in our film series, using films to tell the stories. Stories affect people, they move people, and I'm just channeling all the things that Sean has taught me. So Sean Flynn, and then he'll introduce the film, and then following the film, we'll have the subject of the film here and his probation officer for a brief discussion. We'll try to wrap this up by 12:40, 12:45. Sean.
Thank you so much, Gordon. My name is Sean Flynn. I'm the program director at the Points North Institute. It's always an honor and an inspiration to be in this room. This is our 5th time being involved in Gordon and the governor's work, and all the work that you are doing. Points North is an arts organization. We show documentary films and support documentary filmmakers to make a difference in their community. And this program that we've been running for about 5 years now, called Recovery in Maine, really exemplifies that mission. We've organized over 60 free documentary screenings in every corner of the state. And more recently, we've had a great opportunity to partner with Maine-based filmmaker Alex Morrow to make a series of short films that are really highlighting Mainers in recovery, people that are on the front lines of doing this work and making their communities stronger and healthier. So it's an incredible honor to have that opportunity to share stories, to listen to the experiences of so many of our fellow Mainers, and really chart a path forward to find solutions that we're all looking for. So this film that we're about to show is the 5th film in our Recovery in Maine series. We've just started work on a 6th film, so stay tuned for that. And if you see me or my colleague Sarah Irwin around, we're also in the process of organizing another statewide tour involving this film and the other 4. And we would love to come to your community, your local theater, your local community center, and continue to kind of make spaces for storytelling and discussion, and as I said, identifying solutions to the problems we're all facing. So thank you again. And I also just wanted to thank Commissioner Liberty and the Department of Corrections, who we worked very closely with on telling this story that you're about to see. And a very, very special thanks to Don Hansen for opening up your life and your recovery journey to us. It's a very brave thing to allow a filmmaker into your life. And also to Chris Arbor, who is part of this film. And you're going to meet Chris and Don right after the film. They'll come up and have a brief conversation. So I hope you enjoy the film and the rest of the day. Thank you.
typically when people look at incarceration, obviously they always look at the negative aspects. 70% of the people that are in prison are in for things like driving and possession of drug charges and stuff like that, all much more minor things and much more common things than people really realize. I think they over-dramatize things and like go with what you see on TV, like movies and stuff. They stereotype things so that they feel like everybody is that one way. And that's how every single person's gonna be, but it's not the case. Everybody's different. Everybody's their own individual person. You can't look at things through like such a close lens.
Down. Stay. No, you're supposed to stay. You're supposed to stay. Sit. Down. Good girl. Yeah. Stay. Stay. Huh. Come on, baby. Come on. Good girl. Good girl.
I'm really about making this a smooth transition for you, but it really starts with communication, okay? So today I want to have a conversation with you. Like, I want to get to know where you've been, where you're from, all of that good stuff. So start from the beginning. Where you from?
I'm from Connecticut originally. I was born in Texas. I lived there till I was 3. And then I lived in Connecticut till I was like 9, 10 years old, I think. I moved up to Aroostook County. Yeah, I was there for probably like 4 years or so before I started getting into doing drugs and stuff. And part of my drug use might have been from ADHD and stuff, because I wasn't ever treated for ADHD, but I was taking meth at like 15 years old. So they think that was probably a big reason. I was probably trying to self-medicate a little bit. Kind of been a battle for my whole life, you know.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like you have a relationship with your mom?
Yeah.
Okay, where's your mom now?
My mom, dad, and my son live in Prescott.
Oh, cool. How old's your son?
15.
All right.
It's gotta be 15, 14, yeah.
How often do you get to talk to your son?
Whenever I want to call there if he's not playing a video game. Because I haven't seen him in like, I don't know, 2.5 years now probably, so.
So it sounds like that's really a great focus for you is to be there for your son. What are some of your biggest fears, anxiety, concerns?
Obviously, my biggest fear is probably not succeeding, I guess. You know, and relapsing, I guess. That's always probably my biggest fear. Yeah, I don't know. I think just pretty much failure, I think, is mine. I got rid of all my clothes. I need to change into now.
You go home all sweaty?
Yeah, I have a t-shirt out, that's it. I don't have much left to pack, so. I got my flip-flops in there. I might need those at the house to shower, I don't know. 15 guys in the house, I might want to wear them in the shower there too. Most people leave everything behind when they leave, but I'm not leaving all my piles and piles of books I bought behind, and all my school books. I think that's pretty much it.
Chris is late.
You're such a lovable. You're so lovable.
Take care of the puppy.
I got your pooch, no worries.
All right.
Come on.
Go on.
Ain't written right now, so.
All right, I think I'm ready, huh?
Yeah.
All right, see ya. Hopefully not here again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Together.
Yeah. All right.
Ready, Hanson?
Yeah. Hell yeah, I'm ready. How you doing?
What's going on, buddy?
Oh, not much.
How you feeling?
I feel pretty excited.
Feel excited? A little nervous?
Yeah, well, definitely a little nervous.
Yeah? It's the first day of the rest of your life right now.
Oh, yeah. My primary goal after I get settled in is obviously reconnecting with my son. But there's a lot I need to do. People think that like getting out of prison is going to be so great, you're going to be free, but it's pretty stressful.
Thank you for calling Goodwill Workforce.
I get kind of so stressed out with things, it seems like it takes me forever to just make one phone call. Yeah, my name is Don Hanson, and I was giving you guys just like getting the hang of actually doing it. It told me that you guys might be able to help me with a grant that was called the Opioid 360 grant, and yes. I got all kinds of new shoes since I've been out already. I got my cool rocks I saved from prison. They have a perfect line through them with quartz running through them. My roommate's gonna come home and be like, why is there rocks on our shelf? I saved my nice spork from prison. I gotta save that maybe because when I go hiking this summer, I might actually take that with me. I figured if I kept the little things to remind me, you know what I mean, maybe it'll keep it in my head that, listen, I don't want to go back to that place. Get rid of that. All right. My biggest question and my biggest issue is like how I'm gonna fit working with all my other appointments and stuff like that. Like, that's really my biggest fear right now, my biggest thing I'm worried about right now. Oh, on the other side of that building? On the other side of that building. All right, hey, thank you, buddy, appreciate it.
What is your focus for you right now?
Right now, for me, it's just trying to get things to just level out and not be stressed out and stuff like that. And just, I have like a month left of school. It's really comforting to be around a group of people that have all been through the same stuff and then all deal with the same shit you deal with every week. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, it's nice.
Only your third test here, huh?
Where do you want to sit?
This guy came here, man. Oh, shit.
Girlfriend's in there smoking.
You're not smoking yet, are you?
No, I'm not gonna. It says, we are pleased to offer you a full-time position with Great Falls Construction. We feel that your skills and background will be a valuable asset to our team and are excited to extend you this offer. You got these boots, and I got this tool belt, which is full of tools. I can't wait to see my son. I haven't seen my son in like probably 3 years now. How's it going?
Miss you, buddy.
It's a lot of work and it's a lot of stress, and I've done it before, so I knew the stress was coming.
you've managed to get through all this. You should be proud.
Hey, buddy, what are you doing? Oh, nothing. Getting ready to head up that way. Waiting for Melinda to get here.
When's the last time you were back up there?
3.5 years ago now, probably. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. Melinda's a good friend of mine that actually she's like one of the few people that I associated with from my past that I still talk to now because she's sober. She's actually one of my better friends. I don't associate with anybody from my past that, not because I don't want to, like, you know what I mean? I still like a lot of those people. It's just that I don't want to get wrapped up in the same stuff, and I know they're still wrapped up in the same stuff. When I started getting closer to home, it was rough. I mean, it's nice. I love it up here, but like on the ride back up, I was having a lot of bad memories and shit. Like actually like good memories that are bad because, you know what I mean? Like good times that were like drug related. And,
it's like memories that you're not supposed to remember.
Yeah, I mean,
do.
I have a lot of good memories and I had a lot of fun times. So how can you not remember them? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
But
gotta make better ones. Gotta get the right finesse.
I don't know. I throw like a frisbee. That's all I can throw. Like,
Throw that one. The ultimate frisbee.
this is short distance.
Yeah, there's
oh, this might be fun. I don't know.
What the? It's awkward. It doesn't feel right in the hand.
All right. Thank you.
I'm gonna be so bad at this.
So what do we practice?
It's gonna be bad.
here's the practice hole.
So we just throw.
I'd go that one.
It's gonna be
I
bad.
didn't use that one. Son of a bitch. Holy shit, he throws better. Oh yeah, this is gonna suck. I don't like losing. So you're good. Oh yeah, you get to lean right in and shit. Yeah. Oh, that's gonna roll way the hell down there. You slow. Oh my Christ, where did this kid get this arm from?
Oh, that's good.
Damn it. I don't think I really want to play in that. I mean, that's a little offensive. Yeah. Thank you.
So how's this movie gonna be edited?
They edit it.
Oh, Dip. How is it gonna be edited?
How?
Yeah.
I have an editing program, I imagine.
Well, oh my God, that's not what I meant. Is it gonna be like sad?
Oh, I don't know.
Like,
no, I don't think
or is
so.
it gonna be just regular movie? No action or anything? Just story?
No action. It's not a movie.
Well, I know. That's what I'm saying.
It's like a documentary. You ever watch a documentary?
Nope, they're boring.
They're the boring ones. You don't want to
Yeah.
Like right straight ahead over here, right straight through these trees.
Oh no,
you can barely see it. So
I suck, huh?
we both suck. Our lifestyles are so different. Like he grew up with video games, and I grew up playing outside and like building forts. It was nice to have something that we could both do that we both like doing. Want to play a quick game?
Feel my ball. So.
Oh, yeah. Oh! I want to see him succeed and do whatever he wants to do and not get wrapped up in the things that I got wrapped up in, for sure, obviously. Yeah. My hopes for him are to not do what I did. Because the life that I lived was not was like so much of a wasted time, wasted like years of just wastedness. I feel like me being wasted. So yeah, I don't want him to go through that. All right. See, I made the shot. It's time to go. Come give me a hug.
I'm dirty.
All right. That's all right. Love you,
You're
buddy.
wearing a white shirt.
All right.
No, I'm not worried about my shirt.
All right. I love you. Oh boy. When I got out, I set all these goals, and I intentionally set a lot of my goals as like small, achievable, realistic goals so that I wouldn't have to worry about being let down or not achieving them. It wasn't very long before I achieved most of those goals. So you need to continue to set new goals every day, and like it gives you something to strive for, I guess, in life. Life is not a straight, narrow path. It's always up and down, and every day is something different. Every day something is going to be thrown at you. For me, living my life, it's like, I mean, between work and school, I've just been in my spare time just trying to kind of take things easy. I do my meetings and stuff like that, and try to go hiking or whatever. I try to plan at least like one thing every weekend. This time is definitely different. I knew it was going to be different from the start, just because I changed personally. I changed. I did things to make changes. Like I didn't want to get out and be that person anymore.
And before you were ready to make the change, what do you think you were afraid of?
I don't know. That's a tough question. I don't know. Maybe a big part of it was like afraid of being alone, maybe. While I was using, I had all my friends were involved in using. Like everybody I knew was involved in using. Like my whole life revolved around that pretty much.
But what do you wish you could have told the part of yourself that was afraid of that?
That it won't be that bad, I guess. Slowly, one thing will replace another thing, and slowly you'll find things to fill your time with. I mean, that's kind of what life's about, right? Enjoying yourself and, you know, doing things that you remember, that, you know, checking off things on your bucket list, which I don't really have, but I guess I probably ought to make one. You know. Here we go, off for a little Sunday. Last ice cream of the season.
Why are you getting shotgun?
Because I'm fucking videotaping. That's why I get shotgun. And you didn't call it. Huh? Hey! You're supposed to wave to the camera, not say hey. And of course, my fatness had to get the extra loaded, outrageous whole dinner. What do you guys think of that?
What do I think of that? I think you are the fattest ass.
Me and Josh up in the lift. Hello. Doing some unsheathing. Happy birthday, dear Donnie. Everybody calls him something different. The third birthday to you.
So we're in 20, about 22.
Are you having fun?
It's alright. It's calming.
Fucking lost him already. There he is. Got him. Oh, yeah. Just a little guy.
Okay. What? Big one.
No.
You're grill fishing, huh?
Oh. Yeah. All right, here we go. Kurt's House barbecue time. Oh, shit. Peter, what do you think of the barbecue?
Looks pretty dope.
Good day for barbecue? All right. Do a little fun.
Thanks to the camera. Fucking stud. Fresh cut.
Oh, yeah. Got my hair trimmed down. I forgot about that. I got my hair trimmed. See what we got got the food here. Oh. And here we have assistant to the house manager, Dave.
Hey. Oh my God. I got it.
Oh, we gotta get everybody on the camera for the Courage House barbecue. We got it.
Thank you so much. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Don Hanson and Chris Arbor for a brief conversation before we break for lunch.
Well, first of all, I just want to say such an inspiration and courage to share your story with all of these people. As you know, over the last 4.5 years under Commissioner Liberty's and his executive teams, we've changed the way we've done corrections, what we call the main model of corrections. We've reformed. It's about common humanity, diversity, equity, and inclusion. My question for you is, what inspired you to share your story with hundreds of people?
I think the biggest reason was to show people that aren't touched by substance use disorder that, and people that don't have experience with people in prison that it's a different, it's not what everybody thinks and what everybody sees on TV, that there's a lot of people that are in prison that are, I guess, just normal people with problems. And to make it so that anybody else that is suffering from substance use disorder is not afraid to reach out and get the help, and that the help is out there, and if they take advantage of it, you can succeed, I guess. I think.
You know, it's extremely important. I've been in the corrections business a long time, and I think what people need to know about Don is the programs that we have within our facilities. Don participated in almost every one of them. He was a recovery coach. You saw him with the Mission Working Dogs. He was with the puppies, and he was truly a leader within his therapeutic community and his housing unit. Even to this day, I'm currently one of the deputy wardens at MCC now, and even to this day, I walk through the facility and people continue to ask me, how's Don doing? How's Don doing? And when I first met Don, and something interesting you see in the film is his eyes when he first meets me. Building relationships is what we do within our facilities. Taking down those gaps and those bridges. And I want to commend you on the work that you've done, because 20 years ago when I started this business, we made assumptions on people by just looking at a file, reading the file, looking at them, and making our decisions. And you taught me more than I taught you, and I appreciate that. And I think what you've done is amazing for people in the recovery community, and he continues to do that. So thank you very much. So the magical question, where are you today?
So I guess everything's pretty normal now. I'm in a different spot than I ever would have imagined being, I guess. I can definitely say I would never imagine being up here in front of all these people right now. Yeah, life's good, I guess. Yeah.
So let's have a big round of applause, and thank you, Don, for sharing your story.
Thank you.
If you find your seats, we're going to begin the afternoon program. We've got a voice of recovery that is about to speak. I'm kind of looking for one of our 4 signers that are probably not too far away. I'll give you just one more minute to calm down and find your seats, find a seat. There's plenty of seats down here towards the front. And then we've got an amazing afternoon. I hope you've enjoyed the morning and found some lunch somewhere. Okay, 30-second warning. I need people in their seats, and I need the ambient noise level down so we can hear our second voice, a third voice of recovery. Arthur, you can join me on the stage. Okay. So we can stay on time, and we've got a very tight timeline this afternoon as we did this morning. It's my pleasure to introduce our second voice of recovery, Arthur Padilla. Arthur's fairly new to Maine, but grew up in the Southwest, in the New Mexico area, and there are elements of Arthur's story that will resonate with many, many of you. So we're excited to have Arthur in Maine, living in central Maine, and he's going to tell you some of his story. And thank you, Arthur, so much for doing this.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for being here, and thank you, Gordon, for inviting me. I'm so humbled to be here. So as you can imagine, there is never a time in your life where you'll wake up and say, oh, I'm going to stand in front of 1,000 people and tell them my story, and then to do that in 5 minutes. So I'm going to take an hour and a half. No, I'm kidding. I can't do that. I could do that, but I'm not going to. Okay, so quick and easy. I'm going to tell you the short part, and then we'll talk a little bit. But so interestingly enough, this particular conversation is about prevention, and prevention is really key because I started using when I was 8 years old, right? So that's really key to this conversation about how do you stop the issue of addiction if I was starting at 8. So there were issues around family conversation, there were issues around education and poverty. We grew up in a quasi-subsistence environment. I didn't have running water when I was first born. We did our own hunting, we did our own wood gathering. So, we had it was a very complex life. It was very difficult to live in that poverty. And part of that culture was integrating alcohol. And part of your deal was you were going to be when you graduated, whatever that meant, to something, I don't know what. I think it was graduated to be big enough to hold a chainsaw, then you were able to get a shot of whiskey or something like that. And that was the cultural precedent that was set up for me. I was born into that, and I walked into that. So I started that life. I didn't really have an option. By the time I was 15, I was homeless, living on the street. I was having sex for money. I was selling drugs. I was doing anything I could to get to the next day, because that's all that mattered, was the next day. At that time, when you're 15, 16, thinking about life that way, 40 seems like a vision way in the heck out there, and it's not even a possibility. And lo and behold, here I am, almost 60, and the reality is that every single day I have to get up and I deal with the consequences of all of those years of abuse and nonsense that I lived through. And again, part of it was all of the bottom line is that I lived in ignorance. I didn't understand what was going on. Like one of the Voices of Recovery folks said, when they first started using, they finally found themselves. Everything shut up. Finally found that first sense of quiet. Can you imagine that an 8-year-old found a sense of quiet? There's something wrong in that environment, right? So the reality is that every day, just getting to this event this morning took me all week because I live with such a high level of anxiety. And so, I had to map out the directions to get here like 6 times, even though I've been here more than once. I had to be here super early so I wouldn't be late. All of these things are regular, normal, everyday things. So people say, why? Why bother then? Because now I can get up and get here and come to this place and be in front of you, in front of 1,000 people, even though it took me a whole week to prepare to get my brain in the place to be here. And then being amongst all of these people, I haven't been in this big of a crowd in years, right? So doing all of that, and the reality is I can do it. I can do it. Even though it's hard, it's difficult, I can, right? And the point of all of that is that's the promise of recovery. Like, what can you actually do? So I will be honest, I'm afraid of almost everything, but it does not stop me from doing anything, right? Number one, right? That's the way we all live, but that's the reality. So with that, I want to tell you that I was able to do things that made a difference in people's lives because I took my lived experience and said, let's do something so that the kids coming behind us don't have to deal with that, right? So I raised $4 million for kids in Washington, D.C. so that they could do this work for themselves, so that they could do that. I did the same thing in Seattle with gay men who were addicted to crystal meth and couldn't find a way out. I said, let's bring some money here, create some collaboration and do some work. And $5 million later, the Peer Recovery Network in Seattle was flourishing. It was in Washington, it's booming, it's super great. All of that is a legacy of all of that fear and anxiety and alcoholism and drug abuse and addiction. But it's also a statement of there are possibilities, there is hope, we can overcome, and with all of these resources, there is absolutely no reason for anyone to remain suffering. And I cannot thank you enough for doing the work that you do so that I can be here today. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Arthur. That was amazing. Great to see you all. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. It's with great pleasure that I have the opportunity to introduce our afternoon keynote, Dr. Ingvild Olsen. We talk about our opioid response, and I tend to think about it as both art and science in terms of how we do our work. And Dr. Olsen is going to bring science right into the conversation today for all of us. She is truly a pioneer, a barrier breaker, a thought leader, and she has a framework for systems integration that I think will really inform our work here in Maine. She currently serves as the director for the Center for Substance Abuse Treatment. She has a long history of working within the addiction treatment field to expand access to care and to enhance quality. She began her career as the medical director for Johns Hopkins Hospital Outpatient Substance Use Services, while a full-time assistant professor in the Department of Medicine at the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. She also served as the medical consultant to the Maryland Behavioral Health Administration, as a clinical expert to the Maryland Addiction Consultant Service at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, and as an advisor for addictions interventions to the Baltimore City Health Department. She has written and lectured extensively on opioid use disorder and its treatments and the stigma of addiction, the integration of behavioral health and medical care, and clinical and policy solutions to address the opioid epidemic. She also shared with me some of her inspiration, some of the formative moments for her in her career. And she reflected on her experience as a medical student at Boston Public Health, seeing the impacts of stigma firsthand. The time she spent at the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota, seeing firsthand the impact of generational trauma. And not only is she brilliant, and not only are we incredibly lucky to have her today, she brings to this work deep empathy and compassion. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Olsen to the stage.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I know it's right after lunch, and so we're hopefully had a good lunch. We had a great morning, and now we're gonna have a fabulous afternoon. Yeah. And it started with such an incredibly inspiring story from Arthur. Thank you. And I also just want to really thank you all so much for the invitation to this amazing event. Thank you particularly Governor Mills, who is letting me precede her, and to Gordon Smith, to Sarah Squirrel, and all the leaders in this just amazing state of Maine who are just
doing and leading the amazing work that all of you are doing. You are all leaders in this space. It is just so, I can't even tell you how thrilling it is to really be able to be here, and having been here this morning and hearing some of the stories and all the work that you all are doing. It is just fabulous. So I just really want to applaud all of you. It's also really great to be back in Maine. I was here last year actually visiting the Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness program. They are a grantee of ours at CSAT. And I just want to give a huge shout out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. As well, I had the fortune of visiting the Maine State Prison with Commissioner Liberty and his just amazing team, the WellPath team, and all the work that they're doing to completely transform what it means to actually rehabilitate people and not call them inmates, but call them residents. Just that simple change in language is huge. Huge, and we saw some of that in the video and the documentary that was shown during lunch. So just amazing, Commissioner Liberty, wherever you are, fabulous, fabulous, fabulous work. I also just had the fortune of sitting in on the Clinical Advisory Council meeting that is really talking about, addressing some incredible frontline issues in hospitals, in primary care settings, in across a variety of different clinical specialties, and with the compassion and that empathy that really people who have a substance use disorder deserve. That dignity and respect, because that, as I'll talk a little bit about, the stigma that we've talked about this morning, that we've heard about, is just such a huge challenge for all of us that we have to overcome. So just kudos to all, Lisa and all the clinicians who are serving on that advisory council. All right, so, but now on to just a little bit of kind of a view from SAMHSA and some of the things that we are heavily engaged in, particularly in the Center for Substance Abuse Treatment. So I'm an addiction medicine specialist and a general internist by training. And so treatment is really kind of the piece that I'm going to focus on. But I just want to really highlight the fact that this is a continuum. What Carton Hall talked about this morning with this continuum between prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and recovery, it is not a linear. It is not even kind of a bowed circle. It is a circle. Right? And that is something that this integrated kind of piece is so incredibly important for our systems. So I just want to leave you, or hope that you leave here today, being able to describe very briefly the current state of the overdose crisis, and discuss at least 2 key federal actions that we're taking to address it, and identify SAMHSA and CSAT's roles specifically and strategies for some of those 2 key actions. So just a very brief snapshot. I know that it is no surprise to anyone here, and we've talked some about the various different statistics specific to Maine, but that we are in the midst of an overdose and a substance use disorder crisis, and one that has cost hundreds of thousands of lives just in 1 year alone. In 2022, it's estimated that we lost about 110,000 people. That is just you just can't even really imagine, how many lives that is, and families and communities. And we know that as the crisis has evolved, it has moved from a prescription opioid to heroin, and now to primarily illicitly manufactured fentanyl that is really driving those overdoses. But unfortunately, we are seeing that now it is, as was mentioned earlier this morning, it is not just fentanyl, it is not just heroin, it is not just prescription opioids, it is a combination of things that, 10 years ago when I started, 20 years ago when I started, this was not even something you would have thought could possibly even happen, right? So we are now seeing a mix of other substances with fentanyl, including xylazine, that is contributing to overdoses and really complicating our response efforts, and stimulants that are adulterated with fentanyl, such that there are people who are not even interested in opioids that are getting exposed with fatal outcomes. And, too quick on the draw here. There we go. And we know that these overdose patterns are also associated with changes in the drug supply and with health disparities, I think as was mentioned this morning. And I think, the other piece that from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health, which is one of the biggest national surveys that SAMHSA conducts annually, we also know that the population of people who have substance use disorders is incredibly large. It's about 16% of the overall adult population 12 years and older in the US. And that while many are in need of and could benefit from treatment, the number of people who are actually accessing and seeking services and getting treated is incredibly small. And part of that is that we have done a very, very bad job, I would say, as a society, to really advertise and say that we have services that can be helpful, we have services that people may really want, and that we can help you wherever you are. It is not just about this type of treatment or that type of treatment or this type of treatment. It is we need to do individualized care that really meets people where they are. Because we have services that can be incredibly helpful. But when people feel like they don't need them, then that says something. It says something about us, what we're doing as a system, to not really reach out to individuals, to not really kind of, be able to talk to them about what it is that they're actually looking for. What are they hoping for? But there is hope. And as we've heard, Arthur, all the other recovery stories that were heard today, that we also know from that same survey that 7 in 10 adults who have had a substance use problem at some point in their lives consider themselves to be in recovery or recovering. And that is the reason, you all are the reason we keep pushing forward. I keep pushing forward because we cannot afford to continue to lose so many of our family members, our friends, our neighbors, and coworkers. So I would submit to you also that we have another challenge. And really, for people with substance use disorders and their families, trying to navigate their way to help is really enough to discourage even the most motivated. Because across most of the country, much of the country, we have barely coordinated systems of care across public health, general health care, the specialty treatment system, and other systems such as criminal justice and housing and social services that all often encounter people with substance use disorders, but really aren't always able to offer help that is helpful or know what is helpful. And I have to say, though, that with everything that I have heard and learned and seen in Maine, I actually think that the Maine diagram looks different than this, which is fabulous. And it looks probably more closely like this. And this is the world at CSAT that we see of coordinated, integrated public health and health systems that are embedded in the community, grounded in recovery and equity, where people and their families have no wrong door to services and can find what they need in systems and with approaches that are informed and often really created by those people who use those services. So the work that we do at CSAT stems really from this vision as we work to expand access to and quality of effective care in systems that also includes public safety and housing and social services to save and improve the lives of people with substance use disorders and related conditions. Because we really recognize that it takes all of us. It is going to continue to take all of us. Now, we do our work under the current direction of Dr. Delphine Rittman, Dr. Miriam Delphine Rittman, who is the Assistant Secretary for Mental Health and Substance Use, and in alignment with SAMHSA's larger strategic priorities you can see here. So SAMHSA is the agency within the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services that leads public health efforts to advance the behavioral health of the nation. And SAMHSA's mission is to lead public health and service delivery efforts that promote mental health, prevent substance misuse, and provide treatments and foster recovery while ensuring equitable access and better outcomes. And so we do that across these 5 strategic priority areas, with preventing overdose as the one of these 5 areas that we really at CSAT are so kind of incredibly focused on and a large part of. And we do our work grounded in principles of equity, trauma-informed approaches, commitment to data and evidence, and recovery. So all of the comments that I'm going to make from here on are really grounded in those principles. So we also are aligned with other federal guiding frameworks and strategies, including the Health and Human Services Overdose Prevention Strategy and the Office of National Drug Control Strategy. And I'm so thrilled that Michael Botticelli, who used to head that office, is here. He is a big hero of mine, so just really wanted to let him know that. And I will say that the Office of National Drug Control Strategy in 2020, that was released in 2021, contains over 80 action items for the federal government to undertake across that whole continuum of prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and recovery. And it is the first national drug control strategy that includes a chapter specifically on harm reduction, which is huge. That's never happened before. And 70 of those 80 action items involve SAMHSA in some way. Now, I think Maine probably has us beat in the number of action items in your strategy, with over close to 200, I think. So Gordon Smith, no competition at all, but just wanted to shout out the strategy that you all have here in Maine. And I particularly, I read through it last night and just so impressed with the comprehensiveness and just the thoughtfulness and that empathy that came through every single one. Particularly, I want to highlight strategy number 34 that really aims to promote stories of connection, hope, and recovery in Maine communities. I thought that was really amazing. Now, I want to just kind of dive a little bit into 2 of the exciting policy changes that have recently occurred that presents us as a healthcare field, as a professional field, as a treatment field, and a broader kind of harm reduction recovery, that continuum, right? And recovery field, to really further the vision of this more integrated, coordinated system of care for people with substance use disorders. And both of these changes, so Section 1262, or the Mainstreaming Addiction Treatment or MAT Act, and Section 1263, or the MATE Act, Medication Access and Training Expansion Act, were included in the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2022. I can't speak as fast as Carlton Hall, so all these different acronyms. There are a lot of acronyms in the federal government. It was signed into law at the end of this past December. And the MAT Act, how many of you have heard of the MAT Act? Yeah, so there are a few people. So the MAT Act essentially removes a 22-year-old requirement for practitioners to hold a special waiver to prescribe buprenorphine for the treatment of opioid use disorder. Yeah. And the MATE Act requires that any practitioner looking to hold a DEA registration to prescribe any controlled medication as of the June 27th, so last month, to prescribe any of those controlled medications has to undertake some training on substance use disorders in order to do so. That also is huge. Now, 8 hours is the minimum amount of time, which you might say, like, that is not a whole lot of time to learn really the field of substance use disorders and all that it encompasses. But it really is a beginning. And these 2 provisions have the potential to profoundly expand access to effective care. Because at the end of December of this past year, 2022, there were about 130,000 practitioners across the country who held that special waiver to prescribe buprenorphine. And the DEA estimates that there are over 1.8 million DEA registrants. So just think about that we could go from a landscape of having 130,000 practitioners who prescribe buprenorphine to over 1.8 million. and 1.8 million healthcare practitioners who understand now or who are starting to learn about what substance use disorders are, how to screen for it, how to intervene in it, how to really recognize that this is a health condition. This is not a moral failure. It's not a criminal issue. It is a health condition. Now, we know that implementing these significant policy changes can take time, and so we are working very closely with our colleagues at the DEA and elsewhere, including all of you, to ensure that the potential of these changes can become reality. And so for all of you who are prescribers, who have heeded the call of Matt and Mate, I just want to thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And you are recovery allies, as Allison Jones-Webb really defined it for us this morning. And I learned about the 1,000 Points campaign that I think is being discussed here in Maine. And I know that there are so many of all of you as recovery allies here in Maine as well. And so for all of those who have yet to really take up the mantle of Matt and Mate, or can't because you're not a prescriber, but you can go out and you can be those tentacles and you can be those champions to really be able to amplify these messages. And we need you. Your communities need you. So I just want to then say that as of right now, that all practitioners who have a current DEA registration can prescribe buprenorphine for an opiate use disorder in their practice if permitted by applicable state law. And that, I think, is kind of the other piece that we're really focusing on, is understanding what are states doing? What are states how are they actually then looking at their own state laws to make sure that this policy change has the maximum impact? And if there are folks who have additional questions about the MAT Act, we have additional information and FAQs on the SAMHSA website, as well as on the DEA website that we've been working with them very closely. In terms of the MATE Act, so SAMHSA and DEA also have dedicated pages on our websites for additional information, including where to find training, recommendations for what elements to look for in substance use disorder training. Because the law really didn't give either SAMHSA nor DEA nor any other part of federal government any authority to set what is supposed to be in that training. It's a minimum of 8 hours, but what it really is supposed to contain, what really people and prescribers and healthcare practitioners need to know, that was not something that was really spelled out in that. So we, in conjunction with a number of our partners across federal government, with expert input and from lots of different professional associations and other experts, we put together some recommended elements. And if you go to this website and take a look, you'll see that it covers not only the medical pieces, so dosing and role of medication and what are the things to think about, but it also highlights things like trauma and understanding what the impact of trauma is. Stigma, what is how people actually have experienced perhaps the healthcare field and healthcare services in the past that really keep them away. And a whole range of other co-occurring conditions, really thinking about that whole person and that whole person aspect. And the idea is to really match as much as possible other licensure continuing education practices so that it doesn't become a burden, but it really becomes a learning opportunity. And we hope that, that healthcare practitioners will take it as such. So in addition to information on the SAMHSA website, we are continuing to push out messaging around the importance of screening for, identifying, and treating substance use disorder through FAQs, publications, and outreach at conferences like this one. Because prevention of overdoses crosses not only primary prevention, that has been the focus, very importantly, of this conference, but also the areas of harm reduction and treatment. And I would submit to you that in some ways, similar to the way that the HIV world really came to understand many years ago that treatment was prevention, that treatment of substance use disorders also really is prevention. Because as we've heard so eloquently over the course of this morning and this afternoon, that When you have a family member or there's a parent in the household and that parent really doesn't get effective, compassionate, supportive care, it has huge ripple effects on the children and other family members in that household. So treatment as prevention, I think, kind of is going to be one of my new things. And thank you to all of you and to Carlton for really kind of planting that seed. And I would also say that when we talk about treatment, treatment is not one thing. So we really should be talking about treatments. And what we know for opiate use disorder is that methadone and buprenorphine have been proven again and again and again to reduce mortality from opioid-related overdoses by over 50%. I'll say that again. Methadone and buprenorphine reduce opioid-related and even all-cause mortality by over 50%. That is huge. And yet, when we find part of the reason why we are pushing so hard at CSAT on expanding access to medications for opioid use disorder, it is because, in addition to naloxone, those medications have just huge life-saving aspects. And when people take a medication like methadone or buprenorphine, they can focus on all the other things that they need to focus on, right? Because as we've heard, medication by itself is not necessarily the answer, but it is a huge part of the answer. And it is a huge part of an overdose prevention strategy. So we are also working to ensure that not only can people get access to prescribers of buprenorphine, to places where they can get methadone, but are also able to fill those prescriptions in pharmacies. So CSAT also plays a very large role in the regulation and oversight of opioid treatment programs that provide methadone and a range of other services to people with opioid use disorder. And we have seen growth here. This map is from April of this year that shows you the distribution across the country of the over 2,000 SAMHSA-certified opioid treatment programs, and we've added an additional 4 just since April. Compared to March of 2021, that's an increase of 250 OTPs nationwide. Yeah, so that's awesome. And Maine has 12, adding 2 since 2021. And right now, we are in the process of finalizing revisions to those opioid treatment program regulations that for the first time in probably about 20 years really has taken a patient-centered, recovery-oriented, kind of meet people where they are, really give people a chance at recovery in terms of incorporating flexibilities around methadone take-home doses that were created during the COVID pandemic, and a host of other changes to make treatment with methadone more accessible, patient-centered, and less stigmatized. And I just want to say, I spent the morning with, in the breakout session with a group from the North, I'm going to get this wrong, you guys have to help me, the Northern Light Acadia Care and Hospital system. And some individuals from that program that really talked about the experiences that they've had with methadone and how it has shaped their treatment and their recovery. And I just want to give a huge shout out. I saw you all somewhere. There you are. Just please stand up. Because I will say that having been an OTP medical director for 10 years, the challenge that we have is also to really talk about some of the stigma related to medications. And the fact that we are really also now, for the first time, trying to infuse so much of this harm reduction, be kind to people, treat people with dignity and respect. People who have a substance use disorder are people. And we need to look past either medications or past, what it is that their behavior that they're engaged in. People are not their addiction. And yes. And so we have, last week, the SAMHSA released the first ever harm reduction framework that is open for public comments through August 14th. I would strongly encourage you all to go and submit your comments. We really want to hear what you all are thinking and give us your thoughts around this framework. So the other piece that CSAT does is allow for the purchase and distribution of naloxone. And Gordon Smith mentioned at the Policy Academy that we were at over the last 2 days, an amazing opportunity to really dig deep and have 10 states dig deep into what they're doing with naloxone saturation. So we look forward to more from Maine and lots of other states. Because right now, the State Opioid Response Program and the Tribal Opioid Response Program is one of the key programs that really has been able to provide and support over 7.8 million naloxone kits, 1.7 million fentanyl test strips, and has been responsible for reversing almost 500,000 overdoses. Yeah. That is almost 500,000 opportunities for people to live another day and really engage with many of the services that we've been talking about. And I mentioned the challenge of stigma. I'm not going to kind of read through this, but we all know that substance use disorders are one of the most stigmatized health conditions in the country and, in fact, in the world. And that if we actually continue to treat people as if they are different, if we as healthcare providers continue to treat people as if they are different, we are not going to reach all of those millions of individuals who can benefit from our services but really don't feel like they need it or think that they don't want it. And it is not just condition stigma that we're talking about. It is stigma that extends even to its treatments, something that we're now kind of referring to as intervention stigma. And that stigma unfortunately really extends incredibly to some of those medications for opioid use disorder, and particularly methadone. So I just want to say again, to the folks who are taking methadone, who are standing up and talking about that, this is something we need to be talking about, and we don't do that enough. So I just applaud you and kind of the bravery that you just demonstrated by standing up and saying, I'm okay, I am in recovery and I take methadone. Because that stigma isn't theoretical. That, as an addiction medicine specialist, I've had patients who have lost custody of their children because they're taking methadone, have had access to housing and shelter, really complicated because of that medication, been told they had to taper off their medication before they'll be admitted to specialty residential substance use disorder care for a non-OUD condition, or have been rejected by subacute skilled nursing facilities because of their MOUD. And in this day of fentanyl and xylazine, that, I don't really know what to say. It's just, it breaks my heart, I think, as a clinician and as somebody who really has seen the benefits of treatments. Now, last year, the Department of Justice released guidance that to really discriminate against someone with an OUD on the basis of their medication status is, in fact, in violation of the American with Disabilities Act. So, yes, that is also huge. But we need more people, including healthcare professionals, family members, educators, policymakers, to understand what addiction and substance use disorders are, preventable, treatable health conditions from which people can and do recover, including with medications, in order to really continue combating that condition and the intervention stigma. And Maine is doing just fabulous, fabulous work. We are in this with you. We have resources offering range of training and technical assistance, including some of the provider clinical support systems, our addiction technology transfer centers that are all free. We also have the SAMHSA Evidence-Based Practice Resource Center that contains a range of resources for a variety of audiences on best practices for the prevention and treatment of substance use disorders, because as we talked about today, the answer really is individualized care and being able to provide individuals with what it is that they need. I also just finally wanted to highlight a new resource at findsupport.gov for those people who have questions about whether they may have a problem or whether a family member is trying to help someone else. And so findsupport.gov really walks people through some scenarios that they might actually find kind of similar to their own. And for those who are more definitive about wanting treatment or extra support, findtreatment.gov is SAMHSA's treatment locator and is really the largest, most comprehensive treatment search engine in the country. So I just wanted to end with this picture because I know that I started with a lot of dire statistics, but I have been so incredibly inspired by today, by all the work that you're doing here in Maine, the opportunities we collectively have to continue to save lives, to help people on that journey of recovery, whatever that might look like for them. Because people are not just numbers. These numbers are not numbers. They are people, like the images here of individuals who have inspired me over the years and allowed me to share their images. These are people that I've been part of, and I've been part of their care, some of them for 10 years. And it has been so incredibly rewarding. It is the most rewarding part of my professional career, and I can't imagine doing anything else. And so we're in this together now and for the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Olson. Our federal partnerships are so important to us in this state. I can't tell you how much we appreciate the federal support. We're only about 6 minutes off schedule, which, believe me, for any program that I'm involved with, that's really terrific. And it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who is also going to introduce the governor. Eric Steele is the president of the Maine Medical Association. He is an osteopathic physician. He's had significant leadership positions in this state ever since graduating from medical school. He had an executive position at Northern Light, what is now Northern Light. He actually was a hospital administrator for a period of time at Blue Hill. He's an amazing person. He's an amazing physician. He's a leader. He's also a journalist. I first knew him when he was a reporter before he went to medical school. And now he, again, leads the organization of physicians, the Maine Medical Association, which I had a long relationship with. He's got a very important announcement, and I'm very excited about it. Where are you, sir? Thanks.
Well, thank you all for the honor of speaking to you today. It's my pleasure to announce today the 1,000 Lives Campaign for Maine, a concerted effort led by the healthcare community of Maine to reduce opioid-related deaths in Maine by 1,000 over the next 5 years, from the death toll that's currently projected over that time. The 1,000 Lives campaign will seek the systematic implementation across Maine in different patient care settings, from emergency departments to pharmacies to primary care offices, of a few specific interventions tailored to each kind of setting. In primary care, for example, we might try to convince every primary care provider with a patient panel to at least treat their own patients suffering from opioid use disorder with buprenorphine. We might try to convince every emergency department in Maine to provide a few specific elements of emergent opioid use disorder care, such as initiation of buprenorphine therapy to appropriate patients, bridge prescriptions to follow-up care, naloxone going out the door, etc. The specific interventions are to be developed over the next 6 months with input from stakeholders and experts such as you and participating organizations. The key concept: a few specific interventions tailored to specific sites of care, implemented everywhere, all designed to help us save 1,000 of our fellow Mainers over the next 5 years. Some may wonder, aren't we trying to save all of those lives? The answer is obviously yes, but we know we can't do that. And we know how hard it's going to be to save 1,000 of them from what we expect we'll lose over the next 5 years. The 1,000 Lives Campaign for Maine will build on existing work, such as hospital care, site of care interventions that have already been proposed by state experts and have already been implemented in many Maine hospitals. We will seek to expand the number of primary care providers doing opioid use disorder care using the same protocols and practices many of their primary care colleagues are already using. We will shamelessly beg, borrow, and steal, and then share existing policies and procedures, expertise, educational, and other resources, trying not to add one bit of avoidable work to our already overburdened delivery system. We'll take advantage of educational and other support resources across Maine, such as the Maine Independent Clinical Information Service, the Maine Substance Use Disorder Learning Community, the Maine Medical Association Center for Quality Improvement, et cetera. And needless to say, we'll take every darn bit of help we can get. The spark for this campaign came from Senator Angus King, who asked me last February what else we in the healthcare community could be doing to help save more lives in Maine. In response, and speaking of stealing, we developed the 1,000 Lives Campaign for Maine, developed on the highly successful 100,000 Lives campaign of the Institute of Healthcare Improvement and Dr. Donald Berwick. And in that campaign, started in 2006, more than 3,000 American hospitals signed on to implement 5 specific safety and quality improvements in hospital care that collectively could save or prevent the loss of 100,000 Americans hospitalized from preventable causes of death over 5 years. And it worked. It saved that many lives over that time. And many of those safety practices are still in place, saving lives today. That campaign's tagline was, "Some is not a number, and soon is not a time." In the 1,000 Lives Campaign for Maine, we're not trying to save some lives someday. We're trying to save 1,000 lives over the next 5 years. We're fiercely urgent about that. This is a campaign of healthcare organizations and caregivers in partnership with state government and all of you, and led by Maine's healthcare community. To date, our partners in this effort already are the 4,000 plus physician members of the Maine Medical Association, the 1,000 physician members plus of the Maine Osteopathic Association, Maine's Academy of Family Physicians, the Maine Dental Association and Maine Nurse Practitioner Associations have recently signed on, and Maine's largest healthcare organization and a leading provider of opioid use disorder treatment, Maine Health, is the first healthcare organization to sign on to the 1,000 Lives Campaign under the leadership of Dr. Dora Ann Mills. Requests for participation are pending or in process with other leading healthcare organizations in Maine, including other health systems, the Maine Hospital Association, medical professional societies, Maine's Pharmacy Association, and many others. And if you're out there in the audience wondering about whether we're interested in your organization's participation, why we haven't talked to you, don't worry. We love you. We want to talk to you. Just let us know when we can do that. We'd love to have you on board the 1,000 Lives Campaign for Maine. No one should think that we're doing this because all of you are not doing enough, or because this idea is somehow better than what you've been doing. The 1,000 Lives Campaign for Maine is meant to add the systematic, comprehensive implementation across Maine by all healthcare givers of specific interventions we hope will save more lives than you have already saved. In other words, we seek to add to what is already being done. Over the next 6 months, we'll do the work of developing the 1,000 Lives Campaign for Maine, finding more partners and signing them onto the campaign, identifying those key interventions for different patient care settings, developing a steering committee for the campaign, enlisting support and resources. We'll work closely with existing and participating organizations and our partners in state government, and we'll then kick off the campaign, the formal start of it, in January of 2024. I think the idea of a small number of specific interventions in different settings may be applicable outside healthcare. If you're a business, what 3 or 4 things could you do in your business to help us save 1,000 lives? If you're a school, if you're a community. So this concept may be applicable outside healthcare, and I'd love to explore that idea with you. In conclusion, SUM is not a number. It is 1,000 of our fellow Mainers we hope to save, the population of a small Maine town. And soon is not a time, by the end of the campaign in 2029. I look forward to working with you in the 1,000 Lives campaign for Maine with fierce urgency. It's now my happy task to turn this podium over to somebody you all know. There are a lot of extraordinary women who've come out of Farmington, Maine. I don't know what it is about that town. I'm married to one of them, my wife Nan, the shoulders I stand on. Dora Mills, another one of them. And so the next one, since first taking office 4.5 years ago, Governor Mills has prioritized increasing services to persons with substance use disorders and lowering the stigma that has too frequently presented a barrier to their seeking care. She's been a voice of hope and reason to thousands of Mainers affected by this disease and to us. And as indicated by the theme of today's summit, she understands the importance of prevention. So please join me in welcoming to the stage someone who I think has the heart and soul of a primary care provider, the Honorable Janet T. Mills, Governor of the great state of Maine.
Thank you. What a great crowd. This is wonderful. Every year it gets better and better because so many more people are energized, and rightly so. I want to thank all of you for attending this 5th Annual Opioid Response Summit, and thank you, Dr. Steele, and to the Maine Medical Association for for taking the reins in their own hands finally and going forward on this 1,000 Lives campaign. We need everyone on these campaigns. We need everyone to be on the same page when it comes to substance use disorder, drug overdoses, drug deaths. I want to especially thank Ingvild Olsen, Director of the Center of Substance Abuse Treatment at SAMHSA. And I want to thank, where is she? U.S. Attorney Darcy McElwee, somewhere, she's here. A very important partner. Attorney General Aaron Fry, I understand he's here somewhere, another extremely important partner. And Elizabeth Connolly, Director of Public Health at the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy, as well as our keynote speaker, Allison Jones-Webb, author of Recovery Allies. I thank all of you for being here today, and I also want to thank the many members of my staff and my key people, including Hannah Pingree, Office of the Future, Commissioner Pender Macon, Commissioner Jean Lambrew, Commissioner Randy Liberty, Commissioner Mike Sawchuk. It sounds like a cabinet meeting here, but that's so important that we all be on the team, all talking about the same things and moving in the same direction. And that's what this governor's cabinet is about. And certainly I want to thank Gordon Smith, Director of the Office of Director of Opioid Response, and Director of Office of Behavioral Health, Sarah Squirrel, for convening this summit. The two of you have done a great job in this. Well, we all know, unfortunately, that the opioid epidemic continues to reach into every corner of our state, rural and urban, north and south, robbing us of friends, family, loved ones, valued citizens. This diminishes our sense of community, our workforce, our future. There is no simple solution to this epidemic. But there is always hope. And there's hard work, the hard work of the Maine people, which has seen us through so many hard times before, including the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, we can learn from people like Dustin, the Maine lobsterman, who says in the TV ad, it took hitting rock bottom for him to begin his recovery from substance use disorder. And Dustin says, quote, "What works for one person may not work for another, but there's everything you can try, and the more tools you put in your toolbox, the better outcome you're going to have." Thank you, Dustin, for putting yourself out there and talking about recovery. And over the past 4 years, we've used every tool we can think of to respond to the crisis. Our focus has been on stopping deadly drugs from getting onto our streets, on saving lives, distributing naloxone all over the state, expanding treatment and recovery programs, especially in rural areas, and preventing substance use disorder before children, young people, and others begin to use these dangerous drugs. And so the first action I took as governor 4.5 years ago was to expand Medicaid in Maine. And that basic measure, that simple measure, resulted in thousands of people accessing substance use disorder treatment overnight. My second action was to direct Gordon Smith to be our director of opioid response, our DOOR, direct him to purchase and distribute hundreds of thousands of doses of naloxone. Hundreds of thousands of doses. And since 2019, that naloxone has reversed more than 8,000 potentially fatal overdoses. So important. That doesn't even include the thousands of doses of naloxone I distributed previously as Attorney General to every law enforcement and first responder agency that would accept it. And in close collaboration with the recovery community, we've enacted a new Good Samaritan law, one of the best in the country, and that protects people who call for help when help is needed, when someone's overdosing, while still preserving law enforcement's ability to arrest serious offenders and violent offenders. And I want to thank Courtney Gary Allen for her incredible work on that bill and for so much else that she's done to promote recovery and to help people at all levels. We've trained hundreds of recovery coaches, and we've opened more than a dozen recovery centers in rural and urban communities across the state. We've expanded access to treatment, funding more than 140 new residential treatment beds, and expanding medication-assisted treatment to more than 2,200 incarcerated individuals, setting them on a path to lifelong recovery when they re-enter society. Such an important tool. And I want to personally thank Commissioner Randy Liberty for insisting that substance use disorder treatment be an important part of every corrections center in Maine. He likes to say, redemption is possible, and he lives by that word. He not only talks a good game, but he really, really walks the walk. Thank you, Randy. So the steps we've taken over the last 4 years are significant, but a lot more has to be done. This present crisis has led to a record number of overdoses and deaths from overdoses in Maine and across the country. So where are we today? Through May of this year, 253 Maine people have died from drug overdose. And we expect that our forthcoming drug overdose report will probably reveal that more than 300 people have died through the end of June. As troubling and unacceptable as that is also a slight decrease from the same time period last year. These tragic deaths are driven by the ever-increasing prevalence of fentanyl, the highly lethal and addictive synthetic opioid that is often present in other drugs that are consumed by unknowing users. Just this morning in the news, there was a piece about a 40-year-old man who was arrested for a traffic stop, driving across the road, driving erratically in Chelsea, Maine. He had on him many grams of pills that looked like children's vitamins, colorful, small, looking like sugar candies. They were fentanyl, every one of them. That is just evil. In Maine, as in the rest of the nation, fentanyl is not only the leading cause of overdose, it's also responsible for 80% of all drug deaths. In the first 6 months of this year, under the leadership of Commissioner Mike Sawchuk, Maine DEA have seized almost 5 pounds of fentanyl. 5 pounds the first half of this year. And that doesn't include seizures by local law enforcement, like the Auburn Police Department, which seized 30 pounds of fentanyl. 30 pounds after they discovered a shipping container at a business in Auburn. That's enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in the state of Maine, and then some, probably New Hampshire and Vermont too. Alarmingly, 6% of fentanyl overdose deaths in Maine last year also included xylazine, the veterinary tranquilizer that can also cause painful open wounds, ulcers, abscesses on the skin, sometimes resulting in amputation. The number of fentanyl overdose deaths with xylazine is on the rise in Maine. And unlike fentanyl, xylazine has no reversal medication. Maine is not alone in confronting this dangerous trend. Over the last year, there's been almost 300% increase in xylazine found in fentanyl-related overdose deaths nationwide. 300% increase. I hope those people will also agree that fentanyl and xylazine have to be stopped in Maine and across this country. I'm grateful that Elizabeth Connolly from the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy is here today. Last week, the Biden-Harris administration released its national response plan to address the deadly combination of xylazine and fentanyl, which adopts specific strategies to disrupt the trafficking of xylazine in Maine. The state of Maine is a committed partner in those federal efforts. The abundance of fentanyl and emerging drugs like xylazine is stealing the futures of people across our state, especially children and young adults. We've all heard the stories. Hannah Flaherty of Eustis, Maine, only 14 years old, straight-A student, no history of drug use, loved by her community. She died after ingesting what Hannah evidently thought was cocaine. It was pure fentanyl. 11-month-old baby in Corinna who overdosed on fentanyl that her parents had lying around. She was saved by naloxone and by the heroism of first responders. Police found traces of fentanyl in her crib and on her teddy bear. It's clear we have a lot more to do. I want to focus on prevention. According to the 2021 youth According to the 2021 Youth Risk Behavior Survey conducted by the US CDC, almost 10% of high school students in Maine had taken prescription pain meds without a prescription. 2.2% had used cocaine, more than 1% had used heroin, many had used meth. Nearly 20% were offered, sold, or given an illegal drug at school. At a time when 1/3 of high school students in Maine have reported that their mental health is not good most of the time, the temptation to take drugs as an escape route is a powerful one. Many children and young adults are also living in households with parents who suffer from substance use disorder, sometimes with serious consequences. More than half of all cases where a child is removed from a home in Maine for child abuse or neglect, more than half involve the use of substance use disorder. The reality is that this epidemic has changed, as has our understanding of what will work to stop it. And I got to listen to the tape of some of the young people, the youth group this morning who spoke out at this summit, and listen to their messages to older people, what they need to hear from us. And that was a powerful and courageous group of young people who came here to tell you, tell us, and tell me what they want to hear from adults. But we're taking additional steps to further strengthen families in Maine. Over the past year, Gordon Smith has been working with people across the state of Maine, including many of you here today, to update our strategic plan and outline next steps in addressing the opioid epidemic. That plan outlines 34 strategies we're taking to break the chronic illness of addiction in the areas of infrastructure, public safety, harm reduction, treatment, recovery, and the theme of today's conference, prevention. Many of those strategies will be funded by the historic budget I signed into law just last week, including more than $260 million in funding for behavioral health and substance use disorder services. But look, preventing substance use disorder from an early age starts at home. Accordingly, my administration is focused on educating parents, equipping them with the tools to have conversations with their kids about substances. Those efforts include our work with the Maine Prevention Network, thank you MPN, which has hosted community meetings for parents to spread awareness around prevention. For example, Lincoln Academy worked with the Maine Prevention Network to distribute a parent newsletter with tips on how to discuss substance use with kids, especially around prom season. And the Penquist Health District and the Maine Prevention Network created 50 social media posts that'll be promoted throughout the summer with themes highlighting alternative activities to drug use. The budget also includes $1 million to jumpstart our new child safety and family well-being plan to give parents tools to prevent kids from turning to substances. Of course, some parents are also struggling with their own substance use disorder. And my administration is focused on keeping those parents alive, which is why we've increased the distribution of naloxone by 25%, or 25,000 doses statewide. That strategy has contributed to a 93% survival rate among those who do experience an overdose in our state. And I want to make note of the great work of the Mobilized Recovery Team and the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project that's been going door to door in communities and distributing naloxone, talking to people at their door. There's nothing like direct person-to-person contact. Get the message through. In light of the new dangerous drugs and the illegal drug supply in Maine, I'm also announcing today 2 steps we're taking to save lives. 1, using $1.2 million in federal funds, my administration has created a 2-year pilot project to hire 9 additional peer outreach workers statewide. Those 9 workers, hired in April, have already delivered over 200 trainings to communities across the state, delivered 925 naloxone kits, and served nearly 600 people, transporting more than 40 people to detox treatment or sober living, and getting the word out in our communities. Secondly, using $1 million in federal funds, my administration is tackling xylazine. We're purchasing and distributing xylazine test strips to syringe service providers across the state. People have got to know before they consume these lethal substances. People also need to be able to recognize and prevent and provide effective care for wounds from this drug. This drug truly maims and disfigures people. So our first focus is on saving lives. Our second is setting people on a path to lifelong recovery, which is why we've taken significant steps to expand treatment and recovery programs across Maine. This spring, we awarded $6 million in grants to create 140 residential treatment beds, new ones. With another $2.3 million that'll be awarded for treatment beds in rural areas or beds for adolescents, a critical need. The budget I signed last week also includes $1.6 million for a treatment center in either Washington or Kennebec County. I'd like very much to support centers in both those counties, and I strongly encourage the Recovery Council to use some of those opioid settlement funds to make that happen. We're also doubling our options program, moving from a single liaison in every county to teams that'll work with law enforcement on substance use-related calls. Last December alone, these options liaisons responded to dozens of calls with law enforcement and got nearly 100 people into treatment. Options is working. And expanding the options program will save more lives. And I want to thank Attorney General Aaron Fry for helping us provide this life-saving people to more people across Maine, this life-saving program. And we're embedding full-time clinical substance use experts in our child welfare districts, ensuring that caseworkers will recognize the influence of substance use and discuss the risks of that use to children and steer parents into treatment at an early stage. In my State of the Budget address in January, I also called for an expansion of the number of family recovery courts in Maine, specialty courts who work with families whose children are at risk because of parents struggling with substance use disorder. These courts work. We only have 3 of them in Maine right now. I want more. And I proposed, and the legislature approved, funding in the budget for additional judges and judicial staff. So I'm going to continue to press for more family recovery courts. As we strengthen families at home, we're also working in schools to prevent substance use. You heard me say earlier that nearly 20% of all Maine high school students reported that they were offered, sold, or given an illegal drug at school last year. Our strategy is twofold. First, identifying kids who are most at risk of illegal drug use and intervening early in a friendly way, a helpful way to set them on a better path. And secondly, creating prevention programs in every school in Maine. To accomplish that first goal, we've created a pilot program we're calling the Youth Screening Brief Intervention Referral to Treatment. That doesn't form a good, easy acronym. We'll find a different one, but it's youth screening intervention. The screening will identify kids between 12 and 18 years of age. Kids who may be more likely to misuse drugs because of the experience we have with a parent who has substance use disorder, economic instability, homelessness, limited access to needed mental health care. This pilot program begins this October at Bangor High School, Madomic Valley High, Nokomis, and Oxford Hills High School and Oxford Hills Middle Schools. To accomplish our second goal, we've created unique prevention programs in middle and high schools across the state. For instance, the Sources of Strength program teaches kids to build, that's one fan, to build resiliency and form positive relationships. Was that Pender? Form positive relationships and seek help if they struggle with their mental health. Since that program began in 2020, 15 schools have trained almost 140 adult advisors and more than 360 peer leaders. There's nothing like hearing from a peer, someone your own age, getting that message from somebody who really understands what you're going through. And then there's the Prime for Life program at Madawaska Middle and High School and Fort Kent Community Schools, which teaches kids who are at high risk how to reduce alcohol and substance use related problems. And there's Project Venture, which teaches Indigenous youth how to develop resiliency and a deeper relationship to the outdoors, as well as how to form positive views about yourself and improve your problem-solving skills. All that work would not be possible without our dedicated prevention leaders across the state, whom I will recognize shortly. So focusing our prevention efforts on home and on school makes sense. It's where Maine kids spend most of their time. But we have to address substance use disorder in the communities as well. And that starts by educating people of all ages about the dangers of drug use. My administration has worked with partners across the state on public information campaigns like One Pill Can Kill, or Parents Who Host Lose the Most, and Bottled Up. All of those messages are focused on the dangers, the risks to personal safety and public safety of misusing drugs. The good news is 70% of Maine youth reported that they'd heard, watched, or read an advertisement about substance use last year. We won't stop spreading the word about the dangers unless we reach 100% of Maine kids in the coming years. You know, we're beyond the just say no days. In the face of the most powerful drugs ever known to mankind. We're beyond the DARE program, with all due respect, programs that were, I think, a bit formulaic and unappealing to youth. I listened to the youth this morning in that group, and the message I got was, they want to be respected, not judged. They said, the adults have got to let young people know that we're there for them. We're not there to punish, to pass judgment, or to place a face of shame on them. We're not here to be judgmental or to stigmatize those who use substances or those in recovery, but rather to admire and respect the courage of those who have battled substance use disorder and succeeded in turning their lives around. They are an example for our youth. We have to embrace them with love and appreciation, not judgment or shame. That's part of the message I heard from the youth group this morning. Well, these are just some of the actions we've taken as administration. You know, I can't stand here and say, I'm from the government, I'm here to help you, but darn, we're doing everything we possibly can. And we're also here to listen to everybody with ideas from all over, from all sectors and all people of all ages and all regions. Our actions we've taken so far are the result of close partnerships with many of you here today. There is no simple solution to this epidemic, but there is hope. And this administration will do everything we can to save lives and set people on a path to lifelong recovery. People like Chantel, a Maine mom in recovery who spoke out publicly and did an ad for us, and who said it best when she said, there are resources available if you need help, and there are people on the other end of that phone who've been through the same things you have. And I want to thank the people in recovery like Chantal and Dustin for sharing their stories and helping save lives. I want to thank everyone in the recovery community for your willingness to continue to work with us on this issue. And I want to recognize the individuals who've advanced our efforts at both the state and national levels. I want our prevention leaders to please join me on stage at this time. Betsy Kelly. Where's Betsy Kelly? Director of Community Health Improvement, Southern Maine Healthcare. Liz Blackwell Moore, Chronic Disease Prevention Program Manager, Cumberland County. Leanna Lavoie, Director of Franklin Community Health Network, Healthy Community Coalition. Melissa Focacciato, Director of Community Health, Mid-Coast Parkview Health. April Hughes, I almost wore that same dress. April Hughes, Associate Program Manager for Tobacco Substance Use Prevention, Healthy Communities of the Capital Area. Jamie Comstock, Health Promotion Manager, Bangor Public Health and Community Services. All right, Bangor. Maria Donahue, Community Health and Prevention Director, Healthy Acadia. Teresa Dow, Program Coordinator, Aroostook County Action Program. Thank you, Teresa. And Sage Purser, Director of Our Future Generations at Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. Thank you, Sage. Thank you, every one of you, for your efforts to prevent substance use in our schools and in our communities. And now I want to present two special awards. Where'd our man Gordon go? Okay, take a moment. I want to present my two annual Governor's Awards to certain individuals I want to recognize because they are dedicated and for a long time have done so much to saving lives, not just here in Maine, but elsewhere. I would like Scott Party and Michael Botticelli to join me at the podium. Michael. Long time, my friend. Long time no see. Welcome back to Maine. Thank you. Scott Party is the founder and president of Fresh Start, Inc., a Maine corporation that's opened and operated 13 certified recovery residences. 14, a new one today. 14 certified recovery residences in Bangor and Brewer since it was founded in 2018. That's a lot. In addition to operating these residents, Scott volunteers his time serving as board chair of the Maine Association of Recovery Residences. As a person in long-term recovery and as a volunteer at the Penobscot County Jail, Scott Party knows firsthand how important safe housing is for people who have been released from incarceration as they try to recover from substance use disorder. Scott, it is my pleasure to present you with an award that Gordon has. Engraved as follows: Governor Janet Mills' Annual Award 2023 presented to Scott Party, founder of Fresh Start Sober Living, in grateful appreciation for his compassionate dedication to supporting persons seeking recovery from substance use disorder, July 20, 2023. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you very, very much. It's an honor. Thank you.
It's also a privilege to present a surprise award to Michael Botticelli, former director of the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy, the drug czar, as they used to call him. As the nation's director of drug control policy from March 2014 until the end of President Obama's second term, Michael Botticelli was a powerful advocate for naloxone distribution, syringe exchange, and other evidence-based harm reduction initiatives that have saved tens of thousands of lives, including many lives right here in Maine. He was also an important advisor to my administration in shaping our opioid response efforts, serving as keynote speaker at our first summit in 2019 and attending every summit since then. Michael Sawchuk has an award for you. Mr. Botticelli, it's my pleasure to present to you this award, which is engraved as follows. Presented to Michael Botticelli, former director of White House Office of National Drug Control Policy, in grateful appreciation for his compassionate dedication to supporting persons seeking recovery from substance use disorder, July 2023. Thank you so much, Michael. You're a hero.
You are.
Good to see you back in Maine. Well, on behalf of the 1.3 million people of the great state of Maine, I want to thank you all for being here again and thank both these gentlemen and all the prevention experts and the recovery folks and the advocates, some legislators in this room and public policy makers and regular citizens and youth for having their voices heard today. Now I will turn things back over to our Director of Opioid Response, Gordon Smith. Oh, that's true. That was right here. Thank you.
Now we are a little behind. So you need to proceed to your 3 o'clock breakout session. You should have been there about 10 minutes ago, probably. I would suggest, again, with respect to our last program of the day, I don't want to cut the breakout sessions short. People have worked hard on those. I think if you could get back here like at 4:10, we will work with our national speaker to make this all work and not keep you till 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. So find your 3 o'clock session, and we'll see you here in about an hour. And thank you so much for your attention.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the 3 o'clock breakout session on the opioid settlement dollars, and really more importantly, it's going to be a tremendous introduction to the Maine Recovery Council, which I'm really excited about the potential there. Just a reminder, my name is Aaron Fry. I have the privilege of serving as Maine's Attorney General, and as you all heard me mention earlier, my office has been working for years at trying to create the opportunity that we have before us now, which is through work to hold accountable a number of opioid manufacturers, distributors, pharmacies, those who drove and fueled the opioid epidemic, which is ravaging our state and has for years. We now have financial resources as a result of these settlements that are going to be coming into the state over 18 years that are going to be available to direct specifically to abatement-related activities. And what you're going to learn about today is you're going to learn about the way in which we have structured to make sure that hopefully these funds are going to be directed and used to their maximum possible benefit. Real quick, there's 3 different pots of money that you're going to hear about. Some amount of money that goes to the Office of the Attorney General. I'll talk about that in just a second. Some money that goes directly out to certain political subdivisions. Those are counties and certain municipalities here in the state of Maine. And a bulk of it, 50% of it, goes through the Maine Recovery Council, which, again, you're going to learn some really good information about today. Let me highlight the Maine Recovery Council and what I'm excited about. First of all, we watched what was happening across the country in terms of how these dollars were hopefully going to be maximized. And what we were able to do here in Maine is we saw an opportunity to bring a broad range of stakeholders to the table to direct these funds. So when you are introduced to the council today, when you hear about the talent that has been accumulated for this group, you're going to hear about folks who've been appointed by the Senate President and by the Speaker of the House. You're going to hear about people who've been appointed by the governor. You're going to hear about people who have been appointed by municipal and county officials. You're going to hear about people who've been appointed for my office, who represent agencies, who represent those individuals who have lived experience, those individuals who have worked hard to ensure that there's a connection for people who are in need of some support and relevant providers. across the state, these are the people who have been working, who are going to continue to work, and who are now going to be in a position to help direct these time-limited but not insignificant resources out across the state. Let me talk a little bit about my office. My office, the AG's office, will receive about 20% of the funding over the next 18 years. And there's going to be work to try to collaborate with the Maine Recovery Council, with the legislature, with the executive branch. The resources that come in are going to be nimble. You don't have to wait for the legislature to pass a bill. You don't have to wait for a grant, for a federal grant to be issued. Already, I have been able to direct somewhere in the ballpark of $6 million out. This is money that's been received from the opioid settlements and some other settlement monies that the office had to support the Mills administration in the expansion of the options program, to be directed to DHHS to use for some of their substance use programming where their federal funding was about to dry up, to continue important programming that they had going on. In addition, we have some money that's parked for if the judicial branch does expand its family treatment drug court dockets. There's an opportunity there as well. So that money isn't sitting there; it's going out as appropriately as it can. But something else I want to highlight is that this is time limited. And when you're thinking today about what it is that the Recovery Council is going to do, what it is that my office will end up doing, keep in mind that the coordination is not only important, but also recognizing that this is a limited opportunity. Even though it's over 18 years, these are limited funds. $230 million, it's a lot of money over 18 years, don't get me wrong, but that alone isn't going to get us through this crisis. And so, please keep in mind that spending the money appropriately, taking full advantage of the opportunity is of the highest priority, at least for my office. I believe you're going to hopefully hear that in what you learn about the Recovery Council. That is a high priority, I believe, for them as well. But keep in mind, too, that that money can't be alone in this effort. And so when thinking about what you hear about these settlement dollars, please be thinking about how you might work with the legislature, with the Mills administration, with our federal partners to really augment and supplement what it is that can be done to make full use of this. And then just finally, 30% of these dollars go to the 16 counties and to a certain number of political subdivisions, of municipalities. You can go onto a website. I think the website's going to be in a PowerPoint presentation. You can go to the Office of the Attorney General website. You can click on an opioids button. It will take you to a whole bunch of information about the settlements, about the money that's going to be coming in, over what time frame, and to where it's going. Please look at what your county is getting. Please look at what municipalities are getting, because these counties and municipalities need to hear from you about what they can do to best ensure that those limited period dollars are directed in the most efficient way, hopefully collaboratively with the Maine Recovery Council, with my office, with the administration, with the legislature. So I've already spoken longer than I wanted to. You're going to hear from one of the primary drivers of this litigation from my office, Assistant Attorney General Brendan O'Neill has been one of, if not the primary attorney. Yes, he deserves this. A lot of really long days, long weeks, long years. He has worked very hard to make this a legal reality for the state. And I'm very excited as well that you're going to hear from Pat Kimball out of Bangor, which of course I'm very excited about. That's where I hail from. But she's the chair of the council. You're going to hear from both of them and from just about all of the members of the Recovery Council who are joining us today. So please join me in a round of applause for this group and what you're going to hear this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Attorney General Fry. My name is Brendan O'Neill. I'm an Assistant Attorney General in the Maine Attorney General's office. I am not a member of the Recovery Council. I work with the Recovery Council to help them do their job. I've been working on the opioids litigation and settlements for a little while, and I'm just going to provide context, a background, set the table for the work that the council is going to be doing. So, let's see if I can. There we go. Okay. So as you've heard the Attorney General talk about a couple of times today, our office in working with litigating subdivisions, counties, cities, and towns in Maine have been working to bring in settlements with opioid companies, distributors of opioid medications, manufacturers, pharmacies, to bring these settlements into Maine so that some of the resources that are available can be put to use immediately. Over the course of 18 years, Maine's going to see a total of $235 million. The first couple of settlements, the distributors and J&J settlements, distributors is in quotes because that's my language for the three companies that came together that are distributors, plus J&J. They started to bring in money late last year in the fall or winter, and that's when that money started to come in. The Mallinckrodt is a bankruptcy case. We'll see what happens with that. Walmart, Teva and Allergan, CVS, and Walgreens are 5 new settlements that we secured this year and are going to start to pay out later this year. So this year, the money started to come in last year. This year, more money will start to come in. The timing of the payments is significant. The Attorney General's talked about the money coming in over 18 years, but it's not equal payments over that 18 years. A couple of these settlements are designed to front load a lot of the money so that the work that is happening in this room and around the state can be accelerated. Also, other of the settlements will pay out in a steadier stream over the course of that 18 years. I say 18 years because that's the longest time frame. Some of these will pay out over a shorter time frame, and once those are done, those payment streams end. I want to highlight the J&J settlement and the Walmart settlement. Those both accelerate the payments effectively into this year. Both of those will provide substantial payments right away, and the rest will pay out more gradually over time. The settlements encourage states and litigating counties, cities, and towns to enter into agreements about how the money that's going to come from the defendants will be allocated within the state. We and every other state entered into those kinds of agreements, and this is how it worked out in Maine. So the allocation in Maine, according to an agreement, a memorandum of understanding that we entered into with the litigating counties, cities, and towns, works out to this allocation where 50% of the settlement funds will be directed by the Recovery Council to be distributed statewide. How the council will do that is part of the work that they're doing to establish their priorities, to figure out where the problem is, and so forth, and they'll talk about that. So 50% of the money for statewide distribution. 30% of the money to the subdivisions, counties, cities, and towns. There's 39 total, 23 cities and towns, and all 16 counties, and 20% to the Attorney General. And these numbers are totals over the course of the 18 years. These are the communities, sticking with the 30% pot, these are the communities that get a direct share in addition to each of the counties. This, again, I'm going to move through this quickly so you can get to this group of people and they can talk about their work. This information is available on our website. On the payments page, you can quickly look up and see which communities are getting a direct share, how much they're getting, and exactly when they're getting it. This slide shows totals of how much over the course of those 18 years that 30% is going to be distributed around the state. And to explain this a little bit, what you're seeing here is a number that is allocated to a particular county, but it also includes those cities and towns within that county that are getting their own share. So just by way of example, Cumberland County, $14 million, just over $14 million over 18 years. That's a share for Cumberland County itself, as well as Portland's individual share, South Portland's individual share, and so on for the other eligible communities in Cumberland County. The same story goes for York County, $10 million, Kennebec County, $7 million. This is over 18 years. Again, on our website, you can find out exactly how much each community is getting and when they're getting it. Ideally, after this presentation, we'll find a spare table in the lobby where we'll put out a handout that tells you how much each of those 39 cities and counties and towns have now or will have by August 1st. To tell you, that there's money out there in the community. It's not just the Recovery Council. There are other resources that are out there that you can go to, and you can call these offices now, and you can ask about their planning. What are they doing with the money? How can you be involved? Who are the public health leaders that are helping them decide, where the money goes? Turning to the 50% pot, this is the Recovery Council appointees. The Memorandum of Understanding, along with recently passed legislation, creates the body of the Recovery Council. The governor gets 2 appointees, the Attorney General 3 appointees, the litigating counties, cities, and towns get 4 appointees. The Speaker of the Maine House and the President of the Maine Senate each get 3 appointees. Some of these appointees need to have, certain experiences or qualifications with opioid use disorder or the opioid crisis in Maine, or helping or treating people with opioid use disorder in Maine. And in general, this is worth looking at so you can see that there are a variety of perspectives that make up this 15-person group. There's room here for state perspectives. There's room here for local leaders. There's room here for people with lived experience, people who are clinicians, people who are running nonprofits, so that the opioid crisis in Maine will be looked at by this diverse group with different perspectives. This is these are the nominees, many of them who are here, most of them who are here. I'll put this slide back up when I introduce or turn it over to the council chair, Pat Kimball. But for now, just, I'm going to move quickly past this, but I'll put it back up so that you can see who all of the appointees are. I'm going to take a minute to apologize to any of the council members whose titles I either got wrong or just couldn't fit out of a lack of space. So please forgive me. In addition to the handout I mentioned, I just want to talk about a couple of things. We'll, again, out in the lobby, we'll find a spare table, put out a couple of handouts. We'll have the one about the money. The first 2 here, the one on the left with the blue cover and the second one that's a document that was put together by the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. Many of you may already know about this. You can go to the Johns Hopkins website to get it, or you can go to our website where we have it on a resources page. And Johns Hopkins put together these principles, what they recommend, what they suggest for, what communities should do with their opioid funds. And very distilled, the sort of 5 high-level principles are: spend money to save lives, and by that they're saying supplement the money that is already being spent on opioid use disorder in your communities, rather than supplant money you're already spending and moving that money somewhere else. Use evidence to guide spending. I think that's probably a common idea for a lot of the folks here. I heard a really great presentation at the last breakout session about programs that are doing just that, it sounds like to me, where they're looking at not just evidence of what works, but they're looking at evidence of what doesn't work. And they're shaping their policies, their programs, their approaches, saying, all right, we know these things don't work because the evidence shows it. And here's what evidence tells us about what does work. So let's go in that direction. Invest in youth prevention. We've heard that in a few breakout sessions. Focus on racial equity. The Johns Hopkins promotes that with the concept that a lot of disadvantaged communities have been disproportionately targeted and affected by the opioid use crisis. And The last one, as the Attorney General talked about, develop a fair and transparent process. That's part of what the MOU requires for the Recovery Council. It's got to have, it's got to operate with reasonable transparency. It has to tell the public, about its planning process and what it's doing. It has certain data reporting requirements. I just want to be clear that the MOU requires that of the council. The subdivisions do not have a similar requirement. And so part of the suggestion of going to talk to the subdivisions, going to talk to the counties, call the cities and towns is, ask them what they're doing. You can go to our website to find out how much they're getting, how much they have now, but we don't have, and we won't be able to provide any information about what the cities, counties, and towns are doing, with their money. I suspect that some are struggling to figure out what to do with their money. I suspect others are, far along and are working to collaborate and work together to, figure out what to do with their money. It's an important point. One thing, I talk to my peers across the country, I talk to people across the state, and, we're starting to hear about, companies, for example, that have identified, that this money is out there to be spent and people are looking for ways to spend it. And they're sending salesmen around saying, hey, buy our product. It's, you can fit it under the approved uses for the opioid funds and, it'll be this magic thing for you. If you're engaged in the planning process, you can evaluate those proposals. You can be part of the process of trying to take into account whether that kind of thing makes sense. Let's see if I can go backwards. Yes. The last handout is the one on the right. It's hard to read because it's written by a bunch of lawyers. That is what the opioid money can be used for. So as I said at the beginning, that allocation, 50%, 30%, 20%, 100% of that money has to be used on opioid abatement strategies. And that document describes what those strategies could be. It's largely a menu of, the kinds of activities that need to be evidence-based or evidence-informed, but the kinds of activities that these opioid funds can be used for. That document applies to the Recovery Council. It applies to the cities, the towns, the counties. I think you'll find in there, a lot of familiarity with a lot of your work. It's broken down into two real pieces. The big piece, part B, is the full menu. And there's no requirement to do everything in there. It's just saying, here's the kinds of things you can do to treat opioid use disorder in your state with evidence-based and evidence-informed strategies. Schedule A is what the settlement encourages the parties to the settlement to focus on. So these are the core strategies that the settlement says should be a priority in the spending. And there's only 3 that are really visible on this slide, to the extent they're visible. The first one is naloxone. We've heard about that being evidence-based and saving lives. MAT, again, evidence-based. Working with pregnant and postpartum women, and so on. There are others, and so I want to highlight that document because, again, there will be handouts, but it's also, again, on our website. It's attached to the Memorandum of Understanding. You look for the MOU between the state and subdivisions. It's in there. And that's what will tell you about what can be done with these funds. And I think with that, these are the websites that I keep talking about. The first website is for the Recovery Council. They have their separate section. And you can find on there information about the members, as well as when the council's meetings are, when the council's meetings have been, every document that was presented at each of their meetings. They're also available to watch on YouTube. Thanks to fabulous staff in our office, Haley Taranko and Benedetta Pellerano, who have been tremendous at helping us get organized. The second is the email address for the Recovery Council. You can email them with your suggestions. I definitely recommend looking at the website. There's a lot on there already for your information. And the last one is the Attorney General's opioids page. A lot of these are sort of nested, but that's where you can go to find out the money. What's gone out, when's the next bunch going out, and to who is it going. And unless I've missed something, I will turn it over to the council chair, Pat Kimball. If I can back up. And there we go.
Do you want to put my slides up first?
Sure.
Do you know how to do that?
I can't, but they will.
You can, okay. Good afternoon. I always love being here at 3 because you're all asleep. But as I said, my name is Pat Kimball, and I have the honor and privilege of being the chair of the Recovery Council. And I am an appointee of the Attorney General's. And I like to tell stories, so I'm going to tell you a quick story about the Attorney General. First time I met the Attorney General was way back when bath salts hit the state of Maine. And Bangor, if you didn't know that, was hit really, really hard with that. And we didn't know what to do. We were trying to seek treatment. They weren't responsive. People were really not knowing what to do. And so Aaron came to my office and said, teach me. Tell me about treatment. Tell me about this. Teach me. And so I always was impressed with that young man who came into my office and said, I don't know a lot. Teach me more. And so I think that's what you see today is Aaron again taking it much bigger than Bangor and taking it into the state to saying we have a lot to learn. We have an opportunity to really make a difference, and we have an opportunity to really move forward. And so it's under his leadership that this council is here, and I just want to thank you. I remember that day really well, Aaron. So my name is Pat Kimball. I am a recovery ally. I am the proud daughter of a father who was 28 years in recovery at the time of his passing. I worked over 30 years in the field of substance abuse and treatment disorders and mental health. And my last job was a wonderful job as the executive director to Wellspring, which is the oldest treatment center still active in the state of Maine. And I'm very proud of the work that Wellspring did. In my retirement, I've continued my work to change policy and to continually work to move forward and to change the statistics that our people are losing their lives. And we want to make it so we talk about the people in recovery and how many people are there. And that is who I am. So before I introduce this esteemed group of people, I just want to briefly go through what sort of the role responsibility is of this council. All right, so which one do I pick? Here we go. Big green one. I'm also technically challenged. I'm old. Okay, so be patient with me. There we go. So the council was established as Assistant AG said to that, under a memorandum of understanding between the Attorney General's office and the litigating divisions, and it's and also state law. So there's a lot of things that we have to do legally to spend this money. And so we have to follow those guidelines in order to be able to use this money responsibly and in the best way possible. The MOU charges the council with the direct reimbursement of these funds to issue statewide. That sounds easy. I can tell you it's not. All right. So the council documents that he shared with you earlier, these are our guidelines, the settlement agreements, the state, the MOUs. Also, part of that is the school administrative unit. Part of that money has to be spent on schools, and that's part of the MOU, and the LD 1722 that guides us in the work that we do. So here are the basic functions of the Recovery Council. A needs assessment, planning, expenditures, and outcome data. It's really important for us. And again, it's a slow process. We'd like it to be faster, but we really need to know what the data is available and what the data is showing us that we have. What are the gaps in this state? And that's a wide range? Where are those gaps? Who do we need to talk to? How do we get that? And also, when distributing these funds, we need to know what the outcome based of distributing them will be. And we have to keep track of that data to show you that the money that we were entrusted went to prevention, treatment, harm reduction, recovery. All right. The obligation of this council really is about transparency. As the Assistant GA said to you earlier today, we are open. You can listen in on any of our meetings, all of our meetings. The public is invited, whether that's online or YouTube. All of the information that we dispense during those meetings has public access, and we want you as the public to be able to do that, including, again, we have an email address where you can send your questions or concerns, and someone will respond to you in a timely manner. We really want this to be a statewide effort, not the wishes of just the 15 people that are part of this committee. We have a public dashboard, and we also, the biggest part is about collaboration. As we shared, we're not the only ones that are distributing money. There's the counties, there's the schools, however that works. We want this to be in a collaborative effort. We don't want to work in silos. We want to be able to enhance programs. We don't want to duplicate things unless it's in another part of the state. Like Portland has something that's working. Will that work in Aroostook County? I don't know. But we're going to find out and look at it. So where are we to date? So this is just sort of a brief thing. The first time we ever met, we ever got together was in November of 2022. We got to know each other and introduce each other and learn all about our responsibilities and how this money was being distributed. We established a meeting. We have a regular meeting. We meet monthly, the second Thursday of every month. And again, those are public. We establish bylaws, so we have guidelines that we know that we can abide by. We elected offices just this past summer. We have established subcommittees. Those subcommittees are finance and grant and programming and governance. So we have those established in place. And we're working on the final draft for a conflict of interest policy because well in Maine, the degree of separation is not large. So we have to make sure that we look at conflict of interest and we address those issues as they come up. So what have we done so far? Besides what I've shared with you, we've asked the department to come in and show us their data, to show us where they are, where our treatment's located, how many are them there, what do they see as gaps. As a matter of fact, they were just there. Director Squirrel was just there sharing with us some of the things that they would like to see some of the funds going to, some of the programs that they didn't have the funds to disperse to, and maybe we could piggyback on some of the work that they're doing. So it's a great relationship. They came. We also had the National Academy for State Health Policy actually talk to us because we're not the only state that received money. So this is the organization that can share with us what other states are doing with their money so we can look at. I will tell you, one of the things that I learned in being part of these calls, these national calls, is where Maine does really well at, and I really love what they did. One of the things that you often hear other states complain is they can't seem to get people with lived experience to be part of the process. I don't think that's the problem in Maine. I think that we have some amazing advocates in Maine that are advocating for recovery and treatment and harm reduction and prevention. And they're at the table. And you'll see that as people introduce themselves, that we have people here with lived experience. I think part of that is with the opening up of so many peer recovery centers that we've given people in recovery a voice. And so that voice is used in Maine. I was very proud. I shared that. Again, we have the monthly calls with National, and in August, a few of us will be attending a national conference, and luckily it's in Boston, so it's not expensive, but it's a one day where all the states will meet for a day to talk about what they're doing with their satellite funds and what's working, what's not working, and be able to meet and talk with other people and to learn. So I think that's a good thing. And I'm going to leave that there. So that's who I am, that's who the council is. And at this point, I'm going to ask the council members to introduce themselves to all of you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joe Everett, and I'm the CEO at the Opportunity Alliance here in South Portland. And I'm a member of the council, and I was appointed to the council by former Speaker of the House, Ryan Fecteau.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bruce Nodden. I'm with the Maine Reentry Network, which used to be called the Maine Prisoner Reentry Network. And I was appointed by Senator Troy Jackson.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Small. I'm the Deputy Police Chief of the Sanford Police Department. I'm a representative of the municipalities and counties. And absent today, who I'm also going to introduce, is Sheriff Todd Brackett from Lincoln County, a colleague of mine. He wasn't able to attend, but he is also on the council. Thank you.
My name is Paul Vinsel. I was appointed by the Attorney General Fry. I'm a physician treating addiction medicine at Tri-County Mental Health Services with a long history of emergency medicine. I hope to bring those experiences to our decisions in the council.
Good afternoon. I'm Miles Willett. I was appointed by Senator Troy Jackson. I'm someone in long-term recovery and someone who is directly affected by these pharmaceutical companies and the opioid epidemic. I'm a clinician, substance use clinician, and a clinical supervisor at an outpatient treatment facility here in Maine, and just anxious to put in some work to get this money out to Mainers and save some lives.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Lydia Crafts. I have the honor of serving House District 46. I'm also a clinical social worker as well as an affected other, having lost a loved one to the opiate epidemic. I was appointed by the Maine Speaker of the House.
Hello, my name is Liz Blackwell-Moore, she, her, and I am the Director of Public Health at Cumberland County. And I was appointed by the subdivisions, that's the municipalities, so cities, towns, and counties. And I have spent my career started in harm reduction, working in prevention, and working in public health as supporting communities and organizations to use trauma-informed equity lens for solving really complex problems like substance use disorder. And I hope to bring a focus, really ensuring that not only are we focusing on people, individuals who have been impacted, but also children and their communities that they live in who have been seriously impacted by this opioid problem, and so that we can prevent future substance use disorders. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Kina Thakrar. I'm an infectious disease and addiction medicine physician in the Portland area. I'm also a researcher and principal investigator of Project Dharma, which is a federally funded harm reduction grant. I was appointed by the President of the Senate, and I'm really just honored to use my experiences as a clinician and harm reduction researcher to serve the council. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Courtney Gary Allen. I'm the organizing director of the Maine Recovery Advocacy Project. I also have the honor of serving my community of Augusta as an at-large city councilor. I was appointed by AG Fry in the seat of lived-in living experience of substance use. I am a person in long-term recovery, and I also love many people who use drugs. I am very committed to the reason why I wanted to serve, especially in this first reiteration of the council, is that I'm deeply committed to the transparency and process in which this council decides on what is going to be spent. I also am going to introduce Chastity Toole. She sends her apologies. She's all the way up in Washington County serving her community, doing outreach with people who use drugs. So Chastity Toole is the Northern Maine Director of Harm Reduction Services at
main access points. She's a person with lived experience who was appointed by the Speaker of the House to represent the harm reduction community in a seat that was added by LD 1722. As a lifelong resident of Washington County and a boots-on-the-ground harm reductionist, she is honored to represent and bring the voices of people who use drugs in rural Maine to the table.
Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Mann. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Finance at the Department of Health and Human Services here at the state of Maine. I'm an appointee of the governor, and I'll pass it over to Gordon.
Thank you, Ben. Gordon Smith, I'm the state's director of opioid response, and we work at the Governor's Office of Innovation Policy and the Future. Nobody's introduced Betsy, have they? No. So our 15th member is Betsy Fitzgerald. I do know that. I'm getting tired. You're wearing me down. So Betsy is the retiring county administrator in Washington County. She's very well known among the county executives and has been making the long trek down from Machias. Really a wonderful addition to our 15-member council.
So we have some time. So is there some questions you have of us that you'd like an answer to? And we'll see if we can answer that question for you. Either raise your hand or speak. Oh, right here. Yeah, hold on. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Catherine Holloway. I'm a clinician and a psychologist. I work in Augusta. And I'm wondering if any of these monies will be able to go for recovery housing. That's a very strong shortage. And we have a clinic where we provide services, and we really are struggling deeply with housing. I see it as a very strong harm reduction potential. Thank you.
So, does someone want to answer?
Is this mic on? Yeah. The answer is yes. Recovery housing is one of the options on the list of things that this money could be used for.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mark Lefebvre. I'm Director of Community Engagement at Pine Tree Institute. And we've been recently awarded the Recovery Friendly Workplace Grant. And one of the questions I had was, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to lead the statewide effort. The initial investments are going to be primarily used to establish a statewide capacity for common designation criteria, trainings, things of that sort, develop a website, marketing, branding, logo, those types of things, which leaves little, if any, money left over to actually address the roles and the resources that we'll need in the community, specifically what we call recovery advisors that will provide outreach to businesses, as well as recovery advisors, which will be providing peer supports. And the question I have is whether or not there'll be consideration for funds at the community level so that we can have those two-in-the-box resources to help us scale statewide.
I would be happy to take that. Recovery-friendly workplaces is a really important initiative. The governor and the state have really supported this. The Health and Human Services Committee has made this a priority. And so making sure that that program is comprehensive and successful is really important. And I think that it's an important priority for the council to consider.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Scott Hansen. I practice in Lewiston and live in Yarmouth, and I wanted to thank you all. I also wanted to put a plea in for cross-county and cross-jurisdictional coordination. I tried to volunteer as a physician wanting to help during COVID, and I was struck by how challenging it is for government health agencies and private health agencies to work together. And the pandemic is over, but the other epidemic is still going on. So I'm not sure exactly what that looks like, but I know that county health departments all over this state are, some of them are barely in existence right now. So please keep working that silo breaking down.
I thank you for that. And it's one of the challenges that the council has talked about is to how do we reach out to the municipalities and the cities so that we can all work together. And we know that Maine is distinctive. Depending on what part of Maine you live in, there's certain gaps in different places, and there's sort of cultural differences that we have to look at. But we do have to find a way to communicate. And that's one of the challenges that we see, and we see, I think I can speak for the council, we see that we have a role in that. We just have to figure out what that is. But I think that we are a good group to be able to bring together the municipalities and the cities and the towns to be able to talk about what we can do, because this certainly hits in every aspect of our lives. So thank you for that comment, sir.
Hi. Hello. Chris Hall from the University of New England. Thanks for being here, and thanks for your service on the committee. I know that there are a lot of very large initiatives that are going to need millions of dollars of support from this committee, but I would encourage you, when you look at your grant structure, to make space for small innovative projects from students, not just high school, but also like college students, because we have some great students at UNE who have been working on harm reduction kits for people leaving the Cumberland County Jail, and I'd love to be able to support them through this process. But thank you.
I think a very valid point. One of the pieces of how funds can be spent certainly is about youth, but part of it is also to expand the workforce development. And what better way to expand workforce development but to tell young people what a wonderful career this is, and how you becoming social workers or counselors or job coaches, whatever that is for people in recovery. Those are important jobs to have, and it's a way to connect with them. I don't know if anyone from the committee has.
Pat, can I talk to that, Pat? I'm behind you. Hi, Pat. I really appreciate what you just said, and I know that Courtney and I had a conversation about this very thing when the legislation was being established and this idea of a recovery council came about. Was that we're both, and some people up here are we're parts of small nonprofits that are growing, and we're, in our case, we're not that tiny little nonprofit that's wondering how you get those millions of dollars. And there are so many folks in this state that have wonderful ideas, and they just don't know how to get there. And I will tell you, I can only speak for myself, but as a member of this council, it was only 2.5 years ago, that our organization had no funding. And we were all volunteers. And I understand what that looks like. So when we're looking at things, I'm going to have my eyes and my ears and my soul wide open to this idea of really good ideas at the community level, that even just a small amount of money could push them to a point where they make a real difference. So I hope you'll encourage your folks to continue doing that, and I hope that there will be funding available for those folks.
Yeah, I think it's important to think big. It's also important to understand that, just like Bruce said, small projects can make huge differences. And I think that's important for us to remember. Sometimes a $5,000 grant or a $10,000 grant can do miraculous things. And so we always have to sort of keep that balance in mind. And we also have to understand that there is reporting requirements, but they can't be so huge that small organizations aren't able to report back on some of the work that they do. I worked for a small agency, so when I applied for grants, it was always important to know, can I keep up with the administrative burden that comes with that? So I think that's part of our responsibility up here to do that. I will tell you, I've worked in this field way too many years. It's the first time in my life I had money to spend. I was always begging for money. So this is sort of a unique position for me. Other questions? Aaron?
Hi there. My name's Selena Lavoie, and I'm the director of a Healthy Community Coalition in Franklin County. And I just want to add to that, I have a question, but I would partner with your local public health agency or coalition because they might be able to write in funding to support the students doing harm reduction kits. So my question to the council is, and I'm super excited, this is an amazing group up there. I know quite a few of you. Is there going to be any discussion or guidance on what percentage of funding will go towards prevention, treatment, recovery, harm reduction? So we've got this bucket of money, and how will we make decisions to make sure we have funding across that whole continuum?
Anyone want to take that question? So that is the huge challenge.
Well,
we'll give it to Gordon because he's overtired.
In the same way that we have kept track of that with the help of Director Squirrel in terms of our own strategic plan since 2019, we try to see what resources are going into each of our 4 focused areas, and that shouldn't change. There's a tremendous array of talent and interests. I mean, we're all interested in prevention. I mean, I thought I'd be the one to address this. The theme today, I remind you, is the power of prevention, and having fewer, if we're successful in those areas, then fewer people we'd be able to dedicate more resources to the people who we've not been successful with in preventing their substance use disorder. So while I don't see that we would probably have a hard and fast rule that said, okay, we're going to put 20% here, 20% there, 20% there, because maybe in a given year the urgency is absolutely treatment. Maybe another year it's really absolutely harm reduction. But we will certainly keep track of that. And I think everybody, all 15 of us, are very committed to making sure that all those areas are covered. Because unless we're successful in all those areas, then we're not going to be successful in the long run.
I think that's been our challenge. It's about collecting the data to know what's going on right now and where are those gaps. But again, I think we will look at the whole picture. And as you can see by the group, they're diverse enough. They have really good voices. So it's a good group to work with.
Pat, could I just jump in on that for 1 second? Thank you. I think that it's important for the audience to understand that many of those decisions have not been made yet. That this council is in the process of making those decisions, as well as that no one individual member of the council speaks for the council. And this council is a phenomenal group that's coming together to make those decisions together. But I think it's really important that as people of Maine, that you are in contact with this council about what your ideas are and what you think this money should be used on. I know for me, and maybe I do speak for the entire council on this, I know that we all deeply care about Mainers and about how we are going to come together to make these decisions. And while $14 million this year and over $100 million over the next 18 years feels like a lot of money when I say it out loud, because I grew up super poor and that's a lot of money. But in the reality, it's not that much money in the context of how much need is in our communities. And that's why I think Pat talked a lot about, and AG Fry talked a lot about, how are we going to partner with all of the money that's coming to Maine, and how are we going to ensure that all of these needs are met?
Thank you.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm good. I'm Representative Annie Graham, and I represent House District 105, which is North Yarmouth and Gray. And my question is and a suggestion, is how we help the counties make this happen. Being in a smaller town in Cumberland County, we have Portland's bag of money. Sorry. and then we have Cumberland County. And so my concern is those little places that are maybe unrecognized, where they may need some help. So my suggestion would be, you're going to be meeting with other states, and many of the other states have a much stronger county government system than we do. And developing some type of template to kind of help the counties be able to reach out to those smaller communities that may get lost in the shuffle as we do this really good work. And lastly, thank you. I've been anxious to meet you all. I sit on the Health and Human Services Committee, and we've been dying to get this work going. And many of you I know, and thank you for your work, and it's so, so important.
And we did get your letter from your committee, and we'll look and saw that your priorities for health and human services, and they're wonderful. Thank you. That I think.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, and I think I have a quick answer for Cumberland County, and then also some thoughts on the state. I think for I work at Cumberland County government. We're the only county that has now a new public health department, and so I think part of our role is supporting the towns and in coordination of some of the work that they will do with their funds. We are in the process of having those conversations. And we are trying to create our own transparent process for Cumberland County of how we hear from and work with the community to figure out what we should be doing with the funds that the county received, but also then coming together as a whole county, not just the towns that received the money, but the ones who didn't, to say where are there those gaps that still exist and how can we support organizations or towns or look for the funding for ourselves to then use, really apply for additional funds to support that. And I think that there is a public health infrastructure that really does want to support the towns and counties and organizations to do this work. So my hope is that there is some reaching out to those public health organizations that exist, like the one that Leanna works for. And there are folks in Midcoast, there are folks in Washington County, there are public health folks that can be helpful to the counties and the towns for figuring out what to do with this because they don't have a public health department or they don't have a public health person within their organization. So I think that's a thing that we have to continue to work on, and that I know the council wants to support that coordination and support to those organizations and towns.
Another question?
Yes, hi, I'm Kristen Sylvia. I'm an addiction medicine provider in Portland. And I guess my question's around time frame and process for the money that you folks are responsible for. Can you give us some idea of when you think the process by which those who do the work might be able to submit requests for proposals, or what's the vision for that? Just some specifics.
So that is the million-dollar question. We are hoping to again, we are getting ourselves structured. We are looking to make sure that when we do RFP or do start advertising or looking at requests, that we do this in an organized way that's fair to all. I would love to ideally say that by the end of the year that we would start this process. They're shaking their heads. I'm not being too ambitious. So I'd like to say by the end of the year, but whenever it is, we are going to try to do it as quickly and efficiently as possible. But again, we don't want this to end up in appeals court somewhere because we missed a step. We want the funds to go where they need to go, and we need to be responsible. So that's the only piece. I can tell you that this group is very impatient about wanting to get the money where the money needs to go. But they also know at the same time, slow but steady, it's my thing, I'm the turtle. Slow but steady wins the race, and so that's where we are with that. But everything will be public, everything will be posted when those grants and when those dollars, and again, don't hesitate in the meantime to reach out, ask us questions, tell us concerns, because we can look at that.
Dr. Sylvia, I'd like to respond to that a little bit. As an emergency physician, I expect everything to be done immediately. And if it's not, I get upset. And it has been a little frustrating being on the council, but I've learned so much, and I thank so much Assistant Attorney General O'Neill to leading us to make sure we do things the right way with transparency, so that it will meet the requirements. But it's a slower process than I think any of us wanted, and it is a little bit frustrating. We feel the same way.
So I think we have two more questions. If we can do one right back here, and then I have one here, and then we can
Okay.
tie it up.
Okay, because people are coming in. Yeah, got it. Another question.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
My name is Elizabeth Wise, and I am a woman with 19 years long-term recovery and a certified addictions nurse, an RN. And I live in Oxford County in Norway, Maine. I'm curious to know, first of all, this council is awesome, and I would love to be on it. But in the meantime, I'll ask this question.
We have term limits.
Yeah. I will support you however I can. How do you determine the towns within the counties for the allocation of funds? For instance, we saw that Oxford County is getting $2 million, which is more than zero, and did not notice any of the towns within Oxford County listed. I could be wrong, but we're curious to how you determine those towns. Oxford County is drowning, dying, and we would be interested in your response. Thank you.
I think the AG can answer that question.
Yeah, thank you. So this was determined by the settlement itself. So what happened was there were a certain number of litigating counties and municipalities. I think it was 12 of the counties and some smaller number of the cities and towns. So they receive a share directly. And then the way in which this worked out from a national standpoint is any municipality that was over 10,000 but was not litigating would also be a direct recipient should they agree to that. So what you see in Maine are every county has more than 10,000. So all 16 counties, whether they're litigating or not, they're over 10,000. So they all get it. Any litigating municipality, I think there's only like one that was under 10,000 or two that were under 10,000. And then, like the city of Westbrook comes to mind. They didn't litigate, but they had more than 10,000, so they got it. So that's how it was determined which municipalities or counties well, all counties specifically got it. And you can find those specific municipalities, like you saw up on the board there. You can see those online. We got one more question, Gordon, and then we're going to wrap it up.
One more quick question.
Hi, I'm Jeanette Dosova, and I am a program director for Westbrook Partners for Prevention. And so much of the funding that we receive is age restricted, so 12 to 20, 12 to 18. And with working with youth, that's also feedback we receive from them that, some of the programming and initiatives that we implement would be better if it started earlier. So my question to you is, do you have that plan for some of this funding to start earlier than 12 years of age?
We don't have that plan, but can I make a suggestion? If you could place that in an email to us to share with us that concern about that gap and where that gap in funding is, that I think would be very helpful when we get to that point at looking at how to distribute funds and where to look at. But that's what we are right now. We're really gathering data about gaps and things like that. So if you could email us, we can add that to our information list as we continue to explore that.
And
Miles got one thing.
Just to add on that, all of you folks are working with folks in recovery. You're all experts in your field. So again, I just want to reiterate, we want to hear from you. We want to hear where the gaps are. We want to hear what's going on. A lot of us were working in this capacity, and we somewhat know, we don't know everything. So please check out our website, send us an email, let us know what's going on in your communities so that we can better serve you folks.
Very well said. Thank you. Because that's what this committee is. Thank you all for your attention today. Thank you for your questions. Please explore our website and we look forward to hearing your response and look forward to a plan that goes into place. Thank you very much.
And Pat, those handouts I talked about are right over here on the side by this table here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, the council members. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Thank you, Assistant Attorney General O'Neill. This council, we still have some federal partners here. I want to, because I never never lose an opportunity to make a point. Our federal partners are here. The question that was just asked, there are a lot of restrictions on our federal grants. So these age things, I mean, and our federal partners would agree with that. We are not, this money really is not under as many constraints as is some of our funding streams. That's all I wanted to share. So I think that there isn't any age restriction on any of our money at this point in time for prevention, for instance. And I do run into, unfortunately, situations where children 9, 10, 11 years old we ought to be working with, and not just adolescent teenagers. I'm going to introduce our next voice of recovery. People are coming in from those breakout sessions. We're just about 10 minutes behind. And then following our next voice of recovery, Erin Hamlin, she doesn't want any introduction, but we are all, it's a pleasure every day to work with Commissioner Jean Lambrew. She will introduce our fourth plenary speaker for the day, and Elizabeth Conley has been so patient. I told her a few weeks ago, I said, Beth, I haven't done you any favors. You're speaking like at 4 o'clock. But she's been with us a while and knows of our work, and she is here from the White House Office of Drug Control Policy, and we're so thankful that she's willing to speak under these circumstances. So at this point, you won't see me again until Beth is done, and we'll go right from the voice of recovery to Commissioner Lambrew, to Elizabeth Conley, and then I will adjourn the session and let you enjoy your evening. Here's our third voice of recovery for our plenary sessions, another amazing young woman, Erin Hamlin. Erin?
Good afternoon. Are you still here? Are you here for the afternoon session? If you can hear me, say I'm still here. If you're still here, say good job to somebody at your table. Give somebody a high five. We're still here. We made it. Thank you so much. Can you take a deep breath with me? In through your nose, out through your mouth. Thank you so much. My name is Erin Hamlin, and I am a person in long-term sustained recovery. What that means to me is that every day I choose to prioritize my health and happiness. It means that every day I choose to be a more present parent to my 3 children. And it means that I am ending generational cycles of addiction, trauma, and shame. It didn't start with me, but it ends here. It's important for me to share this with you because our stories matter. Our stories and our vulnerability give hope and inspire others. If people in recovery had not shared their story with me along my journey, I might not be here sharing mine with you today. So keep planting those seeds, okay? As a candidate for Mrs. Maine, I am on a mission to be a face and a voice for recovery here in Maine. Substance use disorder does not discriminate. It does not look a certain way. It does not have a type. And it affects every family in Maine. True or true? True or true? Thank you. Our kids are hurting, so let's meet them where they're at and show them what is possible. As a kid, I was hurting, and I developed a very loud inner critic, a relentless voice inside my head that told me to work harder. You're not doing enough. You'll never get it right. How could you be so stupid? For years, I had 2 coping strategies for that voice. One was to work harder, stay busy, keep achieving. And the other was to use drugs and alcohol to temporarily quiet that critical voice. So I was a high achiever. I was an honor roll and then Dean's List student. I had a wonderful career in education, but I felt like an imposter. I felt like if they only knew the truth, they would know I'm not deserving of all of this. I was stuck in a vicious cycle of self-loathing. There were years when my drinking was out of control, nights lost to blackouts and days lost to sickness. There were years when I thought I could control my drinking, keep it to the weekends and keep it together. Then there were years of hitting bottom and getting help, getting sober curious and getting more help, and finally getting sober. Transforming my inner critic to an inner cheerleader was a crucial step along my journey to recovery. I have yet to meet someone who does not resonate with this concept of an inner critic to some degree. Anyone else have a little? Yeah, I see some waving. My people are here. We all have our little nuances, right? But at the core, most of us know this feeling of not enoughness. So how do we improve prevention efforts? How do we focus on families? We plant the seeds of compassion, appreciation, and inherent worthiness. We approach ourselves and others with patient curiosity, take a collective deep breath, do it with me, and then get back to work. My oldest turns 15 this summer, a pivotal age for many, and an age that was a fork in the road of my life. And I took a dark and painful path, a path that didn't start with me, but one that ends here. Recovery has given me a bond with my daughter, a depth of that relationship that I didn't even know to pray for. It is my greatest accomplishment and my biggest why. Thank you for the work that you do, for the seeds you are planting, for the results we can see and for the ones we can't. Keep going. You are needed. You are appreciated. We do recover, and we are so grateful. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Jean Lambrew, Commissioner of Maine Department of Public Health, Maine Department of Health and Human Services. And I just want to say thank you to Erin. You said it in your own words. You are proof of hope and inspiration. So thank you. Thanks to all of our voices of recovery. And thank you for staying till the end. We really appreciate everybody who contributed to this conference. To make this worthwhile, we have ensured that our last speaker is someone who can offer lessons from the front lines of state and federal substance use disorder policy. Beth Conley is the Assistant Director of the Office of Public Health within the Office of National Drug Control Policy, or ONDPC. In this role, Ms. Conley oversees the development and implementation of public health approaches to reducing drug use and its consequences. She focuses on prevention, harm reduction, treatment, workforce, and recovery-ready workplaces, as well as recovery support services. Ms. Conley brings ONDPC 30 years of experience in the New Jersey Department of Human Services, concluding her state government career as the commissioner of the department. After leaving government, Ms. Conley joined the Pew Charitable Trust, where she led its work on substance use prevention and treatment initiatives. And in that capacity, she came here to Maine 4 years ago to help us begin to map out our journey towards the system that we have today. We are so grateful for her work then, and we're grateful for her work now. So I welcome to our stage Beth Conley.
I'll put these down. always, I have to pull them down. Let's see. So, Hello and good afternoon. Thank you. I bring you greetings from the White House and the Office of National Drug Control Policy, or as I'll refer to it when I talk, as ONDCP. I really am honored and humbled to be here. It gives me such great pleasure to be with folks that are doing all the work and I can learn from them. And I think you are so lucky in having a governor like Governor Mills. She's so committed and really, right? You should. And she's given you people like Gordon and Commissioner Lambrou and all the other folks in her cabinet who are so dedicated to these issues. So I really, I can't wish better for all of you because I think you have a pretty stellar group here. And at ONDCP, we often hold up Maine as an example when we go to other states or when we talk to other folks in the cabinet and to our federal legislators about the work. We reference Maine quite a bit, so maybe your ears are all ringing. And just being here today with all these amazing breakouts, I've been so inspired. So I just want to say that I appreciate all of you for what you've given me today. So if we could put up my slides. Excellent. Let's see. I'm going to try to make this work because I too am challenged. Okay, great. So, all of your sessions today have been so comprehensive. And so I wanted to tell you about how the Biden-Harris administration is addressing these issues and supporting states like Maine and other states and territories. So we know that untreated addiction and drug trafficking profits are the two drivers of this epidemic. And so the president has really worked very hard to address both of these. Since I'm the public health lady, I'm only going to talk about the public health side today and not the public safety side. So in the Office of Public Health, we work on prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and recovery. And we know that underpinning all of these are data and evidence and hearing the voices of individuals with lived and living experience. And so these are the things that help drive us every day and what sorts our work out. And I tell my team all the time is we don't know how much time we have, so we need to put our foot on the gas and move. In terms of data, under the underpinnings of all the work we do, you all are ahead of us. You all are already doing non-fatal overdoses, but we're trying to create a non-fatal overdose dashboard for the whole country. And we know that we have about a 2-week lag, but we also know that the data we have access to right now is limited, so it doesn't give us a whole picture. But we're trying to move ahead, bringing more data in so we can get the most current data for all states to use. So you all far ahead of us as usual. Next, we always want to make sure that we engage stakeholders. And we do that in a variety of ways. We have stakeholder calls. We have input to the National Drug Control Strategy, which is the president's blueprint of how we're going to address these issues across the US. It goes out for public comment. Keep an eye out for it. Send us your comments. We have regular events that we do. We have regular calls and all of these things. We also have the luxury at ONDCP of being the conveners across the US government. So we bring in all our partners. We seek to hear what their stakeholders are saying so that we can make sure that we are well informed and addressing all the issues. So let me start with prevention. In terms of primary prevention, one of our key programs is the Drug-Free Communities Support Program. And here you can see we have 745 communities in every single state, $93 million, some right here in Maine. And so what the beauty of this is it actually works at the very local level. So it can address all communities' needs, very specific, the very unique needs that communities have. And I know folks appreciate that. And it's so important because one size does not fit all. As I've heard today, different counties have very different populations here and very different needs and struggles. So important, and DFCs really work to address that. Also in primary prevention, we've been working with our partners at the US Department of Education, and we've launched a number of webinars. These webinars have focused on prevention, they've focused on funding, they've focused on fentanyl education, which were really highly attended. I think it's a little bit small, maybe website there, but they're all archived. And we've had over 800 folks participate in the live webinars, and thousands of folks have visited these sites archived afterwards. They're all available to all review, and we'll keep doing them. We also have a HIDA program, the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas program. Your HIDA is the New England HIDA, and it works in terms of primary prevention and public safety. So it's a dual program, public health, public safety, and we are making available prevention grants to these groups. Again, HIDAs are local. HIDAs address what the needs of the community are. So another way to reach as many stakeholders as possible. We've just launched an overdose prevention campaign with our partners at the Ad Council. There's two of them. One is The Real Deal on Fentanyl. This talks about carrying naloxone and testing for fentanyl, and also, being aware of what's going on. This campaign is marketed towards young people, so high school, young adults, and it's been receiving really great views and reviews. We've been really lucky. This has really pushed itself out. You can see it at realdealfentanyl.com, I believe. And we're also going to expand it. So we'll have a parent campaign, which will be really great because we've heard, especially through our Department of Education webinars, that parents are really concerned and they want more information. We also just launched a social media campaign. And being the mom of a 30-something-year-old and a late 20-something-year-old, the social media campaigns with influencers are very foreign to me. But I hear that they're really looking at reaching youth. So these are influencers that have broad followings among kids ages 16 to 26. And they are pushing out messages on social media about naloxone, about fentanyl, about the dangers, about substance use. They've been, I've heard, received very well by the target population. In terms of harm reduction, we've been focusing on naloxone, syringe services programs, and fentanyl test strips, all things I've heard mentioned here today. As you may know, President Biden was the first president to actually mention harm reduction in the State of the Union address. It was a very exciting moment for all of us and for many people out in the community. One thing that we've been working on, and I heard this mentioned in the last session that was held here, is about funding, right? So the last session that was here talked about how to use opioid settlement funding. And we know that small nonprofits have a difficult time trying to use federal dollars. We require a lot of reporting requirements. You all don't have a back room filled with accountants and other folks, evaluators. So what we're trying to do is look at how can we address some of the funding issues for smaller nonprofits that are doing all this great work and need to be supported. So we have an interagency work group working on exactly that. How can we improve the ability to get federal dollars to all of you? We're also working to saturate the states with naloxone. You all, again, a great model for everybody else. And we're trying to figure out how to make it better across the US and make sure we get to those populations that really need it. Oftentimes, I know Dr. Olson talked about folks being stigmatized, a lot of the stigmatized populations, to make sure that they have naloxone on hand. So some of the opportunities in order to fund naloxone, and I'm starting to call it overdose reversal medication because we have a number that the FDA has approved recently, one that's gone over the counter and one that's not a naloxone product but is an overdose reversal medication. So lots of different products. The FDA is working to get more approved. There's more that are before them for approval for over the counter. And we know that the FDA recently released guidance on how to make it more accessible to harm reduction agencies. And just 2 weeks ago, we had a meeting at the White House where we brought in all the naloxone manufacturers to talk to them about how they are making sure that people know about naloxone, how are we ensuring people have access to naloxone, what kind of communications are they pushing out, and how are we tracking where it's going? Because once we know where it's going, we know what gaps we have to fill. In terms of treatment, in his first State of the Union address, the president called for the elimination of barriers to treatment. And Dr. Olson talked about a lot of these. So you're familiar probably with the elimination of the X waiver, so more people can prescribe buprenorphine. SAMHSA has put out a notice of public rulemaking, which the comment section has closed, but it really expands access to methadone. And the Drug Enforcement Administration has put out a notice of public rulemaking on telehealth, because we had a lot of great regulatory relaxations during COVID that really benefited so many people. And so while these are still going through the review process, I want to urge all of you, when these notices of public comment come out and public rulemaking, people often say, oh, nobody reads my comments. Why would I comment? This is not true. Every comment is read. Some of the comments I get to hear, they're shared with me and other folks. They're really important. They have to be read and they have to be addressed. So I can't urge you enough to please, when you see something that impacts your community, please take the time to write a comment. I know that folks, when I was Commissioner of Human Services, a lot of folks would tell me that they would go to the hearing and testify. And I would say, that's great. But if you put it in writing, I have something I can wave around. And so putting it in writing is so critical. Lots of times, every time we have a short period of time to talk, and sometimes it gets lost. We can put all our words in our written comments. We know that workforce is huge. We know that HRSA has estimated that we are going to be in a huge valley in terms of the lack of workforce by 2030. We already know this. We just look across, you all know that it's hard to find providers of care. We've established a Cascade of Care working group in order to try to address this. And the Cascade of Care, if you're not familiar, is a methodology that worked incredibly well and drove the HIV and AIDS crisis. And so we are applying those principles here. So it involves developing curriculum, increasing training, collecting data, and examining reimbursement, because we know that these things all drive the workforce that we have. Again, in treatment, making sure that vulnerable populations receive treatment. The Federal Bureau of Prisons is bringing all 3 forms of FDA-approved medications to their 122 facilities, which means they are becoming OTPs, essentially because we all know that you can only receive methadone through an OTP. And so they're working to do this. And you all are doing an amazing job, and you're even bringing recovery coaches into your carceral settings, which is amazing. But we figure if the Bureau of Prisons, the largest prison system in the United States, can do it, every state can do it. So we want to lead by example. We also know that CMS just offered guidance in terms of an 1115 demonstration waiver, where you'll be able to use Medicaid fundings for healthcare services in prisons and jails. We've already had 2 of the states' applications approved, and CMS is waiting for more. So we're looking forward to more states being able to draw down these Medicaid dollars in order to cover these very important health services. Recovery. Last night, I visited the Portland Recovery Community Center, and I was blown out of the water. Oh my gosh, all the services that are provided there, the way they're working as a hub and working with folks in other places as satellites. This is a model for other recovery centers. And their work in carceral settings, it was just amazing. So we have been working and concentrating on recovery-ready or recovery-friendly workplaces. We have put together with the Department of Labor a website, and the website's kind of long, but if you Google RRW-HUB, the link will come up. I Googled it a couple times to make sure, and it did work. So it really gives employers the tools they need in order to start cultivating and creating recovery-ready workplaces. And in the fall, little preview, we will be providing a toolkit. And the toolkit will be widely available, again, equipping the employer community with everything they need to create a recovery-friendly workplace. ONDCP supports states in a number of other ways. One is by creating model laws and model acts that they can implement. These are all based in evidence. They're all based in research. They outline all the right things that folks should be looking at when they want to promote something, a good public policy within their states. We have one on student services programs, opioid litigation proceeds, which I know when I listened to the previous seminar that you guys are actually implementing a lot of the things that are in our model law. Expanding access to overdose reversal medication, emergency treatment in hospital settings, and pregnant and parenting people. So lots of these state model laws that states can pick up and take what they need and use them in their own settings. Finally, the president has really been committed to making sure that funding is available by increasing the budgets. So in the last Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2022, or the Omnibus Funding Bill, the president really has outlined a number of places where funding was increased. And so we have money that's hitting the streets and money that's used to support all of these activities. Finally, this is a team effort. That's why you're all here today. That's why I am so pleased to be here all day today with you, because we all know that we can't do it by ourselves. We can't do it with just a few of us. We need all of us to actually do it. And I'm looking forward to coming back again, if y'all would invite me, Gordon, because I want to hear what you all are doing next and how much more you've progressed, because you guys are really doing a great job. Well, thank you very much for having me. I have really enjoyed my day today.
Well, that's just about it. Thank you for all of you who have stayed. It's not exactly a door prize, but for those of you who didn't get Allison's book, we were surprised that not everybody picked up their book. That was the first 800 people, then 1,400 people registered. So in theory, there's 600 of you that didn't get the book. So you can get a book on the way out as long as they last. So there's quite a few left. And so it's a terrific little book, and it's just another way of saying thank you for coming. I want to remind you that we're quite proud of our updated strategic plan, the way it's laid out. And on the back, it has a QR code. It took me quite a while to understand these things, but it really is pretty neat because it says you can share your feedback. And so those will go into a site that I'll have access to, and we really do want your feedback on the plan. Finally, you'll get evaluations online, and we really do care what you say about things. As we go right ahead and plan our next monthly webinars, we'll start up again in September, and we'll go right on to planning summit number 6. You let us know what you missed today and what you'd like to do, and we will be excited to see you again, but it's not just a once-a-year thing. We enjoy seeing you on our monthly webinars. So thank you to AdCare and Lorena, Madison, Barassa at the Office of Behavioral Health, Dan at AV Tech and his people. It takes a lot to do this, and we have such a strong team. The group at Points North Institute, Sarah, Sean, Emily, and the team has been intact. Like the governor's cabinet, our team is intact, and that's why this comes together so well. I hope you've enjoyed it. Have a safe trip home, and I want to thank our federal partners again. Marcy, everybody, thanks so much. We'll see you again soon. Oh, I wanted to thank again our 4 signers. They're the hardest working people in the room. Thank you.